All right, editor, start VOD here. We're gonna figure out falling platform, Jank. So I'm gonna go to Volcana for this because it feels thematically consistent, but we don't actually need to be there. I don't think there's any level dependent like mechanics for these things. And let me turn on pest control as well, so we don't have to listen to random enemies. I don't know where the T input went. This is what I was aiming for. Oh my god, I'm missing my inputs. Everything is terrible. Alright, yeah, that'll make the dogs shut up. That'll make the coffin stop moving. We're gonna have a nice, peaceful, quiet experience. And we're gonna figure out how falling platforms work together. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I suppose you could spend your money on the money hole instead of classic guy. I mean, that's acceptable. I'm not gonna be upset with you for doing that. I don't know if we'll ever fill up that money hole though. It's pretty deep. But let's figure out these falling platforms. So I think we're gonna start off with the one that I did on a stream like ages ago after somebody brought it up. I think it was Becca Dora or something who brought this up. So we need to go find the bow. Let's crush the bow with a falling platform because that just feels like the correct way to start this off. Let's figure out how all this works. So, now here's our challenge. Let's see. I don't know if there's going to be any good falling platforms. We could spawn one in. We could mess with entity ID order. We do whatever we need to here to figure this out. But let's go get the bow. I have God mode turned on, so I can just go grab it. Someone's gonna get mad at me, so I think this sounds a big crybaby. There you go. Just do this. I could just delete Ton. I could throw a bomb. I'd choose to just do that out of pure disrespect because Ton is a terrible NPC who deserves to die. Alright, let's go find a falling platform because I think this is where the entity ID jank starts coming into play here. That was you. No, Neos, I have your clip. I'm talking about something different that happened. And we don't need any of this open. A lot of people have sent me clips of falling platform jank, if you could believe it. I know, shocking. Nobody's ever seen falling platform jank before. So let's look at the IDs and try to understand what's going on here. So the falling platform generated first. Now, hold on. Hold on, text-to-speech.
Skemtren.
Skemtren, thank you, text-to-speech. Oh my god, is that a record? I think it's a record because a big thing just showed up in my chat saying it's a record. Remember, you never have to actually participate in the scam train. But thank you if you do. I appreciate the bits. I appreciate all the support for how ludicrously inconsistent my streams are. Back to falling platform jank, the thing that we really wanted here. So let's look at entity ID order because this, I'm pretty sure this matters. We have a falling platform generated, then the bow generated in the back layer, and then my character generated after that. Today you took Yeti contact damage because of a falling platform contacting a Yeti, and the Yeti's contact damage activated for frames before it took damage from the platform. What? What was this? Was this that cursed interaction where Yetis just damage you if they're in like a narrow corridor and the falling platform made a corridor? Is that what you're saying happened? I don't know. If you have a clip of that, just post it to me. Okay, so it made the Yeti qualify for the contact damage instead of the usual throw mechanic. That's... yeah, I'm not surprised by that. That's... thank you, falling platforms. Very cool. Anyways, let's try to figure this out. So, I don't remember how this worked originally. I think you can't be on the same level as where you get the bow for this to work, but let's just go ahead and try it. So we have access to save states now. These are not that new anymore, but for anyone who hasn't seen these, because I haven't used them much, we have these. These are the same saves. These are the same save states that I believe the game uses for like co-op rollbacks. And conveniently enough, they essentially just let us go back in time to some like previous state of the game. So I could just make a save state right here, which I'm going to be using hotkeys to do that. You won't get any visual feedback, but I'll try to say something when I actually use them. But I'm going to use Shift F5. I'm going to actually make a save state on all 4 slots in case I delete it for some reason. So now I can like just go over here, and then when I use Shift F1, 2, 3, or 4, it'll just put me back over here by this, as if I hadn't done anything. I could set off the falling platform, and it's just back like it never happened. It's just like a rollback. This is the feature that I needed to be able to do this efficiently. That's the magic of this. Yeah, it's like instantaneous. I need to update Task Wizard to take advantage of these two, because it's such a huge like quality of life like change to have in that. So there'll be more on that. I'm going to be using those a lot more doing science. How are the snails? I think they've been starving. Yeah, I haven't even turned on Astroneer after I did the cleanup for the last stream, so they've been starving for like 2 weeks. They'll be okay though. Snails have slow metabolisms. I'm sure they'll be just fine. All right, enough whatever it is I'm doing here. So let's set up our first test. This is the classic. You place a bow. I'm gonna have grid snapping turned on. Look, these are the grid tiles here. It's snapped directly under the platform. It is perfectly centered, and then I'm gonna just stand on this platform. Right, so I'm gonna hang on the edge of the platform, and we're gonna see if that causes anything interesting to happen. I don't know if it will. I don't remember what I thought the mechanics were. So I'm gonna make my save state. And then with frame advance, we're gonna just hop into a ledge hang. And let's just watch frame by frame to see what happens to the bow. This platform is either gonna break when it touches the bow, or it's just gonna like shove the bow into the ground. It's gonna fall, give it a second here. There it goes. Alright, looks like we got a break scenario. So we had falling platform, then bow, and then player character. So the question is, what if we were to swap the IDs of the player character and the bow? And you would do that by bringing it into the next level. And I think this is why when I was doing that like Russian roulette thing or whatever event I was in where I tried to crush the bow with a platform and it didn't work, I think that's the reason it didn't work. Now if we bring this into the next level, the bow is going to have a higher entity ID than we do. I'm not sure how much the height of the falling platform matters. Let's see, I forget if I can move these without them falling. I think I can. Let me put it above the ground like right here. Nope, that broke it. We'll go get a different one. I'll just bring the floor up to it. These things are everywhere. Okay, there's one. We can use this one. Alright, we'll bring the floor up to the platform. Just dump the lava out. Alright, so here's our test scenario. So I'm going to place this kind of... Actually, I'll perfectly center it. I don't believe being on the left or the right matters at all. Logical static lava sound source. That's interesting. That's centered between all the nearby lava entities. And I never knew that there was an entity that did that. Whatever, anyways. Let's try to crush this bow. So the difference here is falling platform, then classic guy spawned, and then the held item spawned. Height does matter. Yeah, I think it does. That's why I'm trying to do it like this, because I believe either this or one higher will work. And thankfully, since we have save states, we can test the bow. So I'm going to create my save states. I just did that now. Maybe at some point I'll figure out how to get UI feedback for when I create save states. I could probably whip something up in the console right now. Maybe I'll do that in a moment. But I just created a save state. So I can go and I can just load it like this. So we have it now. We can go back and test this. Let's see what happens. Can I crush the bow? And again, frame by frame. Here we go. All right, we got the jank. So I think it has something to do with this ID order. My theory, like right now, before we've done any thorough testing, this is the theory I've been going off of for a while here, is that the lowest entity ID that is capable of like touching a falling platform and triggering it is the only thing the falling platform is capable of like hitting. As in like when it lands on something it breaks normally, I think it's only capable of actually colliding with the lowest entity ID that is in contact with it. So by having a lower ID here as classic guy, I think the bow can no longer get hit by the falling platform. And the falling platform is a solid object, so what the game is doing now instead is it seems to be implementing like lenient crush mechanics, which I don't know what lenient crush mechanics are necessarily. Like if we got one more frame, you can see it start going through. Right there, it decided it's going to try to push the bow into the ground. But I think lenient crush mechanics are basically a game mechanic where an entity is inside of a solid object. The game is trying to figure out where it wants to put it, and it's being generous about how to like move the object out of the way. So if you were here for the last science stream, you might remember where I was testing like push blocks falling on doors while players were exiting them. And you had to like basically lock the door in to actually kill the player, because otherwise when the player spawned into the push block after they exited the door, they would just get like just clipped to the side. That's what I think a lenient like crush mechanic is. But again, I don't know eternally how they implemented this feature or not. That's just kind of speculation, because those are the two things I've observed. And then aggressive crush mechanics are where like a tiny pixel of your toe is on a ledge with an elevator, and the elevator snags your toe and pulls you into the ceiling, and you just instantly die. That's what I would call like aggressive crush mechanics, where there's almost no leeway, and the game will basically kill you if you're like 1/100th of a character width on a platform or under a push block. And you can occasionally get clipped in situations like that, but usually you just die. Crush mechanics are a different kind of jank. I don't know if we're going to get to that today, but this is one specific crush mechanic with falling platforms that we're going to try to understand. And right there, it looks like the bow just got crushed. I advanced one more frame. So this is the situation. So if you want to prank your friends in co-op or whatever, if you just really don't want to go to the Cosmic Ocean, which I don't blame you, the bow has to have a higher entity ID than the entity that is triggering the crush. But that doesn't necessarily mean we need to be on the next level, because players aren't the only things that could set off these platforms. So we're going to investigate a bunch of stuff. Now, as I'm doing this, if anybody has a clip of this happening to them, like a weird crush interaction with a falling platform or getting shoved through it or having it break and do no damage, put it in the chat. Like, throw it in the chat and we will look through all of those, like every single one, and try to like understand what happened there. I already have like 5 of these that I can go over here, but this is just the one I wanted to start off with because I don't remember where the clip is where this actually happened, because I'm an idiot and I didn't actually save that one. Yeah, there's one in Reddit. Yeah, post whatever. Preferably a direct link to the like clip itself, but I mean, if it's a Reddit thread, I can pull it out of that. You have one? Yeah, just go for it. Just throw them in the chat. I'll look at them later. But let's figure this one out. We have a couple for mounts. We have some of players just tanking hits and not taking any damage. I don't know if I have any clips of that, but I'll try to show that. And the bow is gone now. And it looks like the arrow is also getting destroyed by this. No, it actually didn't. The arrow didn't get destroyed at all. Let's see, the arrow also has a higher ID. I wonder if the arrow didn't get destroyed because it is so flat that it didn't get shoved into the floor. Because, again, we can just do this. We can just do it again. So if you look what happened here, the bow didn't get destroyed until it was in the floor. Let me add another tile down here just to kind of eliminate extra variables. Right here, you see what's happening here. The bow didn't get destroyed until it actually got pushed into the floor. And floors, I think, use aggressive crush mechanics. If you're in a floor, the game really wants to get rid of you. Whereas these platforms are using lenient mechanics. So I think the platform eventually, by whatever prioritization crushing has, was able to shove the bow into the floor, and then the floor destroyed the bow, I think is what's happening here. I don't have a good way to like track how that happens. I don't know if there's any like virtuals exposed in Spelunky that would give us insight into this. There are collision like checks that are very hard to understand and are inconsistent. So hopefully we'll be able to infer what's going on without looking at this. But then you can see here the arrow is not like going anywhere. It's not getting moved by the platform, but it's also not getting destroyed. And I think that's because falling platforms cannot crush you, which doesn't make any sense because like we're literally looking at a falling platform crushing the bow. But I think what happens is the falling platform cannot crush you, but it can shove you into a nearby floor or object that can crush you. I think that is how this type of interaction works. That would explain like why things always seem to clip into the floor or into the side somewhere before they actually get destroyed. And then this arrow is completely fine, even though it absolutely should have been destroyed if this was an aggressive crush interaction. Because like if you were to do the same thing with a push block here, let me spawn one of those in real quick. We're probably going to need push blocks too. Let me put that on the hotbar down here. But if you were to do the same thing with a push block like this, oh, it snapped. Hold on, I'll get a new arrow. Right, save states. So if we were to do the same thing but with like a push block or something, let me get the arrow out of the bow. I'm just trying to like understand these mechanics here. Oh, come on, seriously. Let me check what this one is just real quick. Okay, I'll put this one on the list. I don't think I've seen this yet. Add that to the list. Alright, there we go, got it. Okay, back to what we're doing here. Alright, so we'll get to all of those later. But let me just show how this works. So we saw here that the arrow, despite having a higher ID than classic guy here, like it actually has a way higher ID now because I shot it at the push block, so it turned into an active floor and then back into an arrow. But if we center it like this, and then just crush it with the platform, I think even if I do this so that I don't immediately like dismount the platform, it shouldn't matter. Yeah, you can see here nothing happens to the arrow. I think it's getting pushed down, but it's so thin that it essentially doesn't get shoved down enough. Like the game doesn't try hard enough to put it into the floor, so nothing bad happens. But if I were to do the same exact thing with this block here, Let me turn off grid snapping and make the block fall really slowly. Yeah, right there. You see, it immediately got destroyed by the block, but not the falling platform. That is what I'm talking about with aggressive versus lenient crush mechanics. I think push blocks are always aggressive, unless you spawn into one exiting a door. It probably has to do with both entities in the crush interaction. So like maybe the player gets flagged as receiving lenient crushing if they come out of a door, but by default a crush block or a push block will just obliterate you if you like snagged on it by even the slightest bit. Looks like the center of the bow hit the box, needed to be in the ground. Yeah, it might have something to do with that. We're going to try this with multiple objects to see if we can figure out what's going on with it. But now this is what it looks like in real time. You just do this and it gets crushed. But notably, if I trigger this and move away from it, it doesn't get crushed. And this is like why it feels so bizarre and inconsistent. I think it very specifically has to do with something else touching the platform and getting prioritized. You put one on the Discord channel. I am never going to see that, so I need to go get that now. Well, I'll see it after the stream. Happened to you way back in 2021. Copy link. Alright, that'll be number 2. I'll reformat that link to properly show up on stream in a moment here. Alright, so we got that one on the list now. You got your first $7.99 on Friday. Congratulations, you did it. You can uninstall Spelunky 2 forever now. That is an accomplishment though, good job. Actual congratulations for that. I'm sorry that you put yourself through that, but you did it now. Now you can say that you have your $7.99. A true spelunking gamer. And now you can absolutely uninstall a game and never play it again. And nobody can question it anymore. Alright, so back to this. Let's look at other interactions here with just this setup. So you saw there, I did the ledge hang on the platform, and I dipped away. No crush interaction. It broke on the bow, which is what you would normally expect it to do. So we've been ledge hanging. If we stand on it, or cut that out of the VOD. If we stand on it, we also get a crush interaction. But what's bizarre about this too, I fucked up my save state, hold on. Alright, save, load, there we go. This is why I made 4 save states, because I just broke the one I had. So the other weird thing about this though is I don't think you even have to be ledge hanging or standing on it. I believe just literally being in contact with the platform is enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand here and I'm going to jump as it's like about to hit the bow. So we're just frame advancing here until it falls. Right there. We are like just, I'm not pressing left or right. I'm just sliding alongside the falling platform. And that somehow makes it eligible to crush the bow. I think it is literally a contact event between classic guy and the platform. I don't know exactly what it's called, but like the act of being in contact with this falling platform means that it will not attempt to hit anything else. But I think what the game is also doing is checking, is the thing I'm touching underneath me? Which it's not, it's to the side. So the falling platform doesn't break, but it also stops checking for things to collide with. I think that's what's going on here. Essentially bad programming. I believe it just doesn't break, but then it also quits checking other entities for contact. And then the active floor properties, like the solid hitbox of the falling platform, take priority. And that's what causes it to start just pushing the bow into the ground, when it should have just broken when it hit the bow instead. But essentially, it cannot see the bow anymore. I think this is the bow reacting to the solid hitbox. The falling platform doesn't know the bow even exists. Did I talk about the ball and chain interaction? I did not. If you have something specific that you want me to look at, just throw it on the pile. I'm not sure offhand what you're talking about, because ball and chain interactions are already a completely different rabbit hole. I may or may not have seen this happen. I may or may not have done this on my own stream, but I don't remember specifically. So, and there we go. It crushes it. So that's weird. What else can we do with this? We can try things that are not the player entity. My theory is that this works for literally anything that can set off a falling platform. So we could try a few other things, but again, we need the entity ID order to be correct. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create like a little bank over here of things that I want to try this with, and then I'm going to respawn the falling platform and the bow to have better IDs. Let's see, do I want to do it here? We're going to be in this spot for a while, so let me go somewhere that's quiet. There's not a bunch of lava everywhere. Yeah, this is a good area. We'll do it down here. Alright, so we got a nice, like, a nice clean space that we can do this in. I don't want any magmars falling on me, that's why I'm blocking all this off. Okay, we got a nice quiet area to do this in. We actually want these falling, or these push blocks. Turn grid snapping back on. We don't need that one. Alright, so let's try a few things. Let's try stuff like snakes and pots, and try to figure out what can actually set these off. I don't know why the game thinks I'm holding left. I'm absolutely not. I don't think anything in the item category is capable of setting off falling platforms. But let's see here. Why am I doing that? There we go. Alright, so we'll try a few different things. We'll try like pots, push blocks, enemies. Let me go get a snake, get a caveman, something that leaves a body as well. If anybody has any like edge cases they could think of, like feel free to throw them in. You can DM a clip. Just put it in the chat. Don't DM it. That means I have to tab out. Put it in the chat. That's more convenient. And then I'll put it on the list of things to look at. Alright, so let's see. We got those. What else? Let's see. What else can set these off? We know magmars can. So let me make a lava pot. Okay, can anybody off the top of their head think of other stuff that would like normally set these off? Like any weird edge cases? Like we've got an item, a push block, a couple enemy, like 3 enemy examples. Falling platforms, but they break, so they probably don't help. Well, that doesn't mean, I don't know, we might as well try that one too. Let's put that on the list. Mounts, yeah, why not? Mounts can sometimes be handled differently. Like they're treated differently by like crush blocks, for instance. Like crush blocks will try to attack mounts, but not monsters, for instance. So let's throw them on the list. We don't know what like mask the game is checking for here. Let's pick something that almost certainly doesn't do anything, like a, I don't know, like a bomb box or bomb bag or something. That probably won't do anything. UFO lasers break falling platforms. They don't set them off. So that one won't do anything. Your self-esteem, that's if you can find the entity ID for that, I'll spawn it in, Squillster, but I don't think that's in this game. I could be mistaken though. We'll throw one of these in just for funsies. Put it up here, we won't kill everything. Let's see, so yeah, we got a few of that. We got a mount, we got like a pickup, just a generic item. I think like these aren't even going to set it off. I'm pretty sure these 2 items here will not even set off a falling platform, but we'll just see how the interaction works. We have the bow itself if we want to do any funny shenanigans with that. But I think that's most of it. If we think of anything else later, we can add it onto the list. Alright, so let me delete the floors here. Actually, let me use floor generics for this. I'm pretty sure that these border tiles are literally the same as a floor generic. Like they'll interact the same exact way. But I'm not 100% certain about that. So let's just do it with floor generics for now. We're adding bugs to look at. We're currently like thinking of different items that might have different interactions with falling platforms. Things that might or might not set them off and might or might not cause them to cause a crush interaction. Alright, I got your Discord link. I don't know if it's falling platform, jank, or the ball and chain. It's almost certainly both. Yeah, you know, we might as well add the punish ball to the list. I'll have it detached just to symbolize what I'm trying to do here. I think golden idol's heavy enough. Yeah, why not? Golden idol, I think, qualifies as a heavy item. Oh, it's just called idol. Yeah, so the ball and chain's a heavy item. Golden idol's a heavy item. Do shab tees are heavy as well. Let's just throw those on the list. I need to be able to see that. Okay, there we go. Something like this. This is what we'll be testing with initially. This guy needs to chill out. You know, let's not do that with a caveman because they're annoying. I'll just do it with like a tiki man or something because he won't wake up and start running around like a doofus. Well, you don't get tiki man in this level. Let's keep it authentic for now. We'll test weird edge cases later. Let's just get one that's woken up. That guy's woke. He'll be a good test subject for this. All right, so we have our nonsense to test right now. It's the first time you ever saw it. I haven't looked at the clip yet, so I'm not sure exactly what the interaction was, but I'm sure it's ridiculous, whatever it is. So I'm gonna make a save state. I'm gonna make like 4 save states because I don't want to lose this. And as long as we don't crash the game, I can always just go back to this. So like I can ruin everything here and then just load the save state and it's like it never happened. These are so good. These are gonna make this so much less tedious than it was before. So let's figure out first of all which of these things can even set off a falling platform. So not the bow, not this. This one probably can, and indeed it can. I don't know why I'm dodging the snake, I have God mode on. That can set off a falling platform. This cannot. I don't believe the height from which it falls like has any relevance whatsoever. I've never seen this matter under any circumstances. Just touching the platform on the top, like standing on it, I believe is the criteria for it to get set off. So this on its own won't set it off, but the Magmar will. Like, that's the reason why that sets it off. It's not the thing breaking on the platform, it's the Magmar. So the Magmar is just another, like, entity. And falling or the punish ball doesn't do anything. I didn't think it would. Mount should do it. This should not do anything. I don't know if there's an enemy in it. Oh, it's got a nugget in it, so this one won't do anything. And if it breaks, there's no enemy, so it also won't do anything. And then the idol also won't do anything. Caveman should set it off. You saw a jiggle there. Oh, okay. Hold on. A little lower. This one's gonna be precise because I need to not nudge it. It's blowing up instantly for some reason. Let me turn on grid snap. There we go. And that sets it off, and then it explodes, of course. Alright, so pretty much this is exactly what I was expecting. Anything with monster, mounts, or of course player, and active floor appear to be able to set these off. And I think the requirements, like internally in the game engine, are that the entity is in one of those like classes or masks, so to speak. So again, monster, character, active floor, or mounts. And it's standing on the falling platform. Crush traps from temple. That's actually an interesting one because I'm not sure if they stand on the floor. So that's actually good to test. Let's add that one in. Rust. No, that's not what we want. So it's not spawning above the turkey or else it'll start moving. And we can check the pet as well. Pet sets it off. I need to actually do this. Let's add... I typed crust again. What the heck is wrong with my brain? Let me make more save states. Alright, we got more save states for that. Alright, so let's see what this one does. Alright, I guess it's invincible while I'm holding it. So if I snap it... Huh. Yeah, so this is presumably not standing on anything. This is a good example. I'm glad you brought this up. Even though this doesn't normally happen, I still want to test, like, these odd cases. It is actually standing on the falling platform, but it did not trigger it. So we have an interesting case here. It might not be as simple as I had thought it was. Like, this is the game thinking, hey, it's standing on that platform, and yet the platform's not doing anything. I wonder then if it's a different interaction. Because we know ledge hanging also sets them off. I wonder if being, like, overlaid onto the falling platform is what causes it. Let's see. Do you have an overlay? Not attached to anything. I wonder if that's what causes this to happen. You remember it crushing a caveman? I think I have a clip of... I have at least one clip of that happening. There's a cat top left. Absolutely planned. And you'll notice the cat is being nice and quiet because I finally made a script that makes these guys shut up while I'm doing science, so we don't have to hear them yapping every 5 seconds. So it's a quality of life feature for me and then also chat. But anyways, what I think is going on here is this thing is standing on the platform, but it's not actually overlaid onto the platform. And what that means is if I move the platform around... Well, that wasn't what was supposed to happen. But what that means is if I were to move the platform around, this object would not come with it. And I think I want to demonstrate that to see if anything else bizarre happens here. So let's go back to the save state. Carefully snap it into that position. I don't know why it does that bounce thing. That might just have something to do with it thinking that it was moving downward when I was moving it. But you see here, nothing interesting happens with it. And then if I were to... I'm going to do this in frame advance. If I were to pick the falling platform... and then just move it over to like the right a little bit. It's not a grid align. I never grid aligned the falling platform. Or no, that's the player. I'm an idiot. E.X. Yeah, you can see here it is not bringing it with it when I move it. But if we do the same exact thing, but with like me standing on it instead. So before it starts falling, you can see its X coordinate was 27, and it brings me along with it. So maybe it's not standing on the falling platform, it's being parented to it. And that would be the reason why ledge hanging is also capable of triggering this, because ledge hanging is not a standing on interaction, but you still get parented to it when you do that. So if we go back to this state here, and I go ahead and go into a ledge hang state, let's look at classic guy. Luckily we don't have to hear him jumping very much because we're doing frame advance here. So ARP, you kind of got scammed here because you're not actually having to listen to the classic guy sounds. Like, I'm still upset, but it's not as bad as when I do speedruns. So anyways, you can see here my state. I'm attached to nothing. I'm standing on nothing. Classic Guy time is over. At this point, I don't want to lose my save state, so we're going to be playing Classic Guy until I ditch this save state and remember to change it. So you're getting bonus. You're getting bonus Classic Guy content because I don't want to lose the save state. So anyways, we haven't set it off yet, and we just got into the ledge hanging state. And now what's going on with my character entity is that I'm now attached to the platform, but I'm not standing on it. I believe that is it. I think that is all that actually plays into this, is being attached to the falling platform in some way, shape, or form. I think that's all that it does. I could probably trigger a falling platform by doing a weird, like, just entangled, like, attachment state to it. I love the word entanglement. It makes you sound smart, even though I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and I don't know what quantum entanglement actually is. But I'm going to do something illegal here. So let's check what my overlay is. I currently don't have one. Overlay is just the name that Spelunky uses for what I'm attached to, but I think if I set my overlay to the falling platform here, I change my relative position. I don't know where I am now. Oh boy. Let's see. How do I fix this? Entity. Position. Let me just change this to like 0 and like 2 or something. See if that does it. Alright, that puts me back where I want to be. Ooh, I'm gonna touch it now. I'm not even sure if I set this off. I'm just testing with this here. Am I even attached to it, or did that not work? I am still attached to it, so that did work. Let's bump ourselves up a little bit higher so we don't come in contact with it. That did not set it off. Okay, so it's not quite as simple as being attached to the platform, because that did not set it off. I'm attached to this platform right now. So like if I were to move this falling platform around, it should also move me around. Okay, well, that moved me really far. Or maybe I think I just moved myself actually. Where the heck am I? Chat, where in the world? Where am I right now? I'm below the level. I must be below the level somewhere. Oh, we're falling. Oh, we're just falling forever. Okay, that's where we are. -1. There we go. All right, we're back in bounds. I'm trying to understand these mechanics here. This might seem a little bit dry, but it helps to understand internally what the game engine is doing before I go in and just blindly start testing stuff and making guesses about what's happening here. So I'm surprised that this thing is not going off. If I press jump, will that detach me from it? No, we're still attached to this thing, so that's interesting. There might be a couple of checks then, like being in the ledge hanging state and attached to it. Does right click teleport you? I think right click would, detach me from the platform. That's why I'm not using that. I know about that. I don't think I want to use that because I believe that's going to detach me from the falling platform, and I'm going to have to do all these shenanigans again. But anyways, the thing that I was supposed to test... Yeah, right there. Okay, so you can see my coordinates are still relative to this platform. That's what attachment means in this game. That is a cursed interaction right there. I went into the ledge hanging state while already attached to the platform, and I just got sent to the back rooms. But whatever, this is a weird edge case. It's not working the way I expected it to, so for now, what we know is that either ledge hanging or standing on the top of the platform and being attached to it are the requirements to trigger it. That's all we know about it so far. There may be more nuance to it than that, but you need to be attached to the platform, the mechanic I just showed, and you need to either be ledge hanging or standing on it. And that could actually be what it is. The game might also be checking the standing on ID, in addition to being attached to the platform. It could be those two things. What is this, Lethal Company? I don't think Lethal Company invented the backrooms. I don't even know if the backrooms are in Lethal Company. I never played Lethal Company. I'm sure there's some wacky shenanigans in that game. Alright, so anyways, back to this. Let me delete this block. It is literally just agitating me to have it hanging. Oh, I just crashed my game. No, I forgot about this. That's not safe. Alright, screenshot real quick. We gotta set this up again now. The save state is gone, by the way. Save states cannot be persisted, like, between sessions, just due to the way they work. I have to do all that again now, but we don't have to play Classic Guy anymore. It didn't end up mattering that much. It was kind of a scam redeem, but we got like 30 minutes of Classic Guy for sure. So, I don't know. Bad luck. Do it when I speedrun next time. If I ever do speedruns again, that's how you get me. Right, but we gotta set all this up again. Let's see if the capture works. We're gonna have to be a little more careful about that. I'll just remember not to do that next time. There will probably be crashes. These are just an inevitability of what I'm doing here. Alright, good. At least I remembered all this hotbar stuff. Plays Tina. Okay, I don't think I have anything over Tina right now. I'm okay with this. This is what I would call a good character. This is at least an A tier character on the tier list, if not S tier. Pilot. You can't just take somebody else's redeem. That's not how that works. Oh, Pilot is next in line. Did somebody else redeem? Did bad streamer miss a Pilot redeem? Oh, you did it right after classic guy, like 1 minute afterward. All right. Then we do Tina. Don't apologize. We just do Tina next. It's fine. Pilot's like mid. Pilot is mid, I would say. If I make a tier list, if I start doing tier list streams because I'm really just washed and out of content, Pilot is going in like C tier, I think. That's my take on that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that document. Don't look at that. That's not there. You're happy to be C tier. Okay, good. Just live it. Just earn it. C tier is still acceptable. That'll still get you a degree in college. Well, is it a degree? No, it's a diploma. You get a diploma from college, not a degree. You don't get a degree for going there. You got to pay the government. Well, sorry, not the government. The education system. Way too much money for that. We're not doing tier lists. Maybe at some point we'll do tier lists. All right, I can just make the pets be quiet. We'll do tier lists if I'm like really out of things to do, or I do like a redeem or something for it. Maybe that'll be a community incentive. It'll be like every other tier list in this game. It'll just be an opinionated list with no like scientific basis to anything. All right, let's go to a laboratory for this. Olmec. We always go here because there's always an easy level to do this in. We'll just go down here, we'll delete the torches because they constantly make noise, and then we have a nice, flat, empty space to do all our science in until I crash the game again somehow. And the other thing I'm going to do is I can also change my player's like entity ID really easily by just respawning my player. But let me turn on this cheat real quick. Disable death screen. So if I die somehow while I'm doing this, the level will never end, essentially, and I can just respawn myself using Spelunky. That's another thing that I want to do with these tests. Alright, so let's spawn in our platform. Why do I keep doing that? We don't need to do that. I have it right here. I put it here for a reason, and I just keep forgetting about it. Alright, we got our good snap, and I have a screenshot of all the entities that I wanted to do, and I need to be really careful not to lose these. I'm not going to spawn them all in at once because we're just going to be wasting time if I crash it again. But I have them off to the side, so I can like check what they were if I miss any at the end of this. Your Prinny had Tina as S tier. I don't even know anything about the game the Prinnies are from, so I can't relate to that. But it's probably great. I think I've seen it before, but I don't actually know anything about these characters and why people like them. Who's the highest character? That kind of depends on a lot of things. I play Valerie because I like Valerie, but also nobody plays as her. So like I could almost always, it's just, if you see Valerie, it's probably either Groomp or Cosine. I don't even know if Groomp plays this game anymore. As far as the one that like I actually like the appearance of the most, it's probably Liz. Yeah, I know, I mentioned Groomp. You might have stream delay. But I like Liz, Groomp, or not Groomp. Yeah, Groomp is in the tier list. I like Liz, Groomp, and Tina. Those are some of my favorite ones. Groomp is just up there. It's not Valerie. It's just Groomp. All right. Anyways, what are we trying to do here? We want to see if there's any differential behavior between like which thing is on the platform. That is what we were trying to do this whole time. So here's the bow. I don't think having the arrow in it matters at all. We can actually check that. So we have pilot. And then the bow. I don't believe the ID of the platform is important to this. We should be able to crush this bow. So create save state, jump on platform, bow is obliterated. So we know that works. We have a situation that can crush the bow. Let's try various different things to see if they all do the same thing to the bow. It should be the same exact interaction. If I spawn the bow after the entity, the bow will get destroyed. So this is not going to break the bow because the snake has a higher ID. But if I do that the other way around, so we're going to be using the bow a little bit, so that's not what I meant to do there. Let me put it on the hot bar real quick. Spawner, the bow, put that on the hot bar. Huh. Dragu, please fix. It's the crossbow sprite. Literally unusable software. WTF. Green plays Balor if he gets to S2. Oh, he does Trilons. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What are you WTFing, or did you come in late and you hadn't seen that yet? Yeah, that's what we're looking into here, is why do falling platforms do that? Alright, so the thing about this is if I spawn the snake... Just block this off here. If I spawn the snake and then the bow... So we don't need this bow here. Now the snake should be able to crush this. It did not. What did I do differently here? That's interesting. I wonder then if there is something... Alright, no, this is not what I was expecting. Let's look into this a little bit more closely here. This is an unexpected development. Let me also make a little pedestal to spawn enemies on so they don't do anything. Actually, I'll make it a pit. We'll put enemies in this little, like, baby jail pit over here. Alright, so let me recreate my save states. We don't need the bow. Alright, let's carefully figure out what happened there. I think it depends on ID, but we just saw an unexpected observation. So pilot and then bow. Stand on it. Doesn't do anything this time. I wonder if the falling platform ID does matter. Or it's some jank to do with the Olmec area, but I don't think it would. Let's see. So this is perfectly centered. There is more to it than just standing on the platform, apparently. I'm so glad we have the save states. Alright, so let's spawn the bow. Get ourselves in position here. I'm going to make another save state of this particular setup. Alright, this destroys it. This does not destroy it. But we know that we've seen that happen. We have seen that destroy it before. I wonder if that has something to do with the platform, like... Well, actually, no, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't break yet. That is peculiar. Let's watch this frame by frame. Because this is going to make it more interesting if there's a different behavior depending on whether it's on top or not. So that would be the frame where this platform should have broken. Right there when it clipped into this. And we got a crush instead. Now if I go ahead and set this off, and then I just back off of it, we should see it break on that frame. Yeah, right there. That was the same frame. It clipped a little bit into it. It applied the knockback to the bow, and this falling platform is in, like, the dying state. It's going to disappear on the next frame. Stand on the platform without hanging on it first. Yeah, we can try that. That shouldn't matter, but, like, none of this should be happening like this. I feel almost like I should go back to Volcana to test this, because just in case there is some obscure jank on this Olmec level... Let's test a couple more things here first, and then maybe we want to go back to Volcana. So if we just straight up set it off like this and then get off of it, it should just break. Right. Next frame, it's going to break. Yeah, it just breaks. Now, if we stay on it for the entire time... No, it still breaks. So let's see, our ID order is pilot, then platform, then bow. Usually the platform would have a lower ID than the player. Yeah, there might be layers to this for what's going on here. Here's what we're going to do. I'm getting paranoid, and this is such a bizarre interaction to begin with. We're going to go to Volcana. We're going to find a nice quiet area that doesn't have a bunch of lava everywhere. We're going to flatten it out. I'm going to use explosions to get rid of these chains so that I don't crash my game by just deleting them manually. And we have a natural falling platform here, so let's try to preserve this. As a Magmar almost sets off the goddamn platform while I'm doing this. Go away. Nobody likes you. You are a terribly designed enemy and you should not be in this game.
Cosine to Okufumo.
Thank you, Captain, for the Prime resub. Always appreciated. Just block all this off here. Oh my god, my spacebar is... Oh, what is going on? Oh, what have I done? Just hold up a sec. We're having a hardware malfunction here. My spacebar has been getting real finicky, and I think it's at the end of its rope here. Well, a good thing we're not actually going to be playing the game today, but that is going to be really annoying to deal with now. Oh god, what have I done? I wonder if I could save this with tape. Just give me just a second, chat. I need to save this with tape. Okay. I think that'll last for the stream. So there has been a crack developing on my spacebar. This keyboard is like 10 or something years old, and I have probably pressed this spacebar like hundreds of thousands of times, and a crack finally started developing through the middle of the spacebar after all that. And it's like starting to bend, and it is getting stuck in the wrong position now. But like the genius I am, I have taken a piece of tape and put it across the top, and it works again. Don't use spacebar for gaming. I've discussed this before. I can't change that. I don't have anything else I can like press to do this that works properly with my muscle memory and the position of my thumb. Like, I use shift to walk in this game. I use space to jump. I could like move it up to like V or C or something, but it is just so wrong at this point. I just need to get a better keyboard that has a space bar that is as responsive as the other buttons, is what I need to do. What about a gamepad? I never want to play this game on a gamepad again. Playing it on stick was awful, and then also the inability to press more than one face button at a time without like cramping my fingers to throw a rope and jump at the same time. I'm not playing this game on gamepad. That was an awful experience, and I broke like 2 D-pads playing this game on it. Well, not the D-pads themselves, but the contacts underneath. I had to have them replaced, which was cheap but annoying to do. But yeah, I use spacebar for gaming, and I know that that's not ideal, but I think if and when the time comes to buy a better keyboard, which is looking real soon, if I can't use Gorilla Glue on this, I'll have to find out if this actually works or not. I will have to buy a new keyboard, and I'm going to get one that has like a better spacebar button, like half keyboard. Like, yeah, if I had one that had 2 spacebar halves, so that it's a smaller button and it's just more consistent and responsive, I'd probably go for that. But for now, I have to see if I can salvage this, because I still don't have a job, and I want to get an expensive ass keyboard that'll last a long time and feels nice, and I need to do research. Don't worry about it, chat. For now, we are going to look at a falling platform science. Cosine has a broken spacebar. You can all point and laugh, and we'll figure it out. I'll figure it out at some other time. Get a fight stick. Playing this game on a fight stick. So what we were doing there is we were just destroying all the chains and all the other stuff that was in the way, because I want a nice clean environment to test all this in. And the dog is just going to patiently sit there and not make any sound for the entire time. Just delete all this stuff. Alright, perfect. And we'll do this with border tiles under it, because that I'm almost certain doesn't matter at all, if there's border tiles or not. If we start observing even more inconsistent results, we'll do something about the border tiles. Alright, so we have falling platform, character, and then whatever I spawn in under it. So let's make our save state again. Actually, I'll make the save state before I spawn in any entities. Alright, so we got our save states. Alright, put this bad boy down here, and do all our tests. Crushes it. Ledge hanging to standing. Doesn't crush it. Okay. I don't know how we had that happen earlier, if that has something to do with a specific like setup, but we have permutations that we could try for the ID orders, so there's plenty of things that we could do to test this. And then triggering it and getting off, it just breaks it like that. And then just for funsies, I'm going to test it with the dog as well. So put the bow back under it, put the pet on it, and we don't get a crush from that interaction either. And the pet in this case, I think, has a higher ID than the platform. So it would be the same interaction as pilot. It looks like a bear face on the wall. I don't see it. Use Task Wizard. I can't use Task Wizard for this because this game state, this save state here, I cannot capture that with Task Wizard and then like play an input sequence. Task Wizard is going to be playing back from the start of the level. And the level didn't look anything like this when it started, so I cannot use Task Wizard for this. I'm going to add save state support to Task Wizard. but those still can't be serialized yet, meaning that I can't like close my game and open it again and then load a save state. The save states in this game do not encompass the entire like memory state of the game. It's only a specific like subset of it. Once you leave the level, the save states that I have right now are invalid and I can't get them back, and I have to set this all up again. They're limited. We may get more like tools to play with the save states later, but for now they are limited to this one level in this one game session and nothing else. Can I stand on it and then grab the ledge? Yeah, why not? Let's try that. And that was a ledge flip. Put this up again. Yeah, so that appears to be the same. Yeah, that's what we're doing, heck. That's what we're doing. We're figuring it out. It's finally time to understand the jank because we have save states now. But we're already seeing some inconsistencies. Like, why would ledge hanging work differently than standing on the platform? And I believe there's more entity ID jank going on than I had previously believed. So now we're going to test a different setup. So this platform has a lower ID than the player character does. What if we took something that had a lower ID than the falling platform? Or in other words, spawn the platform after the player character does. So I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to make a second one over here and make a new save state. We're going to leave this one behind because it's lower than pilot. We have one that's higher than pilot now. And then we have the bow. So let me make my save states again. Let's put a couple of them here. Let's see if this interaction is any different. So the only difference here is that this platform has a higher ID than the player. This is not normally possible, but there can be other entities in the level that can have this ID, and we'll be testing those later. So we still get a crush interaction from that. And if we stand on it, we still don't get one. So this doesn't seem to be fundamentally different. I'm not sure why. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Does anyone remember way back at the beginning of this, wasn't I standing on the platform on one of these tests and I was able to crush the bow by doing that? I'm almost certain that we did that. Like, that was one of the test cases and I was able to get it to happen. If it also depends on where you are in the level, then this just got even worse. Yeah, maybe the floor. I'm trying that now. But we were doing this in the Olmec level before I crashed the game, I think, or I don't remember when I crashed the game, but we were doing this in the Olmec level, and it was also not working the same way. We'll also try different heights. There's a few things that we could do here. So we have player, platform, and then bow, in that order. And we could try it with this one as well. I can move it if I need to. So make the save state. Ledge hang destroys the bow. Stand on the top. That one destroyed the bow. Now, did it have something to do with these floor generics, or was it something to do with my position in the level? I went to Olmec after the crash. Okay, we just didn't do much in Olmec because I started getting paranoid. And with good reason, because I don't know why this is any different. We can actually set up both of these, so let's... No, dude! No, why did that crash? I deleted the floor while I was hanging on it. I thought they patched this. Overlunky, please. Why are you like this? I thought this was patched. If you just delete a floor you're hanging on. Oh god, it's gonna be a long day, chat. Oh, it's gonna be a long day. Let's not calculate. Don't do that. No, get that out of my chat. No, I don't want to talk about this. Oh god. Why did that crash? Oh, this is gonna be awful. Is the speed of the platform the same when you stand on it or grab the ledge? There's a lot of things that we need to test here. Bed bad. Yep, no, that's fair. No, I deserve that. I deserve that. Alright, we're gonna have to get real good at setting these up. Crashes are fun. None of these crashes have had anything to do with the falling platforms. They've just been me doing things with Overlunky and having the game crash because of it. It's the worst thing. It's like, these are not even funny crashes, like we discovered something new. These are literally just Overlunky crashing my game because I clicked on the wrong thing. Alright, so we picked our character. I don't know if it's been 30 minutes, but that's fine. I don't despise Pilot. Pilot, again, is just a mid-tier character at best. Let's go back to the bottom of the level. We gotta turn this on again. Make all the nuisances go away. Dust control, apply changes. Alright, good. Nothing is going to make any noise anymore. We can do our testing down here. Let me also put explosions on the hotbar so I could quickly just obliterate the level. I'm sure that's not gonna bite me later. There was no one in that coffin, I'm pretty sure. And we're just gonna spawn in the platform because I can do what I need to get the ID to be correct. Just remove that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Be very careful not to do this to anything I'm hanging on. All right, let's go back to natural like situations, because we know that normally you can't have a platform with a higher ID than the player. Like you can't clone falling platforms or anything. That's not a thing in this game. You can't clone active floors. So let's spawn a natural situation. So I'm gonna put one. Let's see. I'll just stick it. I don't know, like over here. We'll put a falling platform here. That's a regular platform. Falling platform right there. 2 tiles above the ground. We'll just put 3 above it as well over here, just to make this easier to test. And you know what? 4, just for funsies. We'll do one for 4 as well. Break all this. I don't think any Magmars can get to me here. I say as a Magmar proceeds to try to set off all my falling platforms. So we'll be doing that real quick. Alright, so here's our test situation. We've got these. Now what I need to do is make sure that this setting is turned on and then kill my player character and respawn them. Let me save these options. So I need to kill my player character and then respawn them. I think it's in here. Alright, turn God mode back on. So now we have like a natural spawn situation. The platform's generated and then the player character has a higher ID. And then the bow that we brought into the level with us has a higher ID than the player does. So we're going to spawn 3 bows. We're going to make our save states. We're going to try not to crash the game again because I'm getting real tired of doing that. Let's see what happens. Ledge hang. Crushes it. Ledge hang. Crushes it. And all of them got destroyed. So that didn't appear to make a difference for those height scenarios. It doesn't seem to be super precise. So if the order is falling platform, player, and then bow, it gets crushed pretty much in any realistic case. Maybe some of the higher ones don't do it. We'll come back to that because I need to focus on like one specific thing, which is why does standing on it sometimes not work. So that appears to work. That works. And that one works. So that's consistent. Now what if the floors aren't here? So just obliterate all that. I know the heights are different. We'll check it with a lower platform in a moment here if this doesn't do anything interesting. Interesting. I wonder... Hold on. I wonder if this has to do with the room boundaries. So the game has a room here. The rooms at the bottom, the labels aren't showing up, but these are like invalid, I think is what these bottom rooms are flagged as right now. I wonder if the game's crush mechanics have trouble pushing things out of bounds. Like out of the level boundary. Like you can go here. The kill plane is like off camera, like I think 3.5 tiles down or something. You can go here. But I wonder if the crush mechanics try not to put things in that area. And that's the reason why we're not getting consistent results from this. Because that also happens. So if I move all this up a little bit, I wonder if the border tiles are going to be able to work the same way. So let's load this in. And let's use border tiles instead. Well, actually, now let's be diligent about this. Let's try 1 tile above the out of bounds. And I'm gonna have to be standing on it the whole time. If I get off, it won't do it. So I have to be in contact with it. Now let's try it with border tiles. I'm being like thoughtful about what I delete here because I really don't want to crash my game a 3rd time. Like we were only like 1 hour and I've already crashed twice. This is not a good pace. So if we go ahead and do this, let's see if this particular setup will cause a crush or not by just standing on it. Crush. And crush. So this is extremely bizarre because for some reason, ledge hanging is able to crush them all the time, but standing on it will only crush them if they're not getting pushed into the out of bounds. That doesn't make any sense. Like, that makes literally no sense to me that that's how this would work. Because that is capable of destroying it. But this, like the same thing except I'm standing on it, is not able to do it. It's like, it matters like where my player is on this platform while I'm doing this for some reason. And it's not even that it tries to crush it and then fails. It literally just does the default behavior, what it's supposed to do. It just breaks instead. So I don't think this had anything to do with like being on border tiles. I think it has to do with where I am in the level. Let's try a different room boundary. So there's one up here that we can test with. So we know what the rough setup is. I need platform first, so I'm going to move these platforms. I hate Magmar so much. Let's reload the save state. Let me go up here. I should just delete all the lava from the level, but whatever, that blocks it off. There's no more Magmars, no more lava that can get in here. We don't have to worry about that. Let me recreate the save states. Let's try it up here on this room boundary instead. So what I could do here is I'm just going to do it with this one platform for now to see if we find a pattern, and I'm going to move this platform up, I think 7 or 8 tiles. Let's see. If I try to drag it with Overlunky, it's going to like detach itself from space. It's going to stop floating magically, as platforms do. So let's see, position Y. I don't want to deal with that because that's going to briefly put it out of bounds. Plus just 8, 1 room height. Oh, that still moved it. Okay, that's gonna be annoying. How do I move these things without them doing that? Is there one in the level? There's one right there. Let's just try to do it with this one real quick because we already have one in the level here. So let's set up the super basic like arrangement. So we're in the middle of the room here. Standing on this thing should cause it to obliterate the bow. So here's our setup. Make our save state. If I hang on this, it should destroy it. If I stand on it, it should destroy it. Now, what if I try to do all that except down here? So hopefully the height doesn't matter for this. But what if I do it and it tries to shove it across a room boundary? I would be very upset if a room boundary actually matters for this, because it shouldn't. Under no circumstances should the room boundary do anything. But this game is stupid, so ledge hang should crush. Ledge hang always seems to crush. Standing on it. Oh my god, who made this video game? Okay. Let's see. So if we were to move that up just 1, so it's in this room, and we stand on it. Well, we got jank there. It didn't crush because I think it got shoved out to the side. Well, we're gonna investigate clipping in a little bit here, but if we do that one again and we have a floor on both sides, we should get the crush interaction, because I believe it could get shoved down through the floor as well. Let me just look at that real quick. No, that actually crushes it, but it can get shoved out to the side. We're gonna have to come back to that, and if I ever say I'm gonna come back to something and then I forget and never do it, I apologize, but I'm also going to blame chat for not reminding me, because I have streamer brain, which means I have brain rot, and I'm also playing Spelunky 2, which is an additional brain rot multiplier. So forgive me if I forget to do something I said I was going to check later, and if you really want to see it, tell me about it before I'm ending stream, and I will like try to weasel it back in. It happens though. So anyways, here's this situation. We expect this to be a crush. So, save state. We get a crush interaction. So I would come back after I got milk from the store. Look, I forgot. I got distracted, and I ended up living a new life somewhere else. These things happen. It can happen to anybody. So that's a crush. I'm checking both of these just in case anything weird happens, and that's a crush. All right, perfect. But if we delete this, this is still going to be a crush. But this one is no longer going to be a crush. And if I'm going to put the floor under here just to be consistent about this, make sure it always has a thick floor. We like dummy thick floors around here, but it should be the same exact thing. Like bins. I didn't want to say anything about bins, but I think that's part of what's going on here for some reason. So, all right, let's think about this, chat. What do we think is going on here? Yesterday, a sorceress spawned a snake across the floor. If it hit a diagonal, like a sorceress dagger hitting a diagonal here, can spawn the entity like through the diagonal. That's a thing that can happen. That's just jank. It's just collision jank with the dagger shots and where it actually chooses to spawn the enemy, because the spawned enemies from sorceress daggers have lenient crushing, as I've been calling it, where it tries to put the entity not in the wall that the dagger collided with, and that might snap it into a corner. We don't know how that crushing mechanic works exactly, but it tries to shove it out. Shot through the floor, there wasn't such a diagonal. If you got a clip, you can give it to me, but we're not going to look at it right now. You're free to give me clips on the stream or post them on the Discord, and I will eventually get to them if they're interesting enough. But there's some things that have been on my to-do list for ages. Like, it varies depending on, like, just what the flow of the stream is like. But I could look into that at some point if it's sufficiently interesting and I have a good time slot to do it during one of these streams. But for now, we are figuring out falling platforms, because my god, I named my stream after a meme about Super Mario 64, and we need to live up to that meme by actually figuring out exactly what is going on here, or at least exactly enough that we could, like, consistently predict what's going to happen with every interaction that we see here. Man, this tape is great. My spacebar is like brand new. So good. God, I love tape. Tape just fixes so many things. That's like the fourth thing on my computer I think I fixed with tape now. Amazing stuff. Truly a modern marvel. But what do we think is going on here? So it has nothing to do with the out of bounds room. It is just room boundaries like this. I think the obvious next thing to do is see if anything happens if we go like a little further down. So what if we put it like here instead? So now it's one below the room boundary. Let me make a save state. Let's see if anything interesting happens. So again, ledge hang should crush. Always works so far. We haven't seen a single ledge hang situation that did not result in it getting pulped. And then we have this. So that's back to a crush. That's normal behavior. It is like specifically this spot right here that is causing a weird jank interaction, and none of the other ones are doing it for some reason. That is so bizarre. And I'm just checking my sanity here. Crush, and then this is the one edge case that doesn't result in a crush, is this one right here. This game is incredibly weird. We haven't even tested any of the other entities yet. We're just trying to figure out why this particular one happens. What happens if it's on the loop barrier in CO? I mean, it can't be. You cannot, so if the loop boundary is right here, you can't also have like a solid floor underneath it. Like the teleporting border is occupying that slot here. You're gonna touch the teleporting border. I mean, there's some like super cursed things you could do in Cosmic Ocean, but it's really one or the other with the teleporting border. I'm trying to, for now, test realistic situations to understand what we've been observing so far. Yeah, if you stick a floor there, I think you could probably stack the teleporting border with the floor, but it would be really cursed and weird, because I'm pretty sure that the teleporting border is tagged as a floor entity. Now, let's see. Yeah, teleporting border is a floor entity, which means it occupies a grid slot, and this game uses grid slots for different interactions from like normal entities. Like some things work like entities, and then some things work on a grid that is only checking for floor entities, like these like floor generics or the out of bounds like border tiles down there. And the teleporting border is a floor entity that occupies a grid slot. So essentially you cannot have a floor and a teleporting border in the same spot. And if you try to force that to happen, I don't know what would occur. It might crash the game, or one of them is probably a dud, is what I would guess would happen. Like one of them would get prioritized by by interactions. The point is it's unrealistic though. So for now, we are gonna stick to realistic situations and try to understand what's going on here. Thank you, Harp. Delicious tap water. I want to understand what the heck is going on right now. Before we like test any more crushing interactions, are there any more like bizarre room boundary edge cases? Because it looks like we have bin logic in this game. And if nobody knows what bins are, I don't know what bins are either. If somebody in Spelunky HD's like science community wants to explain it, feel free. But the gist of it is bins are like essentially a bin, like that you have a bunch of entities in, and they are in some way prioritized for collisions. I don't know exactly how it works in HD, but essentially, like, entities are grouped together based on where they are on the level. There's like invisible like blocks of the level. I don't know what the sizes are. I don't know if they're like 4x4, if they're room sized or something. But all the entities in that room have physical interactions, and entities across two different bins interact differently. 4x4, that's what I thought. I thought they were 4x4, but they interact differently for collisions across bins. Like certain collision interactions are different in that situation. That's all I know about bins. And we have something going on here with room boundaries, where for some reason, this interaction is just playing out differently because the floor that this bow is like getting pushed into or something, or some other part of this interaction is in a different room. You can have active floors in the teleporting floors. Yeah, but those are active floors. Active floors are just entities with solid collision. That's literally all an active floor is. An active floor is an entity in this game that they needed to give a solid hitbox to. This is an active floor. It has a solid hitbox. Crush Trap's active floor. These two things, active floors. Olmec is an active floor. The Handan raising floor, that is an active floor. But teleporting borders are regular floors, so they use the grid system, and I'm not gonna mess with those right now. Maybe later. Probably not. I'm gonna be clean. We're probably not gonna test that case because it's such a bizarre edge case that is not possible in the vanilla game. But that's like the distinction between regular and active floors. What if the floor you use for the falling platform is made of push blocks? There are a lot of things that we want to test here. Like, we could check that. We could see if that behaves differently in some way. So we got push blocks now. Let's see if that does anything unique, because now this is an active floor, which is using a slightly different collision system than regular floors. I don't know what the slightly different system is, because I don't fully understand this, but let's see what happens here. So ledge hang destroys it. We'll actually do that one in slow motion as well to see if it's any different, because we haven't checked crushing against solid floors yet, or active floors yet. But it looks exactly the same, and we know that push blocks have aggressive crush mechanics. So it looks like the origin point is in the floor now, and then on the next frame the game says, nah, nope, too much, we're getting rid of that. So if we go back to this and stand on it, let's watch slowly to see if anything different happens. And do telepack TPing Handan floor. Yeah, the telepack can rest on an active floor, but it cannot rest on a regular floor. Regular floors use a different system for that. That's why the telepack can teleport active floors only. And it still breaks. So it doesn't seem to care what is underneath it, just that there's solid collision underneath it. And it's only here. It's only if the thing that it's resting on is down there. So we have something very cursed that we can do. This is not normal, but it may help us understand why this is happening. But I can offset these. I can set these to no gravity and float them like across this boundary and see if we could figure out what's going on because of that. So let me delete these. This is actually good that we checked this scenario. So I don't care if it gets clipped to the side or if it gets pushed in. I just want the platform to not break. That is the only thing I care about here. So what we can do with this entity here is go to the flags, turn off gravity, and then we can move it. And it basically becomes like a half and half, like 50% floor. Like this. It's at half a tile now. And then you can see here, if I unpause, it just floats. So we're going to test a little bit with this situation. Let me make a save state with this. Let's see if this particular one does it. And I'm testing both every time. So that one we got to crush. Like, again, it didn't crush because the bow was able to escape out to the side. But the important part is it didn't break on the bow. It just went through it. I can replay that one here real quick just to convince everybody and myself. You can see here, it's the same exact thing, except the bow got shoved out to the side by whatever the collision mechanic is to save it from getting crushed into the active floor. It got pushed out to the side. I don't know how this works. We might figure out how this works along the way, but if we see that happen, then that's what would have been a crush if this floor was flat. I just don't feel like moving all three of these push blocks at once because I'm lazy. So we're not going to do that. Now if we stand on it instead, it looks like we're getting a crush here. And yeah, then it gets shoved out to the side. We get a lenient crush and it puts it out to the side. So having it down this low was enough to save it from the weird, like, room border interaction. But of course, we're gonna move this up a little bit and try again. I don't want to mess with absolute Y. Absolute Y is weird and doesn't always update immediately. But now we have this interaction here. So the origin point of this bow is in this upper room. All right, let me make sure it wasn't previously. Yeah, so here the origin point was in the lower room. And now if we move it up a little bit, I'll actually move it up less than that. Now the origin point is just barely in the upper room. And if I had to guess like part of this, it probably has something to do with the origin point of where the bow is. So there's our test. Save state. Ledge hang. Should be a crush like it usually is. And it is. Nothing out of the ordinary there. And we stand on it. Looks like we're getting a crush here, and it shoves it out. So it doesn't necessarily have to do with where the origin point of the bow is, because we still got a crush interaction. Though interestingly, it did shove the bow out further down, and I don't know why that happens. But we have way too many things to worry about here. So let's move it up a little bit more and see if we can figure out the exact boundary where the jank kicks in. So let's go all the way up to like 0.9. So we're almost, but not quite, in this room. Let's see if anything different happens here. Save state. Ledge hang. Shoves it out to the side. Stand on it. Yeah, it's looking like just having any part of the bow in that lower room is causing a different interaction to happen. We got shoved out again. All right, so let's go really close to the edge here. I messed up my save state. Hold on. I have a better one. We just go back up here. I overwrote the wrong one, but we can just get the platform back and set that up again. Streamer bad. Alright, so this is what we were doing here. So let's place all these. I'm gonna make multiple save states of this one. Delete all that. Okay, so here's our test setup again, and we'll drop the bow. It has the wrong sprite for a second. Just ignore that. That's not real. And let's give this anti-grav. Sovia, thank you for the resub. Thank you for continuing to support my ludicrously inconsistent streams. Always appreciated. Never expected, even for mods. Like my mods, I promise I'm not forcing them to do this. They do this themselves. Alright, there's our position. Alright, so let's just move it like just a teensy little bit down. Alright, so this is like just a couple like pixels, not even pixels away from being in the upper room here. So let's make 2 save states so I don't screw this up this time. There we go. Alright, so we got a couple save states. Well, I should be able to reload them now. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so there's that one. And let's see. Let's go ahead and crush it. That shoves it out. It seems to always be biased to the right. Maybe we'll figure out like what the rules are for that later. Load it again and then stand on it. And it breaks. So it didn't quite have to be here to get the differing mechanics. I'm gonna try to like lock in on approximately what the number is for this. So let's go back to this. Let's take one of the 9s off of the number, so it's a teeny tiny bit lower now. I'm gonna stop doing the ledge hang scenario because it looks like that doesn't matter. We'll test ledge hanging when I hone in on what the actual number is. That's weird. Why? It moved like a couple times during that one, but it didn't break the platform. I'm gonna have to test the ledge hanging again on that one. That was bizarre. I have to check that one again. Alright, so let's try that one with ledge hanging. Alright, so it clipped in for a couple frames, and then it just got shoved out to the right. I need to pay attention to exactly when this happens. We're trying to figure out why the ledge grab is different. If you ledge grab from the right, it's also pushed to the right. I should check that. Yeah, let's look at that. I think it's always to the right, but let's find out. Why this game do be like that, I don't know. This game is an abomination. Yeah, it's still to the right. I don't think the side that you ledge hang on actually does anything. Well, let's watch this frame by frame. So we ledge hang. That's very close to a collision. I wonder if that's a collision. Let's see here. I don't want to accidentally pick these up, so I need to just check the hitboxes like this. So the hitbox of 1219 bottom, and let's get the top of the bow. 8393. Not the bottom. I need the top of the bow. They are actually overlapping. Like, this is a floating point precision, like, boundary here. Just so happens to be that they're touching each other. Just barely. Maybe if the bow is facing left. We could also look into that. That could matter. Quillback gets a different crush mechanic based on, like, the shield and the player facing in a certain way. They're what each other? They're overlapping by, like, 200,000ths of a unit right now. This is floating point precision. Is the difference between these touching or not touching. So the bow probably thinks that it is getting hit by this block right now. Very carefully pick it and have a look at the entity. But it doesn't have any velocity because it wasn't a collision. It is just, it's getting pushed by, like, the crush mechanics is what's going on right now, but it doesn't have any velocity. So what I think we're gonna get that weird, like, sliding mechanic for one of these interactions. This one in particular, it hasn't, like, done anything yet, and then it gets shoved straight out to the right. I don't know if we're gonna be able to answer this part, like why this interaction happens. We're just trying to figure out what the falling platforms are doing right now. But if we do the same exact thing and stand on the platform instead, yeah, you can see there, it moved immediately. I do wonder if the falling platform is moving differently. So this is the first frame, again. And if we look at those two entities again, so the bottom of the platform versus the top of the bow, it's hard to read this, it's kind of small, but these are the same. The bottom of the falling platform is exactly the same in this situation, but the bow started moving earlier. And I'm just because I'm standing on it instead. And if we keep frame advancing, it still goes to the right, but, like, the game moved it a couple times first. What if there's a wall to the right, but a corner hole? I highly suspect it's going to clip through the corner. But again, that's not what we're trying to test here. I'm trying to just understand why the platform isn't breaking sometimes, and is breaking other times. And I'm at a loss right now. I'm trying to think what could play into this. Why would hanging on the ledge cause it to break differently? And does it potentially have something to do with my character's, like, position relative to this falling platform? And we know that I don't even have to be hanging on the platform to get this to happen, so let's try a couple situations like that. We know that I could just be standing next to the platform and still get an interaction like this to occur if I jump at the right time. So let's see here. How do I want to test this? Let me make another save state. I mean, I could just put these floors back in and do a couple tries with this. So if we save that and ledge hang, should shove it out to the right. Or no, it should crush it, right, because I put floors back, so it's not going to shove it down anymore. If I stand on it, this is where we're going to get the weird interaction. It moves it a little bit, and then it gives up. Like, it moved it for a couple frames, gave up, and then crushed it. So we know that the platform is behaving differently if I'm standing on it versus if I'm ledge hanging, but there's the third case, which is what if I'm just on the side of the platform, not hanging on it at all. So let's see what that one does. And I guess we could also trigger it by standing on it and then ledge hang, but I don't think the trigger mechanic has any effect on the outcome. You can see it still got shoved straight down. But then if I use a ledge hang and then stand on it instead, it's going to move it to the side for a couple frames. So it just has to do with how I'm standing on it when the platform gets here, not how I set it off. So we should be able to rule that out. So that said, we're going to stand on it. And then we're going to put my character, like, here. And then I need to jump right as the platform is about to hit the bow, so that I'm touching it on that frame. So I'm touching the platform, and it's touching the bow. And that is preventing it from doing that, and we're getting the ledge hang interaction by doing this. So this is the variant that we get by ledge hanging, by just standing next to it like this. Or I have to jump because the bow is taller than the player. If I try this with a shorter object, we'll probably be able to not have to jump at all. But yeah, we get the straight down crush, which means this is the same outcome as the ledge hang. I am so confused by this. This makes me almost wonder if there's like two systems in place. But like the question is, why would the falling platform even care if I'm hanging on it or standing on it in this situation? I think we need to try this with a couple different entities to see if we get a different outcome, because I'm kind of coming up dry on this. So let's see here. Platform, pilot, then bow. So we have platform, hamster, and then bow. How convenient that this is right here. Alright, so hamster sitting on top of the platform. We get the same behavior as me standing on it, where we get it shoved to the side a bit and then it gets destroyed. And all this is happening, remember, all this is happening on this weird push block that is just ever so slightly lower than it normally would be. At the level, at the boundary for the room. Okay, I need to finish my thought there. So we could try this other situation, which is if this hamster was touching the platform as it came in contact. So like this. I need to turn off grid snap for this. Huh. I wonder if that's been just not happening because I have God mode on. I wonder why that hit the hamster. You think the game detects collision of me and the platform at the same time, resulting in the bow getting pushed as it should get crushed? Yeah, that's my theory, but the problem is I don't understand why that collision interaction would work differently. My going theory for the crush interaction is that the falling platform picks the first thing that is touching it that is eligible to be hit by it, and then it ignores, or rather not eligible to be hit by it, it picks the first thing touching it that is eligible to set it off. And then it ignores anything else that it is in contact with. So it like will not actually like do it. It will not do its braking check. And then the collision engine for like crushing things takes over instead. Because there's two different types of collisions here. There's what just happened to the hamster where it got hit by the platform. And then if that collision fails, there is a crush mechanic that will try to push the bow out of the falling platform. We're disabling the impact collision somehow as a result of this jank, and it is causing the crush mechanics to take over, and that's the thing that people are confused by, because that's not supposed to happen. That's in Spelunky HD, these things were supposed to crush stuff that was under them. They don't do that in this game. They're supposed to break, but they just sometimes don't for some reason, and that's what we're trying to figure out here. What I'm confused by here is why the hamster got hit by the platform in that situation. And I wonder if just putting it like up on a little pedestal like this would cause anything interesting to happen. So the hamster is aligned to this block right here, which means it should be in contact with this falling platform when it gets down to the bow. So if we do this particular test, you see now we get the weird interaction. But on the next frame, this falling platform I think is not going to be touching the hamster anymore. And then it broke on the frame that it was no longer touching this. Then it suddenly wasn't in contact with anything that can set it off, and then it became eligible to hit the bow, and it did that before it had gotten low enough to crush the bow. So we got this weird like hybrid interaction where it actually fell further than it normally would, but then it broke anyways because this contact was destroyed. So if I set that up again, but then I drop the hamster down a little bit, like right at the last second. So like that. It stays in contact the whole time, and then it crushes the bow. The interaction that we would have seen if I was just standing on it. Is pilot mid? Hey, mods still lurking here? I'll make it in a moment if not. But yeah, here's... It seems like it really doesn't matter what is touching it. If it's the player, if it's the hamster, it just matters if you're standing on it or not. Because, again, if I put the hamster up here, we get the sliding interaction, which is the one that I got when I stood on it. So there's just a difference between touching it and then standing on it. For some reason, we might just have to accept that there are two different cases going on here, and ledge hanging as a player or touching the side seems to be the more consistent one for crushing it, because standing on it has this weird room boundary interaction, and it also has this weird like ejection interaction where it's trying to shove the bow to the side for a couple frames. God, we've only tested this with a bow. This is going to be a long segment. There's so much to unpack here because I've just never done science on this before. Like, we still don't even have the answer to the question of why does this room boundary matter at all? Like, why does it do anything? And what we could probably check here is whether these room boundaries have any effect either. So we've got a lot going on here. So let me load one of these save states. Let's go back to this, because we're not really figuring out anything about why the floor matters. Let's try horizontally. Let's see if anything horizontal has an effect on this. So let's eliminate the bottom floor as a factor. This platform, the door itself doesn't do anything for this interaction. Let's spawn one in over here and see if anything interesting happens. So the usual setup, falling platform, I'm going to commit die and then respawn myself so that I have a higher ID than the platform. We don't know if that matters yet, but I am just trying to eliminate as many variables as possible. Go to the players, respawn myself, God mode back on. I didn't mean to stand on that. I want to reload that state. No, I'm just gonna leave that for now. We could always put that back later if we need it. I didn't mean to land on that one. But here's our setup. So platform, then pilot, then bow. That's the classic. You brought the bow into the level. So I'm gonna go ahead and just override all these save states so I don't lose this one. The difference here now is that we have a level boundary right here. So I could be on either side of this boundary. The bow could be on either side of this boundary if I stagger these like between tiles. Is that going to somehow change this interaction? So let's see. We have our save state. Let's just try it. So start with the ledge hang. This should be a crush. And it's a crush, so that's typical. Stand on it. That should be a crush as well because the bottom boundary is not there. And we got a crush. Looked exactly the same because no bottom shenanigans. I'm going to be on this side. Should also be a crush. And now I'm going to try something slightly different. I'm going to be in the room on the left while the platform is in the room on the right. But I'm standing on it, which is where we've been seeing weird interactions. That looks like a pretty typical crush. Nothing unusual happened with that one. And if we just do this set off here, or I do this and then I drop, I'm gonna jump at the last second here. Just wait for it to start falling. That was probably too late. Let me just move myself into it. I hit myself with it. Alright, redo that one. I don't have much time to react to it. I'm just holding down the frame advance key. I don't have much time to like react to it actually starting to move. So it's a bit hard to time this. Yeah, that one I was way too late. Alright, set it off, drop. I'm gonna move in a second here. I need to not be falling alongside it because I will ledge grab it before it finishes, which isn't simulating what I'm interested in testing. Yeah, I ledge grabbed, but we already saw it starting to go through the bow, so it's going to be the same outcome. So that doesn't seem to matter. Where I am doesn't appear to be relevant at all to this interaction. What I also wonder is if I set it off, and then I offset myself weirdly, but I'm still attached to it, I wonder if that'll do anything. Let's try this. This is a weird interaction that's not normally possible, but let's set our overlay, but we're not standing on it. I don't really care where my player is. It doesn't matter. It does matter if the camera gets wigged out. Oh my god, why am I all the way up there? Come on, game. It's still like 3 or something. Where's the camera hack? Oh, it's in the pause options, I think. Okay, that's close enough. We can see what's going on over there. Wait, where's the platform? Okay, I scuffed that one big time. I don't even know where the platform went in that situation. Okay, we set it off. We stand here. I'm gonna zoom it back in once I'm done with this. I just want to test this like super bizarre edge case. Oh, I moved the platform. I'm a doofus. P down y equals I don't know, like 3 or something. Good enough. All right, we're back in bounds. That's all I care about. What I'm trying to see here is whether having this as my overlay matters or not. Because if we look at my player entity is attached to the platform but not standing on it. Will this affect the crush at all? I'm not even in the same room. And I think it won't. I think it's just going to break. Yeah, well, that's what happened. It broke, and then I got, like, detached from it, and I got a weird teleport because of my relative coordinates. Is Pilot mid? The votes are in. That is 57%. Yes. Pilot is, in fact, mid. I didn't vote either. There's no bias here. So the people have spoken. Pilot is, in fact, a mid character. Not as bad as Classic Guy, though. Alright, we can zoom back in now. I don't remember what the hotkeys are for this. Control 1, I'm never going to remember that. It's too many things to remember. Too many buttons for my small, smooth streamer brain. Alright, so I just want to check that. So it does matter if I'm actually standing or ledge hanging or touching the side in some way. I have to be in contact with it. It's not sufficient otherwise. I have to be touching it. So I think standing on it only matters for the purposes of triggering the platform. But then being attached has no relevance to, like, this actual interaction here. Ledge hanging seems to be exactly the same as just touching the side. And then standing on it has a different interaction, but it's not just the standing on flag that's triggering this. There's something else, something to do with, like, where I am relative to it, perhaps. It's tough to say, and I'm trying to figure that out right now. But the one thing that we have not checked so far is if the bow is like this, for instance. So let's try this interaction here. So let me save that state, save it a couple times. I don't want to lose this one. Well, let's see what happens. So let's do the first case, hanging on it. In this case, I think the bow is just going to kind of get moved to the side. Yeah, the bow just kind of gets scooted to the side. Like, it's not in the middle anymore, so there's a very obvious place to put the bow. So the collision engine just does that. It shouldn't matter if you're left or right. I'm going to detach from it as well. Yeah, it just kind of scoots to the side immediately because that's what you'd expect it to do, given the jank. I mean, that's not what you would expect it to do, but with the jank that we're working with, that's expected. And then this one is probably going to also just scoot it to the side, and there it goes. And if we set it off and get off, it should break and knock the bow to the left. If it's perfectly centered, I think it always knocks it to the right. That's how most of these interactions work, because they couldn't be bothered to code in a special case to just do it straight up and down. But it should knock it to the left. It didn't break, though. It didn't break. It knocked it to the left, and then it gave up. And just kept falling. This rabbit hole just gets deeper every single time I try to do anything. Like, the bow was only touching it for, like, 1 frame before it got knocked out of the way. Like, how did the platform do this? It hit the bow. You would think, if you were a software developer and you had programmed this interaction, would you not have had the contact with the bow destroy the platform in the same, like, block of code? Like, just, it doesn't, every time I think I know what's going on here, just something that doesn't make any sense, something that no sane developer would do, just, like, crops up. The collision event has 2 steps. One of them knocks the bow out of the way, the other one breaks the platform, and apparently you can have only one of those things happen and not the other. Designed to torture my mind. I mean, this trolls speedrunners too when just random shit like this happens. All right, let's go back and try to piece together what's going on here. So let's watch it slowly. So we trigger the platform, we're not touching it, so it should break. That's the frame of contact. This bow got probably like 0.1 velocity in both axes. Position. Yeah, it got 0.1 on the X and Y, and then Y already got affected by gravity, but it got 0.1. That's usually what this kind of knockback does. Most of these interactions have like a fixed knockback speed. Derek watching getting depressed. He's not getting depressed. He's happy about this. Derek is a fucking troll. He's happy about this. The person who might be getting depressed is whoever actually programmed this. Derek does not care about this. Derek is enjoying this. Whoever programmed this, whether or not they had any standards, like surely they're at least feeling a pang of some regret for how badly made this was. Because this interaction doesn't make any sense at all. Why would these be two different checks? In what universe would this collision event need to happen in 2 steps, one of which can get skipped if the bow moves out of the way? Because the only thing I could think of that's happening here is the platform hits the bow gets velocity, the bow moves out of the way, and then the platform checks whether or not it's touching the thing that it just hit. Like in a different collision step, because there are multiple steps here. There's an update state machine like loop that the game goes through, and then there's a collision step, and maybe like one of those steps is doing one thing and the other step is doing the other thing. We have seen this kind of nonsense happen. This is why the back item dupe works, not like for the same reason, but the concept of things happening in a specific order in a single frame. And that order will occasionally result in something getting delayed until 1 frame later, and you get bizarre interactions like this. What is going on here? Let's try to move the bow a little bit further to the right and see if we get anything different. So that had the origin point over the boundary. First of all, does the boundary matter? I guess that's a good question to ask. Let's put the bow over here. Does the boundary have anything to do with this? Because that's what I was trying to test here before I discovered something new that doesn't make any sense. So this is the same exact thing, except the bow is to the right, inside of this one room. I'm just frame advancing through this. Same exact thing. Bow got knocked to the right, wasn't touching the platform anymore. And then the platform just keeps going, where it could probably hit a second entity if there was something down there. So if I just spawn, like, I don't want to do an arrow. Let's spawn a skull. No, something you can knock out of the way. What's a rock? Rocks are a bit taller. So let's put a rock down there as well, just to see, like, what the secondary interaction is if we do this. Alright, so do that. Save. Alright, set it off. Let's see what the secondary interaction is. Like, will it also hit the rock, or has it, like, run out of things to collide with? No, it hits the rock, and it breaks. You'll notice that both of those things happen on the same frame. You heard the sound effects. The platform is still there because, again, it's in a dying state right now. It's going to get despawned, like, as the next frame executes, but this platform has died at this point. I can't, like, salvage it anymore. At least I don't know how. But this happens on the same frame, and what this means is we have sub-frame interactions happening here. Platform hits bow. Bow gets knocked out of the way. Platform is no longer touching bow, so it just keeps going. It just scoots it out of the way. Which leads me to wonder, can you take damage from this? So I'm going to turn off God mode here, and I'm going to become the bow. So I am standing in a position where I should get hit by this platform, but then get knocked out of the way before it can actually, like, break. Will I get hit by this platform? Place your bets. I'm not giving you time to place any bets, but place them anyways. I don't know. I don't have a prediction for this. You take the damage, but it breaks. It fucking breaks. It knocks the bow out of the way. It doesn't break. But it hits a player, and it does break. What? All in on no? I don't remember what the yes and no were. Alright, let's try, like, right right on the edge. Let's get closer. Let's enhance. Alright, that's like there's a little bit, just a smidge, just a sliver. Do I have enough clips of people getting hit by platforms and not taking damage? Every single time I see that happen, though, it's a lenient crush interaction, not this. It's not this interaction here. What I'm trying to understand here, we can put the bow in the equation. No, let's not do that. Let's one thing at a time. That nudged me. That actually didn't hit me. It actually nudged me out of the way. I'm touching it now. So it fell through the rock. The rock is too short to be crushed, so we don't see any of that happen. You get a couple. Yeah, throw them on the pile. I don't even know if we're going to get to them all at this point. I didn't think this was going to be this convoluted already. We haven't answered a single, question about how this interaction works. I still, don't understand any of this. The only thing we know... Oh, there we go. Now that music is back. We still don't know anything about this other than the fact that something touching the falling platform with a lower entity ID will cause something with a higher entity ID to be ignored by the platform. That is the only thing we know so far. Nothing else here makes any goddamn sense. It broke. This is a different type of collision. As if this wasn't stupid enough. If it hits a player, and presumably monsters and mounts as well, we'll check it with a mount in a moment, but if it hits something that could take damage, I get hit. I get the knockback. It's probably 0.1. It's actually slightly less, a little bit less knockback. I don't know why. I'm not going to worry about the exact intricacies of the knockback that I took here. But I got roughly that knockback. There might have been a drag frame because I was on the ground. In which case, I got one frame of standing on ground drag before I got knocked into the air. That's probably what that is. It was 0.1. But the platform broke. Even though I wasn't under it after the collision frame. That could be entity ID order for a different reason, though. Let's pay attention to what's going on here. No, that doesn't make any sense because I'm higher than the platform. We're both higher than the platform, but for some reason the bow gets a free pass. If we move the bow a little bit further in, and then do this... Being bonk priority, and go figure a game mechanic would not favor the player. Actually, let's keep the origin of the bow ever so slightly outside of that tile. It broke. So that's the usual. This interaction doesn't break because the bow is out of the way too early. How far is the bow actually moving? The left side of the bow is overlapping this tile by about 0.11 units. Are we getting a double are we getting a push and a knockback? Is that why this is behaving differently? It gets knocked so far. I'm gonna move it a little bit more to get a slightly more definitive position here. Alright, so take my word for it. This bow is overlapping the tile by 0.15 units. That's what this little that's what this little lip is here. This little bit, this is 0.15 units wide right now. So the knockback from this platform only applies 0.1, which means this bow should not be able to get out of the way on the first frame of collision. So it's getting double tapped. How far is it going? So let me save. What is going on here? All right, we got the stats for the bow here on the left side. That's the push block. Right. Let's get the bow. We need something new here. All right, these are the stats for the bow. Position and velocity. Don't worry about absolute position. It's weird. And maybe it matters, but position and velocity. This is what we care about. It broke. So that was enough for it to actually break. You sent a couple non-crush clips. Oh my gosh, y'all keep putting it in Discord. I need to record a couple of these here. Okay, we have a new one. Oh, this is something else, right? Let me just check what this is. Oh, you're showing me the preenie skin, aren't you? Oh, that's okay. That's a cursed looking interaction. Yeah, okay. We're not gonna look at that right now. That's the sorceress thing from earlier. Let me keep that one in mind. All right, you DM'd me this. We're falling platform jank. Let me just copy the links to these. I don't know if we're gonna get to all of this. How deep are we in this stream? It's been 2 hours already, and I haven't answered any questions. Alright, let's copy this one. I think I copied message links accidentally for those other two. I need to fix those. I'll fix those myself. The ride never ends, chat. Okay, I got those saved. It's just so stupid. Sent a couple of non-crush clips. So these were situations where the player just had like a platform go through them or something. I'll have to look at them in a moment here. Let me finish my thought here before we start like going off on even more like tangents, because this is bizarre. So that hit the bow. I wonder if there's like a push mechanic before the collision is even occurring. Oh god. Alright, let's move it just a little bit. Alright, so we're putting it back over there. It is now 0.11 units overlapping the tile. You know, let's go for a little bit more than that. 0.12. 0.12 units of overlap for this interaction. Let's set it off and see what happens. Down you go. We got the boop. Alright, so how much boop did we get? I know what's going on here, sort of, but not entirely. The bow is getting two things are happening to the bow here. First, the bow is getting slid to the side for some reason. Like, it's getting pushed all the way to the side of the falling platform. And then it's getting the 0.1 units of velocity from the knockback. Like, both of those things are happening. So it has to be close enough to the edge to slide over just a little bit, and then it gets the knockback. Because this gap here is exactly the 0.1 from the knockback. Okay, so can we do that to the player? Is the player special enough to allow this to happen? So P.X. Let's see here. 23.5. So the player is points. How big is the player, any? 0.28? That doesn't sound right. We'll just check the hitbox. Right, can't print those. I don't know why those don't print properly. Oh, that doesn't work either. Fine, let's just type in width. I was just trying to be lazy. Okay, I made multiple mistakes there. Don't worry about that. 0.56. Alright, so that's how wide the player entity is. So 0.28 in either direction. 0.56 in total. That's what we're looking at for the player entity. So if we were to simulate this interaction here, we need to be about like 0.12 into the tile. So let's see, where's... I thought I typed this in. I guess I didn't. Alright, P.X. So we're going to set ourselves up at the tile boundary, plus the width of the player, minus the overlap that we want. That should be the exact same overlap that we had with the bow. That should be exactly the same. That is the 0.12. And that was enough to get the bow scooted out to the side. So let's try that. I gotta set it off. I could just put my player back in that position. Just make sure I'm on the ground. And we do not have God mode on for this, because I want to see if I get any weird knockback. Like, God mode will probably affect how this interaction works. Now, it's worth noting that I'm not the same height as the bow. And it's also worth noting that this game is stupid and might just interact differently, but that alone does not appear to be enough to get a freebie. Like, I got hit by this thing anyways. There's something super cursed you can do in this game, which is you can change the height of the player hitbox. It gets snapped back by most actions, but you can make your player a different size, and it sort of works sometimes, a little bit. So let's do that. The bow is... let's see. I really need to update my like toolbox mod to be able to like show like a HUD of certain like traits for these objects, because right now I don't have an easy way to see the hitbox of the bow. How high is the bow? That ain't it. 0.9. Alright, so let's see. The way you actually set this, I don't think you can write to the hitbox. I think that's a read-only object. Well, it's not read-only, but I don't think it converts back to the entity. So let's see. How does this work? It might just be p.height. No, so that's the sprite. Hitbox. I'm trying to remember how this works. And the other one is... yeah, it's something to do with this. I think if I just set that to 0.45, we'll get what we want. Alright, so now we have a tall player. It's just... my hitbox is just the same exact height as the bow. I'm gonna set my width, I think. You know what? Okay, not yet. We'll set my width if this doesn't do anything. The bow has a try to get away clause that monsters don't have, and if it manages to get away quickly, the platform can get through without breaking. But why the fuck does it get knocked back like that? Monsters can get crushed by this interaction too. There are clips of cavemen getting crushed, players getting crushed. It ain't just the bow. There's so much going on here with so much inconsistent jank that doesn't make a damn bit of sense. Like, you can get crushed by this. There are clips of players and cavemen and other things getting crushed by the platform. There's some try to get away mechanic here, but I don't understand why the bow is receiving the knockback from the platform. Like, why would the platform not break? Alright, let's try this first one. So we have that. Put ourselves back. It's so bizarre. I'm going to become the bow. I'm going to set my hitbox to be identical to the bow if this doesn't do what I think it's... or if this does what I think it's going to do. What I think this is going to do is stun me and break the platform. But I've been surprised by these things before. We're going to become the bow if this doesn't, like, do what I want it to do. We get hit, platform breaks. This stun is so fucking long. It is absurd. It's 4 seconds long, but also you get knocked into the air by that stun, so it's like an additional second on top of that. Can you believe the sticky traps have a 5-second stun? It's actually longer. Or it's something like that. Alright, chat. This is what we've always dreamed of. The moment we've all been waiting for. Become the bow that we've always dreamed of. Truly embrace the cosmic ocean. This is so stupid. Alright. I'm a bow now. Let's see, what else do I want to do here? Why that clause? Yeah, I don't even know. So our origin point is like the bow. Our position. Let's see, how wide was the bow? I don't remember what position I put the bow in for this. I think the bow was point something. I gotta check. Doesn't matter that I moved there. Let's see here. Alright, so the bow, also known as the player, 0.4. Okay, so I'm 0.4 wide. So I went for half, 0.2. That's where the bow was. This interaction would have knocked the bow out of the way. and we're gonna check that in a moment with the bow here, but let me do it with the player first. I am become bow, destroyer of runs, ruiner of co-op. Fucking, I am always so happy when the bow gets destroyed in a co-op run and it's not my fault because I don't have to go to the Cosmic Ocean anymore. It's just such a beautiful thing. Like, I'm not the one to intentionally do it, but it's so good. Like, you just give the bow to Rafi, and then Rafi loses it, and you just don't have to go to Cosmic anymore. And suddenly you can go to the temple, and your run just is fun and enjoyable. It's truly a beautiful thing. Let's go see what happens with this horrendous interaction. I don't know what to expect. I don't understand any of it. Alright, we appear to still have the same bow, like, we have the parameters of the bow. We are still the bow, the same exact size. What happens? It's probably just gonna break and stun me. Enjoyable temple run. The temple is chaos, like, it's enjoyable, unlike this, which is miserable. We were the best bow we could possibly be. And we were not enough of a bow. Fake bow. Okay, I pressed down, and pressing down is one of the things that fixes your hitbox when you do this. So just to be absolutely sure that I'm not doing something stupid here, I'm going to give the bow that same exact position that I had, and we're going to do this again and see what happens. So again, we set it off, but this time, does the bow get the knockback? Yeah, so it's just different. I don't know why. This does not appear to be reproducible. So those two clips you posted, who posted them? That was Remy. Oh, you're here. Maybe we'll actually look at Apple this time. Actually, I can just look at the clips. I don't have to ask what's in them. I'll show them on stream if they're pertinent to what we're doing. Okay, that looks like a landmine, like, crush interaction. That was a crush interaction. That wasn't you getting fake knockback. What I'm interested in is fake knockback, where you get, like, booped away from it, but you don't take the damage. And I don't think that can happen for the player. It just doesn't seem like it can. And there's another one where it just went through you for absolutely no reason. So those are going on the pile. I'm not going to show those on stream right now. Those go on the pile. But what I was trying to see if anybody has any evidence of somebody getting stunned by a falling platform but not taking the damage. And that doesn't seem to be the case. I need to get a music command. Now this music is copy link address, paste in chat like a good. It is Age of Mythology. You nailed it. I would tell you the name of the song, but that doesn't give you any information because every single name for the soundtrack for this game is just fucking, like, non sequitur and has nothing to do with the actual song. So there you go. That's what it is. You should get channel points. I cannot give channel points. Look, if Twitch actually had the ability to, like, give people channel points, like, within, like, some reasonable constraints, I would absolutely, like, make dumb competitions for that. But the only way to get channel points is to either watch my stream and get, like, the automatic ones, or predictions. Those are the only ways to get channel points on Twitch, unless there's, like, some super secret technique that I just absolutely don't know about. Those are the only ways to do it. Trust me, I would love to give channel points as, like, a reward so that somebody could immediately throw them in the money hole, but we don't have that technology. And it's probably because they don't want channel points to become, like, currency. Because there's probably some legal bullshit. Like, there are already countries where you can't use, like, predictions at all because it's gambling. I suspect that would get even worse if you could exchange channel points as some form of currency. So you can't really do it. I set up bot accounts. just DM somebody in the middle of the night to just give them, like, fake predictions. It's so stupid. I'm not gonna do that. If Twitch ever adds the ability to do that, I'll probably use it, but yeah. Make your music command to make predictions and a multiple choice of the music guess. I mean, I gotta set up, like, a bot if I'm gonna do anything like that. I need to set up my own bot. Like, Nightbot isn't capable of knowing what song I'm playing. I would have to do some interaction, like, or some interfacing with, like, a streamer bot to be able to actually do that. And I know which one I'm going to use if I do it, but I have so many other things I need to be doing in my time that I just have not bothered to set up a streamer bot that I host locally, which could, like, just tell you what song is playing, because I could just open up a port to check for that. And it's not a Spotify playlist, so there's no like easy way for me to just like show it on the HUD or something. Or the UI, it's not really a HUD. I have a HUD, you guys don't. You just get to see the UI. Alright, anyways, back to this. I need to hydrate. I'm just doing this one for free. Alright, so this, I think I need to back out of this particular rabbit hole because it seems like it's just a little bit different. It just doesn't work the same way. I could extensively check every entity in the game to see like which ones do this and which ones don't, but I don't understand it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write down a note about this particular interaction, and maybe like something in the future will come up. So let's see, I'm going to put like unresolved like rabbit holes for this, and I may or may not ever figure out what these are. And let's see, how do I want to word this? Platform can skim bow, nudging and applying knockback, but not breaking the platform. Does not happen per player. With same hitbox. Didn't test other stuff. Alright, so I've got something I can come back to later for this one if we don't like figure it out. But I will literally be doing this all day if I don't like back out of this rabbit hole. So we have a weird interaction that doesn't really help us understand this properly. Let's see, what else was pending that we can look into that's sort of on this subject here? I mean, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit just to be able to see hitboxes more clearly. What else is there that we can do here? So we have this bizarre interaction where the platform can skim an item, knock it back, but not actually break, and then the platform is just eligible at that point to hit the next thing down the road. Let's see, we have another unresolved one. Let me put that one down, and that is room boundaries cause standing on platform to operate differently from hanging on it or touching the side. First touching side. It just appears to be touching the side. Ledge hanging isn't relevant. It is just being in contact with the side of the platform versus standing on it specifically that causes that jank. So those are our two unresolved issues right now, which is disappointing because we have a lot of questions left. But let's move on to something slightly different here. I wanted to know which entities actually cause the platforms to do this to begin with, like the crushing, I mean. So let's go ahead and just use this setup because we have it. So we had that long list of entities earlier before I crashed my game like 2 times. I'm glad I didn't spawn them all back in because that would have just been a waste of my time. But let's go ahead and set up our save states. So is there a distinction between entities that can trigger a platform and entities that can cause a crush to happen if they're still touching it when it hits the object on the floor here? So for instance, if I were to set off this platform and then put a rock on top of it. Let's see, we want the rock to have a lower ID than the bow, actually. Okay, this one's gonna be a bit annoying because I need to set this up multiple times. What was that? It's just water. I felt something wet on my leg, and I thought I was like bleeding or something. It's just water. All is well. Or sweat. I don't know, it might be stinky gamer sweat because it's hot in here. Summertime finally happened. I live in Arizona, so I get to suffer for the next like 4 months. At least my rent is cheap. So anyways, we need to spawn the object of interest before the bow, because as we've established, whatever's touching the platform needs to have a lower entity ID than the bow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my setup look like this, and I'm going to remove the bow entirely. I have to spawn it in before each individual test that I do for this. So we need the rock, then we need the bow, and then I need to create a save state. And then we need to set it up. Like I could have set that part up. So if I touch it and get off of it. So it doesn't have to be an entity that could set off the platform. That's good to know. I wonder then if it's any entity that the platform could like interact with, like collide with. That might be what it is. So like it gets set off by a specific subset of these entities, but those aren't the same entities that can cause the crush interaction to occur. And I'm not going to test every single side case in it, as in like touching the side of it as well, because it's going to take forever. So for now, we know that we're in a situation here where the floor is always going to work. We're not at a boundary of a room or anything. So we're going to just always drop the object on top. But again, this normally would not set it off. But if I put it here and then trigger it, we get a crush interaction from an object that cannot trigger the platform. So this is a key point. Write this down in your notes. This is going to be on the test. The entity that sets off the platform, or the class of entities that set off the platform, is not the same as the class of entities that could cause this weird crush interaction. And I think the set of entities that could cause the crush interaction is the same set that can be hit by a falling platform. That's my theory going forward here. So let's see if we can prove that or not. But that's what my theory is. It's going to be the same things that can crush. So like, let's grab a few of the things that we were like experimenting with here. So idols, for instance. So if I were to spawn an idol, and we could actually just do this with like a second one. So if I were to spawn an idol on top of it, and then under it, and then set it off, we get a crush interaction. I think that's what it is. And then in the case of rocks are too small for this interaction to happen. But it should be the same thing, where the platform falls through the rock and hits the ground. Do it on ice caves. I very highly doubt the level matters at this point. We may go to ice caves at some point to verify something, but you can see it happening here. The platform is just going through the rock. And what this is the platform doesn't see this rock. It is not breaking on the rock, and so the physics engine for crushing, it takes over, and in this case, it's too short, so it can't actually do it. But spawning an idol in ice caves? I don't know if Overlunky idols spawned in ice caves do that or not. I don't know if they spawn the boulder. Like, if you clone the idol in the ice caves, I think it'll spawn a boulder. If you clone it, I think it spawns a boulder if you like disturb the cloned idol. I don't remember if Overlunky does that or not. No, they do. Okay, well, we're not going to be doing that then. Need to not ruin everything right now. Well, I do have save states. But anyways, you can see it here. It happens with the rock as well. So I'm going to go through the list of entities that I had earlier. I still have these up in a screenshot. I'm going to check all of these to see like which ones have this interaction. I'm going to turn God mode on as well, because there's a bomb box on that list of entities, and I think we all know what's going to happen with the bomb box. Alright, so, bomb box. This one, I don't know what to expect from this. I'm going to ledge hang to set this one off so I don't actually collect the bomb box. So let's go right here. What order did I spawn these in? That's wrong. I got to do it in the other order. I got to do the top one first. I think it clipped up onto this. It didn't even get crushed. The game actually put it on top, which is weird because it's not as tall as the bow. The bow gets shoved into the ground. The bomb box actually just got shoved up onto the top of the falling platform by that interaction, which is something we've seen happen before. I was waiting for it to explain. Yeah, I'm disappointed too. We're gonna try this with a couple other things. Don't worry, we're blowing this up one way or another. Let's try it with a bomb bag. Bomb bags have a different hitbox. They're way smaller and way narrower than you would think they are. This is why it's hard to pick up bomb bags. Like, you skim the edge of it just for no particular reason. They're just way smaller. I don't know why. Alright, so bomb bag is smaller. It's a little shorter as well, I think. That looks like that's gonna blow up. Yeah, there we go. So that blows up. But you can see here that an item like a bomb bag that would not normally set off the platform will cause this crush interaction to happen. Glorious. This is why I turned God mode on. Alright, so what else was on it? Let's see, lava pot is what that's called. I believe this is just going to be like any other item. And then the magmar itself would be a monster. Why so many explosions? Each bomb bag spawns 3 We did a stream about this, so I'm going to keep it short. If you crush or shoot or blow up a bomb bag in any way, It spawns 3 bombs, each of which have an extremely low fuse time and a more complicated interaction for how they cascade. But you basically get 3 explosions shortly after you destroy the bag. Bomb boxes spawn 3 power bombs, which explode immediately. That's the summary. That's what happens. I did a whole segment about this. I do have a VOD on Twitch, like, about, like, bomb... It was, like, bomb cascades or something, I think, is, like, what I titled that one. But I did a whole stream about that. 3 power explosions for a bomb box. And for some reason, a player bag just doesn't explode at all, even though you can have 99 bombs in a player bag, and if you crush it, it won't blow up. This game's stupid. I would love to have 99 explosions, or even just a few from a crushed player bag, but that just ain't how it works for whatever reason. But anyways, a lava pot. I once again put these on backwards. This should just be like any other item. They don't normally set these off. The Magmars would, the lava pots do not. It's gonna get crushed, and it should not spawn a Magmar if it gets crushed, or it's gonna clip up. Alright, it got crushed. It did spawn the Magmar. That's interesting. I guess crushing these do... You know what? No, I knew about this already, because I've died to crushing magma pots with the metal shield and having the Magmar spawn behind me and blow up my power pack, because this is an extremely well-programmed game. And again, this is a lenient crush mechanic. The metal shield spawning an entity is probably also lenient crushing, so the Magmar just spawns behind the shield and is touching you immediately, because this is a well-programmed video game. But yeah, that's what we would expect there. So it looks like basically anything that the falling platform can hit is going to do this instead. And just to, like, I haven't really been like landing this point, but let's spawn a bomb bag without one on top. Let it off and then go away. The bomb bag gets hit. So this is what I mean by something that is capable of being hit by the falling platform, as in the falling platform would break and knock back the item under normal circumstances. That's what I mean by getting hit by it, like that. And again, if they're perfectly centered, they always go right. So if you're in ice caves and your platform is going to land on a gold bar and you're no gold run, the gold bar is going to go to the right, guaranteed. If the gold bar like generated there, if it didn't get like knocked there by an explosion. So always plan for the bar to get knocked to the right. If you stay still, the bar will get knocked out from under you either way, so you won't like get hit by it. You won't pick up that pesky gold. But anyways, that's what I mean by this. So let's see, what else was on my list? And I'm pretty sure the pet is going to be exactly the same. Yeah. In this case, it also got clipped up to the top. I don't know yet. Oh, shut up. I don't know yet what the distinction is for why the bow gets shoved into the floor, but the pets end up on top of the platform. And I mean, we gotta do diligence, and we gotta try it with a player as well. So let's see here. If I set this off and stand under it normally, it would hit me. Can I get an entity that has a lower ID? Let me see real quick if I could find an entity with a lower ID than me. There we go. We can use this skull. That'll do it. Alright, so if I put myself on it like that. Let's see what happens to me with God mode off. Game likes pets? I don't know. It likes players too, actually. You get clipped up in this interaction. You actually survive it, and I believe we have clips of this. You get clipped up to the top, and that was without God mode on. I need to do all these tests without God mode on when they involve the player. You actually get to survive it as a player. You just clip to the top of it. I suspect mounts are going to do the same, but mounts are a little bit finicky because they also, like, they squat down when there's something above their head. So we might get a slightly different interaction from a mount. Why is it? Okay, I don't know why it wasn't snapping until I toggled that option once. Alright, but anyways, let's see here. I can spawn a mount on top of it, and then another one below it. I'm just doing this because it's a little bit easier. It doesn't matter what's on top of it. We've already established that. So the nature of how the object is standing on top of it does work, like if it's touching the side or not, but we're doing all our tests by standing on it for now. Yeah, turkey gets crushed. I don't think it even tried to squat down. Like normally if you put a mount underneath a ceiling, I think even active floors work, it'll try to crouch down. But I don't know which like spots it's actually checking, and maybe the platform is too thin So it just doesn't detect it. But in that case, the turkey dies. And I know there are some cursed interactions with, like, if I'm on a mount and then I do that same test, like, it gets even weirder. Like, there are some bizarre interactions in this. I need to get on this mount before the platform falls. Dude, land on it, please. It's so difficult to actually land on these damn things. But there are bizarre interactions with this kind of thing. Let's see what happens here. I have God mode turned off. It hits. So that, in that particular case, I think it hit me, the player character, and then it redirected the damage to the mount, and then it broke the platform. I'll look into mounts later in more detail, but I just wanted to see, like, if the mounts were going to behave consistently, and it seems like they do. We haven't seen any weird rules from that. So what else was on my list? Alright, powder kegs. Alright, so I want to look at push blocks. We'll look at, like, snakes. I don't even know if I want to look at punish balls. Ushabtis. Let's do, like, snake, Ushabti, and push block. Let's do those ones. I don't think we're going to see anything particularly interesting happen with a snake here. Snake is, it's either going to get shoved to the side or it's going to clip up on top. I don't think anything new is going to happen. And this is an entity that can normally set off the platform, so I didn't have to do it. Alright, snakes are favored by the platform. They got clipped up onto the top. Alright, let's try push blocks. Let's see. I think since push blocks are active floors, we're not going to see anything. We're not going to see this push block get moved by the falling platform, I'm pretty sure. But we know that a push block can still be a trigger for this interaction. So if I'm just going to place it like this to be diligent about this. But I think what we're going to see happen here is this platform is just going to break on the push block. And wait for it to start falling. Let me actually make a save state of this one. Alright, so it's going to do that. Yeah, it just kind of breaks it between the two. But if I reload that, I wonder if anything happens if I drop it like that. No, it still breaks. Okay, so nothing particularly unexpected happens there. But then if we do push block with something else under it, I think we're going to go back to the crush interaction. So we need a push block and a bow with a better ID, or higher ID. And what we should see here is the same crush interaction that the player would cause, or anything else standing on this. Yeah, exactly the same interaction. Alright, there was one more. What was I going to check? I was going to check Ushabtis, because Ushabtis are heavy items, quote-unquote, which I don't think matters. I don't know the exact terminology for this, just Ushabtis have weird collision jank when they're, like, moving around. They can hit you while moving at slower velocities, for whatever damn reason. But again, they don't set it off, because there's no consistency in this game. Like, a spider will set off this platform, but you could put a fucking solid gold idol on the platform and that will not cause it to fall. But then a push block will cause it to fall. No consistency. And Ushabtis are not favored by the look of it. Yeah, it got crushed. I don't know, it felt like it took an extra frame, but I don't understand the crushing mechanics properly. Alright, can anybody else think of any edge cases for this? Things that you think could be touching a falling platform that would cause it to behave differently? I'm gonna try Punish Ball. Just attached, not attached to a player. I don't think that's gonna matter though. Then again, Punish Ball. Thing's very heavy, and yet, just... In that case, it actually went through it and didn't shove it into the floor. Robots? Yeah, why not? Let's try robots. Let me do this one more time, actually, because I feel like I didn't test this slowly enough. Yeah, I think this entity is short enough that it doesn't get put in the floor, and then it just kind of survives the entire interaction. And then it gets hit by the weird, like, high mass. Robots and Spike Ball. Okay, we can test both of those. Getting a Spike Ball in this position would be very hard. Alright, robot. Fitting. We got construct music playing right now. Alright, so I need this guy to hold still. So the robot would normally be set off by this. But as you can see, the platform can't hit the robot. So like that just doesn't happen. And the robot got clipped up onto the top in this case. I do not know why certain entities are getting clipped up on the top and some aren't. That is a question that is better delegated to like Crush Jank rather than this specific situation. If it's solid gold, how do you hide a monkey inside? I'm pretty sure that Callie turns it into a monkey. I don't think there's a monkey inside it the whole time. But I mean there could be. I don't know. This game's lore doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna ask the devs. Alright, so that's those. Now let's try Spike Ball now. I think Spike Balls spawn in with velocity, so let me see what it does here. Unchained Spike Ball. No, they actually don't spawn. Oh, never mind. No, they do. They spawn with velocity. Can you chill? Okay, thank you. Alright. It's an active floor, so it's probably gonna set this off, so I need to get a second one to hold still for me. Alright, I don't believe anything interesting is going to happen here. I think this is going to be the same as the push block. But we can kind of test both of these things at the same time. I'm going to put a rock under it. Actually, no, the rock had the wrong idea. It ruined it. I have to do that again now. Hold on. Oh, okay, one thing at a time. Unchained Spike Ball. I got to spawn 2 of them because they have to touch the floor. And then I can stop their velocity by picking them up and dropping them again. Same way you hide a person split in 2 dice if and only if both are showing 6. I'm pretty sure Callie uses magic to like take the dice and then give you something in exchange. It's like implying that there's a Kapala contained in like the specific enemy that you sacrifice that rewards you with a Kapala. You know, maybe Callie takes the thing you put on the altar and then gives you something else in return instead of the thing being inside the object. What a ridiculous thought, I know. Alright, nothing terribly interesting there, though. That looks really silly. Good luck getting this to happen in a real playthrough. Like, these spike balls are so hard to control. And then just to be like diligent about this. Let's see if the crush interaction is what we expect. We expect the bow to just get shoved into the floor and get obliterated. It didn't. You know, every time I think I understand what's going on here. So we have Spike Ball, and then bow. Bow didn't get crushed. Platform broke. Like, I'm glad we checked this one, but I'm upset now. Do push blocks do the same thing? Alright, push block. Bow. In that order. So the bow has a higher ID than the push block. It gets crushed. Why would the spike ball not crush it? It never ends. The rabbit hole has no bottom. Spike ball. Bow. Maybe try Olmec. Yeah, why not? I'm pretty sure I could spawn Olmec without crashing my game. Smile. Ah, why? Why would this be different? It doesn't make any sense. Why would this be different? I'm trying to think here. There are other floors we could check. But okay. Olmec is on the list, but let me try things that are a little bit less absurd. Like a giant clam. That's not very absurd. Alright, giant clam. Bow. It's an active floor with physics, so it should be able to knock down the platform. Just move this out of the way. That's a crush. Why not? I don't think powder keg is going to do anything different, but every time I think I know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, it's a crush. It drops, falls like just a bit, and then it explodes. Alright, let's try Olmec. I swear to God, if this crashes my game... It shouldn't, but it might. Clear out some space for him. Here you go, buddy. I'm gonna get away from him so his AI doesn't try to move towards me. The spike ball attached to the floor. Well, I'm spawning in the loose spike ball. If I try to spawn in a chained one, my game will either crash or it'll become a loose spike ball. Like, you can't have a chained spike ball ride a falling platform because they stop moving when they hit something. So it's not like, I mean, you could probably force that to happen with some weird scripting jank, but it's not a realistic scenario. That crushes. So far, that Unchained Spike Ball is the only one we've seen. Let me get Olmec off screen before something bad happens. So far, Unchained Spike Ball is the only one we've seen that just hits the bow. Which means that there is some fundamental difference between the Unchained Spike Ball and all the other ones. Or the hitbox of the Unchained Spike Ball. Unchained Spike Ball is one of the only active floors in the game that has a smaller hitbox than one tile. The other ones being this thing right here, and I feel like there's one more, and I don't remember what it is anymore. Like a moving active floor, to be clear. That might be it, actually. I mean, Thin Ice is smaller as well, but I think those might be the only two moving active floors that have a hitbox smaller than one tile in height. I'm scared to spawn in a log trap. I think log traps are fine. You just can't teleport them with a telepack. Nope, they're not fine. All right, well. Oh, this is a pain in the ass. Let me think about this. Do not spawn falling logs at all. All right, that's like our third crash, I think. Well, we're gonna switch to Tina now. Here's a character swap. Pilot is confirmed mid. It is Tina time. Maybe an A tier character will make this make more sense. Maybe this will be easier to do. Mistletoe. I don't know what that is. Give me a link. Let's see here. You know what? Let's mix it up. Let's go to ice caves, just in case there weren't enough things that are already ludicrously stupid and inconsistent. Why don't we just make the situation even worse? That seems like a good idea. Let's get a change of scenery. Go to the ice cave so it doesn't remind me of home. Alright, perfect. No more pests. Let's see, the boulder. I don't care about the boulder. I don't know if we're gonna ever get to this one. Let me just... Oh, that's cute. Oh, this is your little cat. Your little kitty. Don't know if we're gonna get to this one or not. I'm not gonna install it right now. I'll do that between game crashes. Is it possible to gently place a boulder on the falling platform? Probably once it stops moving. How do I want to do this? Let's just go ahead and spawn like kind of a flat area. Hey, let's just use this one for now. Just one falling platform. Our game crashed. We're stuck back to basics. We got one platform. There's another up there. Alright, let's go ahead and screw around with this. I'm being careful and deliberate about everything I spawn because I really don't want to crash. We've crashed like 3 times and none of them have had anything to do with the falling platforms. Okay, there's our workspace. And there's a boulder up there, and we just don't touch that. We do not interact with that. That is staying right where it is, and we're not touching it. So, totems crash. Boulder. And let's see, make my save states. I'll make it over here. I prefer to be on this side. So it's going to spawn in with velocity. And I should be able to stop it. There, now it'll just sit. The boulder is weird because it is one of the only entities in this game with a circular hitbox. There's only a few other things that have that property, like spark traps and explosions, and the top of the giant clam, oddly enough. Like, there are a few entities that have a circular hitbox. The top of the giant clam, I think, is truncated on the sides and the bottom. It doesn't make any sense. The point is, maybe it behaves differently. So we spawn the boulder, we spawn a bow. Alright, boulder sets off the falling platform. You would not normally be able to do this, but I guess if you're really careful, you might be able to get the boulder to just gently land on a platform without breaking it. Alright, we have 2 crush inner... Oh, that makes me wonder then, if there's... Do those spike balls have a circular hitbox? Is that the pattern? Like, you can't see the hitbox here because Spelunky doesn't know exactly what to render. I wonder if there's a way to turn those on. But I wonder if those spike balls have circular hitboxes. That would explain it. We can find out by just how they interact with other spike balls. I don't see anything to draw the circular hitbox. I could have sworn that this used to be a thing in Spelunky. I wonder if it's broken or if I'm just like having a fever dream and it was never a thing. But circular hitboxes are a thing in this game. There might be a variable I could check as well. Should I check for the room border thing? Good call, but that's not what's going on here. We are above the room border, so that's fine. Let me turn the grid back on anyways. It was a little bit helpful, but we're not on the room border. So like, for instance, if let's see, what's my ID? Platform, Tina, bow. Standing on it should crush it. And it does crush it. So room border is not relevant. Wasn't being attached to the platform relevant? Maybe spike balls and boulders changed that. I mean, so what we figured out so far was that hanging, like touching the side versus the top only mattered on a room border. That's what we figured out so far. That was the difference. That was the distinction between those cases. It didn't seem to matter inside of the room. I never saw a different interaction except near a room border. And that's where we either had the bow move a little bit before it got crushed, or it just didn't get crushed at all. And we didn't figure out that mystery because I don't know, this is super confusing. What I want to figure out here is whether or not these objects have circular hitboxes. So here's a boulder. And we need to make it stop moving. And you can see here how even though it has this hitbox, that's the hitbox for the player. But the circular hitbox, I believe, applies to level geometry. And that's why you get this bizarre interaction here. It's something to do with the circular hitboxes being badly programmed. Yeah, take a shot. Something was badly programmed in Spelunky 2. But something about the way the circular hitboxes work is, like, if it falls into a little slot like this, it tries to teleport the boulder, like, all the way back up here. And then it falls back into the hole again. I think it'll do it like almost anywhere on the edge. And that actually nudged it. Yeah, you get a little bit of a nudge, but if you're like far over like this, yeah, you can get this bouncing interaction. And what this looks like to me is they're taking the bounding box of the circular hitbox. So imagine a square like roughly like this. I think what happens is if the boulder is clipping into a tile, the game just shoves it either up or to the side, depending on what it thinks is the shorter distance. And then the boulder like falls back down and does a circular collision check again. So in other words, it's an extremely shitty collision algorithm. Don't actually take a shot every time there's a problem with Spelunky 2. You're gonna die. Don't do that. I don't want to be responsible for that. It is not a healthy thing to do with your life. But what I'm wondering now is, how do we detect this? Like, how do we know for sure that it has a circular hitbox? And I think... I don't remember where this is. Let me check. I'm looking at the documentation for Spelunky. There is a way to see this information, but I don't remember where it is. Shape. Okay, where's the shape enum defined? If this is just for collisions, I'm not going to be able to find it. Okay, just dot shape. Alright, so this is an enum. It's going to probably be either 1 or 2. Okay, let's see. So, Tina, player shape 1, probably rectangle, and then shape.circle is the other one, which is 2. I don't know what 0 is, but it doesn't exist apparently. Or 0 might actually be like no collision. I don't know. I don't know exactly how this stuff works. There could be more going on than this. The point is, the boulder is shape 1. All right, well, back to the drawing board on that. Instead, how about we just make observations about the behavior of the object, because apparently it has nothing to do with the shape. So giant clam, for instance, is another weird one. So if you spawn a giant clam like this and then you trigger it, I think that should do it. Yeah, there it goes. You see, that one shows it. You see the circle here? Overlucky is capable of showing these. And I believe that is the top of the giant clam that has that. Entity, the top is 9158. But not the bottom. So this one wouldn't be able to set off the platform or anything. I'm just curious. Yeah, that has shape too. But there's more to it than this. Like, obviously you don't take the contact damage. What this shape is, by the way, this is the contact damage for the spiky top of the giant clam. So like if I turn off God mode, that's the contact damage for the spiky top. But for some reason, this was the one where they decided, you know what, let's be nice and have a hitbox that actually correlates to the shape of the entity. But that's not used for the boulder's physics. There's something else. How does the boulder interact with closed clam? I don't know. Not at all is the answer. I think this hitbox here, oh my god, a twofer. Oh my god, oh baby, look at all these, holy shit. Let's just go into follower only mode real quick here. Let's see, where's my option for that? Alright folks, we'll just do that for a little while. If the bots want to spam my chat, they can become followers. I don't think I've ever had this happen. I've never had a bot raid. Like, I've had, I think, 2 or 3 show up at once, but I've never had a bot raid. Alright, so we'll be in followers only for a little while. We'll see if that, like, goes away. If my mods want to, you can ban the bots. I don't know if they're gonna get banned on their own anyways. I don't really know how this works. I think they usually get banned eventually, so I'm not gonna take the time to do that. Let's just focus on what we're doing here. Extra credit if mods want to ban those bots. Yeah, this is just a new one. A new trend of bots. Block. I could block that. I don't like auto-modding stuff because people will occasionally say these things. It's like funny jokes or memes. Actually, I do need to ban the bots because they're sitting in the fucking chat log. I'll just do it now. It's not that difficult. 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. I don't know how many got through. I think like 10 of them got through before I did that. See, folks, it's important not to panic as a streamer when this stuff happens. Like, I have my quick actions, and I just have the fucking follower only chat and sub only chat, and there's also a shield mode button that you get as a streamer that you can click on that'll just kind of instantly block anybody who has like a really new account. Yeah, you get shit like Infernus doing that. That said, delete this. Please don't actually post links to the spam sites. Like, don't actually post the links. Like, if you're gonna meme, do it in like a joking way where it's not like a clickable link. Okay, just don't actually post the links. That is gonna be my rule here. You could joke about big follows and whatever. I'm okay with that. It's funny. You might get banned by Severin if he's like in a raid and he sees it out of the corner of his eye, but do not actually post the link. That is going to be my chat rule for that, because I don't want clickable links to these shitty like spam sites in my chat, because they've, in addition to being against the terms of service and probably scamming you in some way, they might also have malware on those websites. Like, just don't go to those websites. Like, it is not to be trusted. It is not a good business. Just don't go there. Is that a Rickroll? Okay, I'm glad I deleted it. I'm disappointed that you clicked on that. I don't know what Pilk is, but it looked like a scam link, so I just assumed that was another scam site. Whatever, you got Rickrolled if you clicked on that link too early. That was your punishment for clicking on a link Infernus put in my chat. But yeah, don't put sussy links in my chat. Even if they're legitimate, don't put sussy links in my chat. Like, post them with context. if you post a link with no context, I'm probably going to delete your message if I don't like know what it is. If it's not like a YouTube video or something, I'm probably just going to delete your message because I don't want to take my chances. I never know who got hacked, who's posting what. Even trusted members, if you come into my chat and I know who you are and your first link is like just a bit.ly link to something I've never seen before, I'm just going to delete your message and probably ban you if you don't respond after that because you might have been hacked or something. So you're taking your chances by doing that. Let's see. What was it? Spike ball. I don't know if I think chain spike ball probably has a different hitbox as well, but we can't really see it clearly. You know what? Yeah, I think these have circular hitboxes maybe. Let's see if we can get it in position to be janky. Oh yeah, there you go. All right, so anybody who didn't know this, I didn't know this. These actually have the same like circular hitbox as the boulder does for the purposes of colliding with like solid objects, which is bizarre. And that would explain why these two entities behave differently on falling platforms. That said, we still have more questions than answers because I don't understand. No, this is a vibrator. This is inappropriate is what this is. Don't look. This is an adults only stream, by the way. But we have more questions than answers here. We still have no idea why this happens. So we know now that like circular hitboxes, so boulder and spike ball are the only ones I know about that do this. They cause the falling platform to not clip through the bow, essentially. It's like a different collision check. We have like, oh my god, we have like 4 fucking cases now. We have touching the side. We have ledge hanging on the side. We have standing on the top. And then we have circular objects standing on the top. And it looks like this particular interaction doesn't actually care where the floor is. So let's see if it happens up here. So we're going to do it again with spike balls because they're slightly easier to wrangle. I have so many more questions than answers after I started doing this. Oh boy. Alright, so turn grid snap back on. Alright, spawn the bow. So what should happen here is instead of the bow getting crushed, it should break this. Oh, your screen is vibrating. Yeah, we probably don't want to be doing that for too long. Yeah, it just breaks. Doesn't matter where it is in the room. Alright. I'm putting this on the list of unresolved mysteries. So just give me a second here. The circular collision, boulder and spike ball don't count as contact with platform. I think that's what it is. I think that's the reason why this happens, is that the game doesn't think they're actually touching the platform. Even though they're sitting on top of it, I think whatever the collision check is that the platform is doing is probably looking at the square hitbox and not the circular one. I'm gonna write that down as a note. Protects rectangle, it doesn't have to be a square. So we might actually have the answer for this one. I'm still gonna put it in the unresolved list, but I think that's the most sensible explanation for this one. Because if we zoom in... No, let me redo this. I'll do it with the spike ball, because it's still, I think, a little more consistent. Yeah, so if we zoom in a little bit, you should be able to see the gap here. It's a little bit hard to spot. I'm going some more. Yeah, you see the gap here now. It should be visible on the stream. It's not actually touching the falling platform. And I believe that's what's going on. I think the falling platform is checking the square hitbox, so it doesn't think that this spike ball is on top of it. Like, at all. The spike ball thinks it's standing on the platform, but the platform doesn't think the spike ball is touching it, is what's going on here. I can actually check that. 8778. Yeah, I think it's just it's a one-way thing. Like the spike ball is riding this platform, but the platform is doing a different check. This is actually good. We got a little bit of insight into what's going on here. This is a different collision check from whatever horrendous jank the falling platform is doing. The falling platform is doing a rectangular collision check, and the spike ball is doing like whatever the circular hitbox check would normally do. And so as a result, the platform thinks nothing is touching it, and so it just breaks the bow. Or rather, it doesn't break the bow, it breaks the platform. And if we do the exact same thing, except Tina is touching the platform, I bet that it's going to actually go back to normal behavior. Because at that point, the spike ball doesn't contribute to the interaction at all. I spawn a chain spike ball. Alright, that's 4. Oh god. I remember I said earlier, chain spike ball probably crashes the game. Hey, guess what? We confirmed, chain spike ball crashes the game. Did I like turn off an unsafe mode or something, or is there just no way to spawn these entities? Oh boy. It'd be a long day. I could install that skin. I'm gonna play Tina for longer because I think we haven't like hit the criteria for swapping skins, but I'm gonna install that other one. Dude, these are just tactical crashes so that I can put on skins that people are redeeming. That's all we're doing here. Alright. Who's this one over? Please tell me it's capitalized so I don't have to scroll all the way down. Oh, let's go. Green. Alright, got it. Easy. I don't have anyone on Liz right now. I need to stop spawning spike balls as soon as possible. I'm going to ice caves just because it was easier to deal with all the setup there. There's fewer things to be annoying in the ice caves. I don't need to apply changes now. Don't worry about that sand skin. Hopefully nobody redeems that. Or maybe, I don't know, I haven't seen it yet. That was redeemed like last stream and I refunded it, but I still installed the skin just in case. How about low effort pumpkin pilot? Look, you redeem it and give me a link to it and I'll put it on the list. We'll see what we get to. The only skins I will not play are like not safe for work skins or stuff that would be against the terms of service, which they exist. They're hidden. You have to know where they are. Don't redeem those. I'm not going to play those. For multiple reasons, not just the fact that I'll get banned from Twitch if I use them. That's one of the reasons. What the hell did I just do? I have no idea how I spawned one in like that. I think I held control or something for a second. Alright, so oddly enough, we got like almost the exact same room, just in a slightly different arrangement in the level. But we can work with this. Alright, we got our save state. I think all my cheats are still turned on, except this one for some reason doesn't want to save, but whatever. Probably need to save it manually. I don't want to save that one. Alright, spike ball. Unchained spike ball. Now the thing that we're testing here is the ball we know doesn't do anything. I'm gonna make another save state for this one. That. The ball we know normally doesn't do anything. So it won't crush, it'll actually break normally. Come on, easy. Here it goes. Apparently... I did this wrong, god damn it, I know what I did wrong here. I made the wrong save state, whatever. If I stand on the platform, I think I become the entity that is touching this platform. And then it should be able to crush. Yeah, we get a crush interaction. Then if I make my entity ID higher than the spike ball, I should still get a crush. So I gotta do this really fast because that thing is falling already. But if I respawn myself and get back down here, now I have a higher entity ID than all of this stuff. So let me actually spawn a new bow. So even though the spike ball has a lower ID than me, I think this will still count because the spike ball's not touching this platform as far as the game is concerned, and we get a crush. All right, chat, we actually understand one interaction, and it's this one. This thing that like never happens. If you could get one of these spike balls on the platform, we actually know why this happens now. It makes like some semblance of, well, sense. All right, so let me get rid of these. And we'll have to keep doing our testing with this platform because I beefed it and lost the other one. Build a nice big floor where nothing weird is going to happen. Alright, beautiful. Save states. Got him. Alright. I was, I think, finishing off, like, testing which things would set off the platform, and we got one useful insight out of it, which is circular collision doesn't count as touching the platform. And we were not near a room boundary for either of these tests. Well, we were near one, but we were not touching one, so it did not affect the outcome. Let's see, what was I gonna do now? Oh god, I'm losing my mind here, chat. There's so many directions that we can go with this here, but I think we need to start testing, like, weird... I think we should start looking at clips. Let's look at clips and see if we can explain everything so far. We'll use a clip to figure out the next thing that we do. So I'm just going to go to the top of my list, not the ones that people suggested yet, just the top of my list, and let's see if we could reproduce some of these scenarios. I have like 5 clips, and then I will do the ones that people have been suggesting in chat. So let's see. So here's our first one. Let's see if this gets captured. Chrome's been pretty good. I don't know why I use Chrome. Alright, so this is an old clip of albino getting obliterated, I believe, is what I think happens here. That's the word I would use for it.
God, look!
It's like this
the
is
most random fucking shit ever!
Boy,
Just
good,
kill me.
Boy, good thing this is an adults only stream. So that's how this goes. Like this is the nature of it. I'll bing his stream. Look, I've been collecting a few of these as I see them, and he's just rambling about something. Let's watch it in slow motion here. So go back to like that. I really wish you could use frame advance on Twitch, but I don't know how. There's a lot going on here during this few frames of interaction. So let's see if we can understand it based on what we know so far. And I think we need to check something, which is held items. You could see sort of what happened there. I need to tap my input a little bit better, but you can sort of see what's going on here. Why is double tapping not working for this? Twitch, please. Ever do the Neko cosplay? I have no idea. I don't think I've ever watched him play. Yeah, okay, so I think I already know what's going on here, but let's try to reproduce this. This is going to segue into held items, because I believe held items are part of the jank. Cake with the raid, hello. Thank you for showing up. We are finally trying to solve the mystery of falling platform science. So sit back, relax, and be as confused and frustrated as I am, because we have more questions than answers from when I started doing this. This is why you're scared of these platforms. I mean, you should be. They stun you for 4 hours and do 2 damage, or infinite damage if they fall for like a second. But I think what happened here is he's holding a dog. If this dog generated in the level, oh yeah, this guy's like super big. This guy's a partner. I don't know like how huge, but this guy's a partner. Me, I'm a scrub. But anyways, I think what happened here is this dog generated in the level, so it has a lower ID than he has. It's in his hands, and it is getting prioritized by the falling platform by touching the platform. I have 21 times your viewers. I mean, look, I don't like to be the guy who compares viewer counts here, but I will acknowledge when there's a partner stream that is just objectively like bigger than my stream in all capacities, and I believe this is one of those streams. I don't know what this incentive is here. I would assume that this is probably a sub incentive. Like this is probably literally he's trying to get like 650 subs to do an ultra kill stream. I do not plan to make a career out of doing this kind of thing. It's just not for me. It would be way too stressful. I'm happy with what I've got. I'm happy with the viewers I have. If I had fewer viewers, I would still do this as long as somebody was interested in watching it. Back to Spelunky 2. Let's try to reproduce what happened there. This one should be pretty straightforward, and we might actually be able to do this one on the field. You're gonna go eat? All right, see ya. I need to eat too. I'm hungry. I might take a 5-minute snack break at some point. Yeah, this is FTL music. I'll give you the one it is if you want. And I'll just give it anyways. Usually if somebody asks about the music, I just give like the link to it. Just in case there's somebody lurking in chat who is like literally thrilled that one of the chat members like asked what the link to the music was, so I just always provide it. There you go. This is Lost Ship Explore. Okay, yeah, Lost Ship, whatever that is. I don't remember. It's been so long since I played FTL. I'm gonna also turn off follower only mode to see if the bots are gone. So, chat, avert your eyes. Okay, I think the bots are gone. Alright, we're good. We're clear. Anyone who's not following, you can talk in my chat again. I don't like follower only mode. I could see why you would do it if you were a larger stream, but I feel like I'm still in like, oh god, the bots are still here. I feel like I'm still in like scrub chat levels where like I don't have enough people in my chat to justify follower only, and I'm not going to use follower only to encourage people to follow my stream because that's just kind of gross and lame. Like I've never understood that. It's like I follow a stream if I think it's an interesting streamer, and sometimes interacting with them is how you find that out. I don't want to follow just so that I could talk in their chat and then find out that I don't like them. And it doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. Everybody has their own stream. Don't go to somebody's stream and harass them because they're in follower only mode with 2 viewers. Let them do whatever they want. But that's just my take on it. Dogehype.com. I got bots in my chat. Oh god. Anyways, let's try to produce this one out in the field. So, do we have the pet nearby? We could do it on this level. But what happened was, he probably came into that level with a cape, because the level timer was only like 15 seconds, and he was somewhere near the top of the level, so he came into a level wearing a cape, which could also be a factor, and then he picked up a pet. So we're just gonna go to any level that could have those criteria. Just teleport around, I have God mode on, I'll turn it off before I'm done here. And a falling platform got triggered above his head, and he was like directly underneath it when it landed. So this should be the exact situation. Well, not exactly. There was a solid floor underneath as well. I don't think it ends up mattering now. Alright, so God mode off. And he was just kind of like underneath it like this. And you could actually see it happening here. So the dog got pushed out of the hands. The dog has the lowest entity ID of all of these things. So the dog is the only entity that this falling platform can break on. Which means now crush physics are being applied to my character. And in this case, I lived. Which is interesting. It just didn't damage me. I don't have God mode on at all. I'm gonna go back to the clip. What was different about that clip? I still have the correct frame. Did he like crouch down or something? I wonder if like crouching down would cause that. I don't know. He like stayed under it and then moved to the right a little bit, and then it eventually sucked him down. Like there's no input display. I don't know exactly what he did here. See if I can do frame by frame. It's a pretty short clip. Yeah, okay, I can kind of frame by frame it. Alright, so pretty much dead center, running to the right. Well, you would think at this point you get shoved out from under this. And then he panics here. And maybe doubles back? I don't know, Nekar spray looks like it's still facing to the right. Okay, yeah, you got the install code. I'm gonna lose that in the chat. Let me do that now. Actually, no, it's in the redeems. I could get it back out of the activity feed. I'll do that later. Let's keep looking at what we're doing here. He's looking to the right. Like that skin, that's the hair on the back there. He is looking to the right the whole time that this interaction happens, but didn't get clipped up to the top for some reason. So how far up was that platform? This could be like something to do with the height of the platform. It was on the 3rd tile. I think I just tested it with the 4th tile. Let's see if we can reproduce it here. Just not moving at all. We have one on the 3rd tile right here, so that should be it. Let's see if we can get it to happen here. So again, delete all the stuff around me. It was just flat terrain. He was sort of underneath it. I want to center myself on it. So put myself right there. And let's see what this does. No God mode. We are not at the level boundary. Yeah, so it hits the dog first. So to make this worse, like it's gonna depend on the height of the platform. And we didn't fully answer the question of what causes, well, we didn't answer the question at all of what causes you to get clipped under it. There we go, we just died. We didn't answer the question of what causes you to get clipped under it versus snapping to the top versus snapping to the side. And we may not be able to answer that today. We can just like find setups that have a specific outcome. I'm gonna make a note for that as well. That's something to look into later. How do lenient collisions work? Why do you sometimes get crushed instead of snapped above the platform? There we go. Alright, we have another note here. Is my stream frozen? Oh, I paused it somehow. There we go. Okay, good. We're still fine, right, chat? Stream is still working properly. I think we're good. It looks like it caught up. At some point I paused my stream, so I thought it had broken. Anyways, we got obliterated. That is exactly what happened to Albino. Absolutely tragic. And the thing is, like, if that platform was 1 tile higher, that wouldn't have happened. But this game is incredibly stupid like that. And there's probably other jank associated with this as well. I should have save stated. Need to instant restart. It's not going to end because I have the death screen turned off, but let's go find the dog again. And I don't think the cape matters either. I'm pretty sure the cape is irrelevant for this interaction. So God mode on. Let me go find the pet. There it is. See if I can find another platform in the same spot. Yeah, right here. All right, so this would be the same exact setup. So without the cape, I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing. So I'm going to save state this time, so we can test this with multiple, like, parameters. But this is probably gonna also be death if I had to guess. So God mode off. All of you throwing your money in that hole. You have no idea how deep that money hole is. Yeah, that's also death. I'm just gonna TP myself out. We know that one is death. So that would kill you. Which I have save states, I don't have to TP myself out. And it seems like this one's pretty aggressive too. Like if I'm standing near the edge like this, it's pretty damn aggressive too, because it could have shoved me out to the side, but it just shoved me to the floor anyways. And when I say aggressive, I don't mean like an aggressive crush mechanic. I mean, it didn't even think to put me out to the right. It really just wanted to put me down into the floor instead, and then it gave up. If this floor tile wasn't here, this would probably be safe. But let's try like right here, a little bit closer to the right side. Let's see if this is safe. I'm pretty sure this is going to snap me to the right. Yeah, right there. That was when the game decided, okay, we're going to put you out of this block. Like, you can get away with a lot with this kind of interaction, just because of its nature, and the cape had nothing to do with it. So that solves that clip. We have a full explanation of what was going on there. We're finally getting to the part where I can explain what is happening and be reasonably confident that I understand it. So I'm gonna tag all these as done. All right, so we have that one figured out. Any questions about that one before we move on to the next clip? And I'm just going through these in order. I don't remember what half of these are. This one might be Neosa's clip. I'll load it up, and if anybody has anything in chat, then you knock yourself out. What do we have here? No, okay, it's not Neosa. This is Chazran, actually. I haven't seen him in ages. I think he stopped playing Spelunky. Let's see, what is this? What does this have to do with falling platforms? Oh, it happens later. Okay, let me go ahead and stream it. At some point I'll get a stream deck and I'll actually be able to do this like a professional. Or maybe I'll never get a stream deck. I don't know if I can justify that. Alright, let's see. It should be rendering. There it goes. Are there hotkeys to change the speed on Twitch? Oh my god, Twitch, your video player sucks.
Well, we got the bow. We used all of our bombs to get it, but I mean,
Alright,
that was a,
we're just gonna play it in real time. Let's see what happens.
God-tier bomb cook for somebody
Hired
who
hand.
is not that good.
Dead. Alright. So we got another setup. Just the cut too. It just doesn't, you don't even get to see what he says. It just cuts immediately. Pretty sure Roach is the one who made this clip. You can thank him or blame him for that. But we have all the information that we need. So we don't know where this rock dog came from, but we know this bow was in the level and therefore has a higher entity ID than the player. There is so much packed into that one frame right there, though I think this might be a 30 frames per second clip. I think this is 30 frames per second, so we did miss a little bit there. But there's a lot going on, and I think what happened in between those two frames is that the bow took priority this time. I don't know if you need the rock dog for this particular interaction to happen. So we have a falling platform on tile 5. You know, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have a falling platform on tile 5. So that's the setup that we need this time. I don't know if the mount matters, and Vlad's cape would have been from the previous level. I have no idea where he got the mount from. I'm gonna do it with the mount first, just assuming that it like came with me and would have a higher entity ID. And if that becomes important, then we'll check on that more. All right, so back to this. Reload our save state. And let's see here. So he had a hole right there to his right, but he still got killed. And he was a little bit to the left of it when he got killed by it. Like he was facing to the left and was slightly left of center. Yeah, I didn't try to push him to the side. He was slightly left of center. He was pretty much standing right here. Like that's what he was doing in that situation. Just gonna overwrite the save states. As long as we don't lose the falling platform, I could reconstruct the scenario. So he got the bow in the same level. So I need to go to a different level to get this, or I need to kill my player. I'm just gonna do it in the same level. So he had a bow, and he had a cape. He brought the cape with him, so it would have had a higher entity ID, and I think he probably brought the rock dog with him as well, so it would have also had a higher entity ID. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna perish, and we're gonna respawn ourselves. And then it would have spawned the rock dog and the cape. I don't remember which of those would have spawned first, but it probably wouldn't matter. And then he has a hired hand trigger the platform, which doesn't matter. We'll have the dog trigger the platform. Alright, Bo is touching the platform. I have God mode on. Let me redo that. Alright, God mode off. Platform should be falling already. Alright, perfect. Dog gets to kill me. It might. Probably will. We actually got out. And then it hit the rock dog. Like once it stopped touching something. Let me redo that one because I'm not entirely clear on what happened there. But there could be a little more finesse to this. You get killed by the pet. There's a way to get killed by the pet with arrow traps, and it'll actually blame it on the pet if I recall correctly. Or scarabs. Not scarabs that could do that. I don't know if the pet could kill you. Like, you can get killed and have blame go to certain entities, and the game will just say death. Like, if you get killed by a critter, the game will say death as the interaction. You can get killed by a critter, I think, by just like... There's an interaction, I think, where a critter can be blamed for your death. I don't remember what it is, and this game will not actually give it to the critter. It'll just say death in the journal. But let's look at what's going on here. Let's zoom in a bit as well, because this is really hard to see. Alright, so, falling platform is touching the bow. That is the entity that it has priority over. It is ignoring everything else that we've got here. Can you ask a task wizard question? And if the answer is quick, go for it. And then the dog, like the rock dog, got pushed out of the way. But the rock dog has a wide hitbox for some interactions. So the terrain, like I should say the solid collision hitbox of the rock dog is this small rectangle. That got shoved out of the falling platform. Now the falling platform is going to touch the rock dog because that has the... What's going to touch the rock dog or the cape? And I think since the cape passes through everything, it cannot... I'm pretty sure that wearing a cape is irrelevant. Cape is flagged as passes through everything right now, I'm pretty sure. Well, then again, I mean, back items can interact with lava. So what are the IDs? The cape has a higher ID than the rock dog. We're going to have to check those two. We're going to have to swap them. And because it might matter. The rock dog has the lower ID, so the rock dog is the thing that interacts with the platform. The rock dog is below the platform, and the wide hitbox is in the platform, so the rock dog gets hit. That would be my explanation for that particular chain of events. So if we were to swap the cape and the rock dog, I wonder if we would get a crush interaction instead, because then the cape would take over. The rock dog would get shoved in the ground with the player, and then everybody gets smushed. I think that's what would happen. So real quick here, I need to fix the camera. I'll look at chat in a moment for whatever your question was, but I need to fix the camera first. Game cheats, pause. There we go, this one. That'll be a little easier to watch. All right, so I need to jump off. I need to be on the ground. And let's see, I want the cape to have a higher ID than the rock dog, so I just need a new rock dog. Alright, so we are, again, slightly to the left, just a bit. This time the cape has a lower ID than the rock dog. And no god mode, so it hits the bow. I said it hits the bow, there we go. I guess, I don't know, you know what, that might just be the way the bow is being held in my hands. But once the origin point of the bow went into the platform, it got shoved to the side. It's still touching the bow. It is still touching the bow. And it didn't get to switch entities. This is a bit bizarre. I wonder if I was too far over to the left last time. There could be multiple things that are happening here. I need to try one where the bow would be a little bit further over to the left. But in theory, the platform is still touching the bow in this situation. And that actually looks like what happened to him in that clip. So I think maybe the cape rock dog order didn't matter because the bow had priority the whole time. And then everything is dead. There's complete and utter death. So this is back to the old situation where the rock dog has a lower ID than the cape. But you see here, we're way further to the left. So let's replay that one and watch it carefully to see what's different about it. So bow gets shoved out of the way. That's what it was. So the rock dog got moved in that one case. Which I think is an independent interaction. So I was far enough to the left that the rock dog, despite the platform touching the bow, the only thing that does is prevent the platform from breaking when it touches anything. And it can't break on the bow because the bow is in my hands. So essentially it just got prevented from breaking on any of these objects here, because I'm pretty sure it cannot break on your held item, but it knows that it's touching your held item, and so that causes it to flip into the rock dog. The rock dog was far enough to the left to get pushed out of the way, at which point we're not touching the bow. We are now touching the rock dog, and the rock dog gets hit. So if I were a little further over this way, just a bit, let's see if it plays out differently, because now the rock dog may not get scooted out to that side anymore. All right, we're touching the bow, we're touching the bow. Yeah, I don't think the cape ever comes into play here unless you're near the edge. So we're gonna test the cape scenario again, but we're gonna do it near the edge. This right here, this interaction I think is what happened to Chaz and got him killed. I believe we have our explanation for that. And then just everything gets smushed into the ground and obliterated. Truly, truly a beautiful video game. So if I get rid of the rock dog and spawn in a new one, please get on the rock dog. I don't have much time. And get over near the edge like this, so it's a bit further over. Rock dog gets scooted. Now, in theory, the cape is taking the collision, but it still hit the rock dog. No, the cape isn't taking collision. Tina is, so it doesn't matter. The cape is irrelevant. The player character took the collision, and then it got redirected to the rock dog. Yeah, the cape is irrelevant because of its entity ID. I'm not going to check every single permutation of how this stuff works. I'm going to like save it for the clips because I'll be here for even longer than this if I try to check every entity ID ordered permutation. But in this particular case, it was the player and then the cape and then the rock dog. So the player took collision priority from the platform. And in this particular case, I got hit by it. Like the rock dog didn't get hit by the platform, Tina did, and it redirected the contact to the mount because that's normally what happens with these interactions. So that's what that one did. And then I want to try it without a mount as well. So if I get off of the mount, just remove it. All right, so the height didn't mess it up. Touching the bow, we're touching the bow, and we snapped up onto the top. And I think that just has to do with the height of the platform. This is probably the same exact thing as having the dog in your hands, where a different height would get you crushed. It's going to just depend on where the falling platform is in that particular frame. So some heights are lethal, others are not. Again, I am not going to spend all day checking every single permutation, but that particular scenario could have been a crush, but instead you snap up to the top of the platform. So I think that's what happened there. That is our explanation. We have explained that clip. I'm actually going to replay the clip just to round off the segment before I show the next one. Or not the segment, but like round off this particular sub segment, because we're going to be doing a lot more of this. There's plenty of clips to go around. And so again, this was the clip in slow motion. This is what happened to him, and we have our explanation now. It's just like watching those. This is just like watching those speedrunner videos. If anybody watched the video that my stream title is based on, a 4-hour video about invisible walls in Super Mario 64, we are literally doing that right now, but for Spelunky 2 instead. And that's kind of a beautiful thing. Like, it is all like culminated in this. We have a reason now. We know exactly why something seemingly nonsensical occurred, and we could blame incompetent software developers for it. It is truly a beautiful thing. This is the magic of science. It's just understanding why things happen. And there you go. Like, again, I think this is a 30 frame per second video, but it is touching the bow, so everything else in the stack just gets shoved into the floor and then obliterated. And then the cape gets destroyed by that ball later on. All right, lovely. So next clip. I'm just going down the list. Pushblock, firebug into falling platform. Okay, I don't think we've even like considered what this does to other entities besides the player yet, so let's have a look. Boy, I wish I had an easy way to do this. Alright. So let's see what we've got here.
Fast orb, I think it is, isn't it?
This is Beck. Alright, we got Beck clipped.
Fast orb, I think it is, isn't it? What?
Alright.
Fast orb, I
Let's
think it is, isn't it?
let's try to infer what was probably going on here.
What? Fast orb, I think
Just a little slower. So it got pushed off like the bottom of the chain, but it's in the push block right now. This is a little bit different because we haven't gotten into this one yet. I wonder if I should defer this one. This is push block into falling platform. I think we should defer this one till later because this is different from a crush scenario. This is two active floors crushing against each other instead of active floor into solid terrain. I'm going to defer this one. We're going to come back to this one in all of its 144p glory. Or 432p. I think Beck has better internet now. 432p was the best that could be mustered apparently for this stream. It's crispy. But we're gonna actually put this one off. So let me go get the next one because this is a different interaction and I want to lump all these together. Alright, I'm gonna put a note for this for deferred. This is push block versus platform, and then platform versus platform is going to be another one. Because I think they're similar, where if you get crushed in this interaction but there's another falling platform below you, you just clip through it, or clip on top of it, or clip to the side, and it's absolute nonsense. So let's go to the next one. Alright, we got a Neosa clip now. Let's see what happened here. I don't remember at this point. I think Neosa's clip is the same thing that happened to Chaz. Whatever, just look at my browser. Nobody cares.
What?
I don't have anything sus on it. Something went wrong. Never mind. We're not looking at the Neosa clip. Then I have a note for the Neosa clip, and apparently it is player, turkey, and bow all in contact with platform, resulting in crush. And that is what we just saw with Chaz. So this is probably the same thing, if I had to guess. I don't know what happened in this clip, why it got deleted, but whatever. So this one is probably the same thing as Chaz. I'm just making some notes here. I need to reorganize these later. Alright, so that one's done. Okay, here we have a non-interaction with something underneath a platform. I think we already know the answer to this, but let's have a look. So this one, that's pretty sussy looking. It just didn't hit the gold, and we don't have an obvious explanation either, because I don't see anything touching it on this particular frame, except like a diagonal collision with the falling platform down there. That looks like that could be a one frame, where it is diagonally in contact with this falling platform, and therefore it doesn't hit the gold. My guess is that that's what's going on here. Let's try to figure it out. I think we have a non-interaction because of a diagonal contact. That clip is long gone. I mean, did you delete it? I thought clips last forever. Or did you like clean out house and didn't realize that Cosine had it in a notepad file for like a year? Which is understandable. But I mean, in my case, I never delete clips off my channel. Like, I would only delete a clip if it was like somebody getting doxxed or something. Like, otherwise, I just leave my clips sitting around. I mean, Twitch is hosting them, not me. It's not like I lose anything for having them exist. That was a VOD. You sent me a YouTube link, but it wasn't a clip. Oh, it was a VOD. Okay. It still had clips in the URL. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Can you reasonably confirm that it was the thing that I showed that happened to Chaz? Because he had the bow on a mount on the level where he picked up the bow and he got obliterated. And I'm pretty sure that's the exact same thing that you sent me. It was just a riding mount with bow interaction that resulted in the bow getting prioritized by the platform. So nothing else gets crushed, and then you just die. So I'm pretty sure I answered your question, like, as a result of that. Hopefully. Bow and the cloak were fine and you died. Yeah, well, we've established that like items will squirt out to the side depending on like who dies first. That I'm not going to articulate like the actual crush mechanics. I'm just trying to figure out why the falling platform didn't break. That's what we're focused on here, the falling platform part of the jank. Not the crush interactions. I'm going to have to do another stream to figure out like lenient crushing, because lenient crushing is the thing that's causing certain items to survive and not others. And we just don't know how that works. Like if an item ends up in a floor as a result of a falling platform crush like that, I have no idea why sometimes they get destroyed and other times they squirt out to the sides. That's just a whole different rabbit hole that I do not feel like going down right now. So we basically have the answer to the question. And really the only counterplay is don't get hit by the falling platforms. They're more dangerous than just stunning you for 4 hours. Alright, so back to this. Actually, back to this one. Let me get the camera zoomed out a bit. And just default camera should be fine. You can see what's going on pretty clearly. Alright, so in that clip, which I have off screen right now, I'm going to just check what the height was for that falling platform, because this matters. The height of the falling platform is going to matter for this one. Alright, so the falling platform is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiles. Let me double count. Yeah, it's on the 8th tile above the gold bar. And the gold bar would have generated after the falling platform, but before the player. Yeah, 8 tiles. Okay, I have the information I need. So I could probably recreate that. Though I need 2. I think I'll just go find another level that has one of these. So let's turn God mode back on. Okay, we have one here. Oh, it's perfect. And it has a gold bar with it. So the way the level generates is these falling platforms generate with the level, and then the gold bars are generated on a second pass afterward. I don't like those being up there. If I delete those, my game is going to crash. So I'm just going to do this. I'm scared of those. I don't want to delete those. We're just going to put those there and not worry about it. So I'm going to have to spawn in another falling platform to like simulate what's going on here. So let me think about what matters and what doesn't in this situation. I think as long as my player ID is correct, it should work. Let's just go ahead and try it out like this. This was the height of the interaction that caused it to pass through the gold bar. And I think it doesn't matter if you're touching it or not, so the player ID should be completely irrelevant. So I'm going to save state here. And then I'm going to hop on it and trigger it. And then AOK was not standing on the platform during the moment of contact. I think that's what it is. I think it is in contact with this. We're going to test without this platform here, but I think what happens is this platform like eats the collision on that particular frame, and then the falling platform registers a hit on the floor. And we can verify that by replacing this with a floor tile, where the entity ID shouldn't matter because the game uses a different collision algorithm for floor tiles. And it hits the gold bar in that situation. Like, even though it passed through the gold bar, so to speak, it hit the gold bar on that last frame and still knocked it over to the side. So I think what happened was, in this case, it hit the gold bar because there was nothing else touching it. But in the previous case, it did not hit the gold bar because it had a diagonal collision with that falling platform on the frame of impact. So this falling platform ate the collision, and then nothing happened here to the gold bar, so it just didn't receive any knockback and it was directly under you. So remember what I said earlier, that if you stand still on the falling platform, the gold bar won't be under you? Go to the left. Don't question it, don't think about it. Always go to the left. You don't know. You never know in this video game. Just go to the left. That's your safest bet. Like, jump off of it, and hopefully, even if the gold bar gets knocked to the left, it'll get knocked far enough that it won't be under you by the time you land. That is my professional recommendation if you're in this particular situation here. Which I wonder, if you just move to the left, if you'll actually... Yeah, you'd be fine in that case. I'm just curious how the timing plays out. And then if this platform wasn't here, and the gold bar was just a smidge to the left, so it gets left knockback, you gotta jump. Yeah, you're gonna hit the gold bar no matter what, unless you jump. So, yeah, hop off the platform. So that's why I do that. That's definitely the reason, and not because I'm scared. I jump off falling platforms when I play this game because I still have trauma from Spelunky HD, where they would crush landmines in the ice caves. I mean, they were only in the ice caves in Hell. They were the least of your concerns when you were in Hell in Spelunky HD. But yeah, that's the reason why I usually jumped off them. But here's another reason to jump off them. This interaction right here. All right, so that explains that one. Put a little done on that one. So it's very subtle, but diagonal connections are apparently enough to count as contact. All right, now here we have one that I think is also not involving the player touching the platform. It's some other object in the level that you wouldn't think would do anything here. And switch our... Stop, pause, Twitch, please. Why are you like this? Go to the video sharing. There it is. All right, so here we got, I think... we got Doji this time. So let's see what happened here. And there's a caveman just getting deleted. Like, that man just got sent to the Shadow Realm. I don't think we need to see this when it's slow motion, really, but let me just do it once. Do one pass through in slow motion. Oh, that wasn't very slow now, was it? It's got to be the push block there. This is another situation where this push block is qualified as contact with the falling platform. So the caveman doesn't get hit by the platform. He just gets pushed down, and then to either downward or to the right. Either of those would have killed him. So that's what's going on with that one. I'm like 99% sure. Let's double check it. This one should be pretty straightforward. I don't think the height on this one is going to matter at all, so I'm going to reload my state, and then I'm going to go back over here and check this area. Alright, this is what the setup looked like. Sort of. Well, actually, it had a natural level gen falling or push block. Well, it doesn't matter as long as the push block ID is lower than the caveman. Which I wanted a sleepy one. I should have left him like that. There we go. Perfect. A perfect simulation of what's going on. And by the way, if you've ever wondered, if you walk near a sleeping caveman, they just don't wake up. They only wake up if you touch them at that point, or if an explosion goes off near them. It's a weird interaction, to say the least. Like, it's one of those weirdly, like, detailed mechanics, kind of like the lizards eating dung beetles, that only exist in, like, dwelling, or, like, with dwelling enemies. And then the devs kind of forgot that there was a video game after the dwelling, so they just didn't test anything after that. So let's see. I think this is it, actually. We can just set this up. So let me make a save state. He clipped up on top of it, which tells me that the height of the platform is probably relevant to whether or not it's a crush. And we've seen that happen before. So I'm going to look at the clip real quick and see what the height actually was. It was on the 4th tile. I think I'm testing on the 5th, so that's probably why mine's not working. Yeah, I'm on the 5th tile, so if I just do this here. This one should be a crush. Yeah, there we go. So that's another one that depends on the height, kind of similar to the player interaction, where you sometimes just get clipped up on the top. All right, so that one was actually pretty consistent here. Honestly, we might have the majority of the mystery solved about why these falling platforms do what they do. It just has to do with entity ID order. What's the elevator platform interaction? I think elevators trigger the platform, then move off of it. Let me do that real quick and see if it's simple. So if we have another falling platform, I think they do trigger it, but they won't like follow it down or anything. No, they don't trigger it. I guess they're never standing on it. So this is kind of like crush blocks. Watch, it's not even like crush blocks. They just don't stand on it. They just stop moving. So yeah, nothing happens. No interaction really in this particular case. They just don't do anything. I put it up there. It just stops like a little bit short of it. Half a tile below it, which is kind of cursed. I guess, yeah, there's nothing else really to look into here with that one. And normally you wouldn't be able to get this situation, but I mean, I'm okay with testing situations that aren't normal if they're potentially interesting. But let's look at clips now. Let's look at this happening to more people. So let's see, we have that one answered. And then I've still got the chat suggestions. Actually, no, it's the chat suggestions now because I deferred the thing that happened to Beck. So let me put this down here. Okay, let's see. Now we got a Reddit link. Let me try to extract the video from this. See if it's a Twitch clip or something. I'm just checking to see if I'm going to dox myself by showing my Reddit page. No, it looks fine. I don't have anything here. I mean, I shouldn't be, but you never know if your like email is going to show up on a page somewhere, and I'd prefer not to have that. So I just double check these before I post them on the stream here. I know you could full screen the video, but I'm inevitably going to unfull screen at some point. So let's go ahead and share this. And there it is. All right, so what happens here? There you go. Usual hired hand shenanigans. Okay, we don't need to check this one. This is the same thing. That's the bow mount combo, which, as we confirmed, you don't even need the mount to have that happen. Like that, it's the same thing as holding the dog without the mount that we looked at earlier. That's the bow mount combo. And just gone. Like, depending on the surrounding terrain, you may or may not survive that. But all right, we have our explanation for that. We already figured that one out. All right, let's see what's next. Just label these as done real quick here. Okay, so these are message links. I need to quickly figure out how to get these to not be message links to Discord. I don't want to show that. I can get the video out of it. Just give me a second here. Let's see, there's... Okay, Remy linked to... I have two message links that I think were DMs. I just opened it in a browser. Whatever. Discord browser is awful, but I just need to get the video link out of it real quick. Discord, I don't care. Please, just give me the link. No? Can I not do this in the browser? Do I have to open this in the app? Like, I'm trying to right click and copy the actual like link to the source. Okay, I can just figure out whose links they were. Okay, these were two people who posted in my Discord. I can get the proper ones from that. I just need to figure out what they were. Yeah, it just doesn't exist in the browser. Cool, awesome. All right, so we got this one. You have to do a ritual, chat. You have to like do a magical incantation to turn an MP4 link into an actual like view it in your browser link instead of having it try to download it. And I'm trying to remember what the incantation is. Unless they broke it. I'm gonna cry if they broke this. Media1 Discord app.net attachments. Oh no, did they break this? Oh please no, not like this. Don't make me download these. No, dude, they changed it. Does anybody in chat know the way to get a non-download link to an MP4 from Discord? They changed it. Oh, they fucking changed it. Yeah, okay, I see the thing you DM'd me, but they changed that. Does Media 2 work? I gotta try all of these. No, Media 2 does not work either. Oh no. I think it's broken. I think they changed it. It doesn't work anymore. Replace the CDN part. Wait, no. No, I did that. Replace com with net. Yeah, I have an old link here that doesn't work either. Oh no. God damn it. Alright, we have to do this the hard way. Unless somebody could like swoop in and save my ass, I need to figure out how to get these to work. Because I don't want to stream my Discord window. Like, I have too many things that I would classify as personal on that to want to stream that. I wasn't anticipating this going wrong today. Let's see here. How can we do this? I didn't think it would come to this. I mean, okay, look, I can show what I'm doing here. Let me. Okay, CDN Discord app.com. Well, this content is no longer available now. Discord, what are you doing? Please. I will just screen share if I have to. I just really don't like to do that. I'll do it if I can't figure this out in a minute or two here. We'll get these to show up on screen at some point, one way or another. Okay, so it wants to download that. And then this content is no longer available. I'm just gonna download it. I'm just gonna download it. There's not much else I could do about this. Let's put this in here. Alright, let me download the other one while I'm at it so I can get both of these back to back. I'm upset. I'm upset that they broke this, and I need to figure out like how to get these to just show up in a browser. Or become a professional streamer and figure out how normal people actually do this. But they probably just have a desktop dedicated solely to stream content, and I'm not set up for that. I don't have enough monitors to have a dedicated stream desktop without something I don't want to show up on the stream like appearing there. So I don't have an easy way to do it. Alright, now I should be able to open these in a browser. Because that's just the easiest way to do this. I don't have to drag and drop it into OBS. Trash. There we go. Alright, that's the stuff. It only took like an hour to do this. Just put it to do here. I apologize for this. This is unprofessional. Alright, we're good to go. We're good to go. There it is. There it is. We got it. All right. So we have this. Who linked this to me? I like to pay attention to this. Audrey linked this to me, I think. So let's have a look at that. Full screen doesn't work. I have to click it here. Usually you just press F to do that. Yeah. All right. Same. We've been seeing a lot of these, haven't we? We all know what this one is now. It's the same thing. It's bow on mount under platform, just resulting in a horrendous like stack of like the wrong entity getting prioritized by the crush. And in this case, we know the mount had a lower entity ID than the player, and it still caused that crush interaction to happen. Morte. Alright, so there we go. It's touching the bow, or possibly the arrow on the bow. Either one would work. Like, either of those entities would cause it to happen. And then the turkey stops panicking and, like, crouches down. And I'm pretty sure it's touching the bow the whole time. This particular crush, it is touching the bow for the entire interaction. I believe that's what's causing this one. It's either touching the bow or the arrow for the entire interaction. And that obliterates you. Yeah, the cloak survived. I think we had a couple of these where the cape survived. And again, I can't like coherently explain why that happens. But you can see here the arrow survived, for instance, because it just wasn't in the terrain in a position where it couldn't get pushed out. You reported this back in 2021. That's cute. You think they're going to fix anything? They fixed one bug. One thing that I reported. A single thing, and it was regen blocks being able to kill players that were on a mount by clipping the player's hitbox. That was the only bug that they ever fixed that I reported in this game. I would have loved to swap that out for like the Sparrow desync, but apparently that was the only one that could be bothered to fix, and then they stopped caring. So we're stuck with what we got. Like, I tried to do diligence and report bugs about this game before I realized that the devs don't give a shit anymore. Or specifically, Derek doesn't give enough of a shit to pay them to fix the bugs anymore. So we're stuck with it. At the very least, that means my science is unlikely to be outdated anytime soon, because this right here, folks, this is here to stay. This ain't going anywhere. Like, I don't think they're ever going to fix this unless they do another patch that breaks elevators and Hyundai AI. And then we might randomly get a folly platform fix that just breaks something else instead. Like, really, be careful what you wish for, because you never know if the game's going to get worse after an update. That would be what I anticipate. Alright, so the second video.
A shop. What the heck?
Oh wait, no, not this one. Nope, don't chat. No, it's a spoiler. That's a spoiler. That's for the future. That's not folly platform related. Don't look at that. That's illegal. Don't look at that one. That is forbidden content. Just forget that video. Forget about that video entirely. What was the other one then? Hold on, I need to figure this out. What was the other one that I was looking for? I had two of these that were both message links, and I need to figure out whose message the second one was. So just give me a second here. Okay, this was Mock. Alright, Mock posted something falling platform related, but I see a spike ball on a falling platform. I think this might fall under the second category. Let me check it. Yeah, this is second category. Okay, so I will get the link to this one, but then I'm going to defer it. Alright, Mock posted this in speedrun. Can I open this in the app? This is so clunky. Discord, come on. I just download it from here. I love these names. The names for these three videos I've downloaded are K.mp4, what the fuck, and what was the last one? I think it was OK. Yeah, the last one is OK. So we got WTFSH and OK, and then we got what in Spanish. That's what you people have been naming your video files. These are awful. Like, come on. Are you gonna know what this is in the future? You just have to play it again to watch it. But we're gonna defer this one. Because this one is under getting crushed through a platform. So let me write that one down. This one's okay. Alright, we got that one. I don't know if we're gonna get to the thing with the sorceress today, because this has been going on for a long time. Alright, next thing. I'm sorry, this is, again, I apologize. Like, this is clunky, this is unprofessional. And the next one is a Twitch clip, I think. No, these are more, oh god, no, these are more broken Discord links. Alright, give me a second, I gotta download these. Luckily, it's pretty quick. Alright, we have Falling Platform 2. There we go. Whoever made this one actually named it something. Good job. You get a pat on the back. And then we got godmode.mp4, which is not that good, but whatever. Close enough. Alright, let's pull those up. Falling platform and God mode. I'll share that. I'll share it again in a moment. I'm just doing like file management with Discord here. Falling platform and God mode. MP4. God, stop. Stop. Alright, so here's our first one. So let me hold on, I haven't read chat in a while. Let me make sure nobody's asked anything about the previous ones. Something about jungle mains. I don't know what this has to do with jungle. I guess to reduce the amount of jank. I didn't mean to move the window there. Alright, let's see here. I think we're good. Oh, you were actually reproducing this. So now this is bizarre to me. This right here doesn't make much sense because you would think this would hit the player first. But I wonder if it's moving so fast that on the first frame of collision, it is inside of the landmine hitbox. That would be my theory for what's going on here. I think this is the same interaction as all the other ones, but the platform is falling so fast that it actually hit the thing in your hands before it hit you. Let me see what height you drop it from. Alright, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is a 7-tile falling platform, and you're holding a landmine in your hands. So I think that's what's going on here. And then you get clipped out to the side like that. Alright, I'm pretty sure I have a good prediction. 7 tiles. Alright, back to this. Let's see here. Low MS. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right here. That'll be it. So right there, that's where we want this. And I don't think the sides matter at all because we did a bunch of testing with that. And then we need a landmine with a lower entity ID than the player. So I'm going to commit die and respawn myself. And I have to crush myself. I can't just die normally. I need my player entity to actually be deleted in order to get back with a higher ID than that landmine. That's the whole reason why I've been doing it like that. Alright, so God mode off. I don't want it to interfere with the interaction. Save state. I'll save state with the landmine in my hands. Alright, we got our save state. And let's see what happens. Yep, just barely. Like, just a smidge of the landmine's hitbox gets hit on that first frame, and that's all it takes. So, like, just having an item in your hands, you just have a random chance of just not getting hit by a falling platform. However, you also have a random chance of this happening to you. And in this particular case, it looks like it actually shoved me through the floor. The landmine got tucked into my hands, it was touching the player, and then it hit me. Like, it hit the top of my head and stunned me anyways. So, like, it's not a freebie, but there's like a chance that you will survive this type of interaction. And if we get rid of these floor tiles here, it'll almost certainly be fine. Yeah, in that case, we're completely fine. We got shoved out of the platform. We were no longer eligible to be hit by it. And so we just get to survive it. So that's the explanation for what's going on there. It hits the landmine in your hands, and depending on how you get shoved out of the way, you may end up in contact with it if the landmine gets, like, clipped into the floor with you. And then it hits you, and then I didn't even get crushed. I actually got bopped back up inbounds. I can show that one more time in slow motion, just because it's a weird interaction. But this was the odd-looking interaction here. So if you have terrain all around you, and you're pretty much just dead center underneath it, and it's at that exact height, it will get the landmine. Then the landmine gets pulled underground, it goes back into your hands. Now the top of my head is in contact with that thing. And then I get hit on the frame that the game tries to shove me back out of the ground. So that's the explanation for that one. Bizarre, but it is consistent with what we have seen so far. So let's go back. Let's look at the other one. So that was Falling Platform 2.mp4. Now we have God Mode.mp4, which I think this is also a Remy clip. I don't know, the other one was soloed. I forget who sent me these, but this is a Remy clip. So let's see what happened here. we got a landmine, so it's probably the same thing. In fact, I think Remy sent both of these clips. Yeah, this is like the same exact thing, and you might have been crouching when the hit happened, and it like didn't even have time to collide with you, so that's actually interesting to check on. Let's see what we can infer from this. So like we know a player is up there. We don't know how high up that platform is, but if it's I think an odd number of tiles beyond like 7, I think it's always a consistent intersection with the player. I'm not sure. They eventually fall at a speed that always lines up with tiles. So we could just try like 10 or 9 and it'll be one of those two probably. What a goblin though. Oh my god, Soth, what are you doing? Like, you know somebody is down there and you're not even like getting off of it, you're just standing on it. It could also be the player standing on it that caused that. No, there was a jump. There was a rollback and a jump by the look of it. So no, there was no player on this at the moment of collision, if I'm reading this right. Yeah, there was a jump. So there was a rollback jump. Well, you remember this lobby? Well, I'm glad we got to relive that memory. Yeah, there was a jump. It rolled back a couple frames. There was a jump, so nobody was on the platform. I think what happens here is that it's touching the landmine, and it hits the ground on, like, the same frame. So the landmine eats that frame of contact. It's the same interaction as the gold bar that we saw earlier. I think the landmine eats the frame of contact with the ground, and then the platform breaks. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. Let's reproduce it. So the player on top of it is irrelevant because they jumped off. And the only thing that matters here is you're holding a landmine and you're crouching down. And we don't know the height of the falling platform. Good thing we have a landmine already. So let's just go ahead and try this. Alright, just go ahead and set it up. I'm frame advancing right now. It's just I don't know when it's going to hit me, and I don't want to hold the button down. I don't want to full send it. There it is. That hit me. So let's try it with the platform one tile further up to see if anything different happens. So this will be 8 tiles. Shouldn't matter if I'm facing right or left. I'll just face to the left because that's, you know, no, I'll face to the right because the clip was facing left. So let's see if the outcome is the same. It probably will be. So dog sets it off. We crouch down. I could probably zoom the camera out to see where it is. It'll be here in a second here. Just there it is. That's 8 tiles. Yeah, okay. So it was probably like 8 or 10 tiles. Because let's see, how fast is this falling platform moving at this point? I'm trying to get the ID. There it is. 1364. Not quite at max, not quite terminal velocity, so it will probably lock in after a couple more frames here. I think it accelerates at the same speed as normal, which is a 100th of a unit per frame. So I would guess that a falling platform 9 tiles or higher is going to be locked into a 2-tile cycle, so to speak, because it's going to move at 0.4. So every 5 frames, it will move 2 tiles. That's how that ends up working, exactly 2 tiles. And that's why a lot of like weird like low percent setups are in 2-tile multiples. Things like the whip ejection into a ledge hang. That's the reason why. It's because terminal velocity in this game is 0.4 for almost everything. So the more you know. And in this case, it didn't matter because we found a setup that seems to reproduce it. This falling platform is moving fast enough that on the next frame, it should hit the ground. And it shouldn't hurt me at all. So if I frame advance, yeah, you see there, it just hit the ground and just broke. And I'm completely fine, and that's because the landmine ate the collision. If I wasn't crouching, it might have been able to hit my head first. But in this case, I think I would have been fine even if I wasn't crouching. It would have essentially been this interaction here. So let's see. Let's see if the crouch actually mattered or not. Actually, I need to be crouching again. No, I need to not crouch for that test. My brain turned off. Set that off. Face to the left for funsies this time. Yeah, same outcome. So in this case, crouching didn't matter. It might matter depending on the height. Like, it would improve the odds of the landmine eating the hit before the player did, I think, under most circumstances. Though it does lower the landmine to the ground, so you don't get that much benefit from it, because it does, you still have this little sliver right here. Like, what I'm circling here with my cursor, this is what you don't want the falling platform to touch before it gets to the item in your hands. The taller the item, the less likely it is for that to happen. Landmines aren't very tall, but it was tall enough in this case to eat the hit. And then that sliver is a little bit higher if you're standing up in this particular case. It might vary from item to item. But stuff like the bow, or even the crossbow, or the camera, they are really tall items. But the landmine is pretty short, so if I set this up and use like this ghost pod, I can probably use the ghost pod to eat the hit. Because the ghost pod is a really, really tall entity. So from 7 tiles here, if we put the dog over... Now we might get shoved into the floor by this one. Let's see what happens. Whoops. Yeah, it hits the ghost jar, pushes it. No, but this time we actually had a long enough, like, phase of collision to get shoved into the ground. However, the ghost jar is still touching it. It's not going to hit me, but it crushed me because I couldn't get out of the floor because the falling platform hadn't broken early enough. So you see up here, I'm dead. I got obliterated by that. So like, it's hit or miss. Like, the landmine worked out in some of these cases. I could probably do this height with the ghost jar and survive it if I had to guess. So pull the ghost jar. So this is the height that we saw in the last clip we just looked at. So go ahead and set it off. Ghost jar, completely fine. It's going to just kind of depend on how many frames the thing is in contact with you. Finding setups for this is not really practical because you probably don't want to be doing this in the first place, but you've seen a few setups here that just happen to work for... God, I love Magmars. I'm surprised that didn't happen earlier than that. But yeah, we've seen a few setups that just happen to work by chance. You could farm for these if you wanted to, or you could run the numbers and figure out exactly what heights are and aren't safe with what items, but the gist of it is the faster the platform is falling, the more likely it is to work out in the player's favor. So that's that clip. I think we're through all the player clips. Let's see, I downloaded those two, so those are fine. They're all finished. Alright, I have to go ahead and delete those. But what else? Okay, I think that's all the clips of that. Does anybody else have any funny crush ejection clips that don't involve a push block or a spike ball or a second falling platform? Give you a moment here to speak up. If nobody has any of those, we'll move on to the ones that involve like push blocks and stuff, like landing on the platform, because that's a whole different category of jank. I mean, it happens for the same reason, but the outcome is different. You think you do? Okay, go ahead and post it. I'll wait. All of chat will wait for you. I mean, they don't really have a choice. Like, they're not gonna make the stream go anywhere. So if you don't find it, that's fine. Like, we can still move on. Maybe come back to it afterward. But if anybody else has any other unsolved falling platform mysteries, either like this or the like stuff with the push blocks, then go ahead and post them to me. We're about to move on to the thing with push blocks, if nobody else has anything in particular. I think the dogs sync to the music now. A little off. Yeah, right, maybe right there. Yeah, that's the best you're gonna get. Sorry, anyone who actually cares about that. Anyways, it wasn't a falling platform. Yeah, go ahead and post it. I'm not going to look at it right now, but yeah, just go ahead and post it. I will catalog these at some point after the stream, whatever I don't get to. I don't know what we're going to do today after this. I don't know how long this is going to last. We'll see if any other rabbit holes open up or if we revisit anything. Words are hard. Talking is hard. I don't know how I pull it off. Let's see. So how do I want to test this? You know, let's look at a clip. Let's look at a clip and we'll figure out how to set up a test for it. So we've got deferred push block in a falling platform. And then we have a second one. Okay, we have 2 clips of this so far. We have the firebug interaction. And then we have one of, I think, a player getting shoved through it. And then there's a very common case that I'm going to just show in general. So let's go ahead and look at that. Wow, that's some crispy audio you got there. How many bits is that? Like 2 bits of audio? Sorry, I'm being rude. All right, there's our clip. I mean, it's called trash. No, that's my folder. It's called OK to MP4. So not a lot of effort. I don't know whose this was. I don't remember. I'm sorry. It's like probably Remy or something. Yeah, so we got this interaction here. This kind of segues into the next segment, which is getting crushed between a rock and a hard place, but the hard place isn't hard enough to actually crush you. In this particular case, you got like pinched between 2 active floors, but I think neither of them wanted to crush you, so you just kind of survive and get ejected at the top, and then the ball just destroys the platform, or maybe the platform gets destroyed before you have time to get like shoved into a wall or something. Let's go ahead and try to figure out what this one is, because I'm not sure. We haven't looked into this yet today. So let's solve this one. Let's start with a baseline test, which is what does getting crushed by one of these things usually look like? Just put a thing there. All right, so let's see. Let's save state. Actually, hold on. Let me load state so that I get my falling platform back in case we end up using this one. Alright, so let's go ahead and save state here. What does it look like to get crushed by one of these? Just in slow motion, what actually kills you? I'm just like right under it. Alright, perfect. I'm absolutely boned. It's immediate, so that is not a lenient crush. That is immediate. The game didn't even try to like shove me into the floor first. It deleted me on the first frame of contact with this spike ball. So then I wonder if this is another like entity ID thing where like the spike ball having a higher or lower ID than the platform changes which one like starts like shoving you in or out of the walls first, because that could be important. And the spike ball is always going to be higher than the platform, and levels generate in a scan line from left to right, top to bottom. So like you can see here with the IDs on these floors, like we've got 1227, or we got 1229, 1230, 1231, 32, 33, and then it scans all the way back around. Actually, it's per room. Okay, never mind, I lied, it's per room. So it scans back down over to here, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and I think the rooms are left to right is what it was. Yeah, so let's see, this would be the last one on this room. Yeah, this would be the last one, 1215, and then the next thing that generated 1216 is the top leftmost tile in this room. And then it scan lines through this room, and then it would go all the way to the left corner, to the left side of the level, one row down, and generate rooms from left to right again. It does this for the terrain tiles, and then it does like another pass for traps. So let's think about like what ID order that is going to cause here. I need to reload my state and get this thing to shut up. Alright, got mode back on. So let's think about how that would work. Because I think the game does a trap pass. So it generates this room, it generates the whole level, all the terrain tiles, and then it does a pass to generate traps. So these active floors, well, I think I spawned that one in, but these active floors generate with the floor tiles, but these traps do not. because they're not scripted to spawn. I don't even know if there's a scripted spike ball trap anywhere in the game. I think they're all randomly generated. So these are always going to be generated after the falling platforms, and they're going to have a higher entity ID, which means the falling platform is going to get first dibs at like collision interaction with the player, if that's the way that lenient collisions work, which I'm not positive that it is. But if that's the case, let's see if we can infer what would happen in... I fucking hate Magmar so much. Let's see if we can infer what would happen in this situation. So I'm gonna save state here. We have a falling platform, which it has the wrong ID though. I can actually simulate this the other way around. I can spawn the spike ball platform, so that's what I'll do. Alright, so we got a spike ball ceiling. Let's go find a natural falling platform and test it on this one. Alright, so now we have what it would look like in level gen. Falling platform and then the spike ball. Put a few tiles around it so I have more to work with. Let's see what happens when I jump under this. So, save state. I'm gonna actually perfectly center myself. Alright, so I have snapped myself to the perfect center. And the thing got here before the platform started falling. I have God mode turned off. So I take a hit, but I don't get crushed. And I think... I'm not sure, it's hard to say, but I think what is going on here is the game doesn't think I'm pinched against a solid object. Like, again, we don't know how exactly this works, but I think this active floor doesn't qualify as a sufficiently hard object to be crushed against. So the game doesn't think I need to get crushed in this situation, so it just dealt the contact damage from the spike ball, which happens if you touch the bottom of the spike ball while it's moving downward, or when the game released, you touch the bottom of the spike ball at any time and you took 2 damage, but they fixed that pretty quickly. And we're not in a crush situation here. So the game is just, it doesn't want to crush us because neither of these entities alone is sufficient to cause that interaction. It needs to have like a floor of some sort near it or a push block. And I'm not even sure if a push block would be enough. It might be that you need to be crushed between like 2 specific entity classes, and maybe these floor tiles just are categorized as something that you can die by being crushed against. And in this case, since the side was open, I got squirted out to the side. If we go back and set off the interaction like this, I don't even think I need to be particularly well centered. It shoved me down that time. And that could have something to do with the platform like starting to move, or maybe how well I was or wasn't centered on it. So if I snap myself to the middle, no, I got to it. That might just have something to do with when the spike ball reaches the platform to decide whether or not you get clipped up or up on top or underneath it. And I don't know if the entity ID matters, so let's go ahead and check that. So if this falling platform had a higher ID, which it normally wouldn't, but if it did, would that matter? I'm turning to Red Dementia, thank you for the follow. Glad you're finding this interesting. Let's see here. So now the only difference in this particular case is this has a higher ID. I don't actually know if this matters or not. Hello, Coco. Looks like it doesn't matter. I don't think the relative IDs between these 2 objects do anything. I think it just has to do with how far it is between the spike ball and the falling platform. So if I were to put it down here, for instance, and center myself, we might get a different outcome. So we're perfectly centered. It's going to get to me before the platform falls. And we still got knocked down. Let me see. Let me look at the clip real quick here. I'm just going to look at it on my own to see how far down the spike ball was. I'll just tell you the number. Okay, it was pretty high up. I don't think they really have acceleration of any sort, but I'm not sure how fast they move. Okay, it was 1, 2, 3. It's hard to count. I don't have a good grid to work with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tiles from the spike ball to the ground. So the falling platform was right here in that clip, I think. Yeah, four, no, right here. This is where it was in that clip. So let's see if that reproduces it. And it looks something like this. There were two falling platforms. It was the usual room that nobody likes, where you have to wait for the platforms to get out of your way. And the last thing I'm going to check here is, was the player hit before or after the platform started moving? I think it was before the platform started moving. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that. So save state. And we don't care about that one. So set it off early and land on it. This is approximately what happened. I'm going to center myself. Took fall damage. But we might be able to see it happen anyways. Just get hit again. Yeah, there we go. We got the clip on top. Let's try to do that without taking fall damage, but I think it's actually going to be the same outcome. So trigger the thing. Put ourselves like here. That shouldn't do any fall damage. Yeah, we get clipped up on top. It's just, that's just going to depend on just the distance between the platform and the spike ball. And if the platform is already falling, that's also going to throw it out of whack. But that's the gist of it. That's how this interaction happens. So it's conceptually similar. Neither of these entities think that they can aggressively crush the player. Like, you end up just getting, like, sort of forced out of the collision of one of them. And again, I don't know why that's the way they programmed it. But the spike ball cannot crush you against the falling platform. The falling platform cannot crush you if you're clipped into it. So you end up in a state where the game just doesn't know where to put you, and it just waits for a spot to open up. And in this case, it could either be above or below the ball. I need to make this thing shut up. There we go. It could either be above or below the spike ball. It's just going to depend on the height. It'll be inconsistent. That's been the theme we've been seeing so far, is a lot of this just depends on exactly what your height is and where the falling platform is when it hits you, or when it should hit you, but decides not to. So that's that clip. And let's see, what was the next one? I'll just show it one more time. I haven't been doing this for all of them, but this is what the clip was. Just to wrap it up. Clipped on top of the platform. Didn't get crushed, just took the 2 damage. Nothing else particularly interesting going on there. And we know why it happens now. And then we have something weird, which is going to get a little bit into Firebug Jank. I think I know what's going on here. This might be a little bit of a side, like a little tangent, a little side-like activity here, but let's try to understand what's going on with this one. So we're back to Twitch clips.
Castle, I think it is, isn't it?
And this is Beck pushing a block onto a Firebug, as one does.
I think it is, isn't it?
And the Firebug just doesn't care. Like, it doesn't even get pushed off of the chain. Like, it just isn't detached from it properly for some reason.
What?
So we're gonna figure that out, but first let's see what this does with the player, because I think most people have seen this happen at some point, especially if you're in co-op, where one of your goblins pushes a block onto you while you're on a falling platform already. And it's one of the few outcomes that actually almost always works in the player's favor. Almost, not always. Usually it does though. So back to the game. So let's see, we're in loaded state. Alright, so I don't particularly care about this. Carefully delete that. Cool. Okay, we're actually just going to leave this thing here. This is a permanent fixture of the level now, because I'm afraid to delete the spike ball while it's doing that. So let's just test this. We actually got rid of our good one. Do I have a save state that has this? I overwrote them all like a dummy. Okay, let's just do this with frame advance. I can get rid of this thing without crashing my game. I promise. See, there we go. Easy. I wasn't worried for a second. Alright, we have a natural falling platform again, in the midst of a bunch of random garbage I've been spawning, and we've been getting a lot of mileage out of this level. I haven't crashed in like an hour or two. Probably just an hour. Alright, so, you're in co-op, and you have a push block, and somebody on your team has decided that it would be a good idea to push this block off this ledge and down this hole while you're standing on a falling platform. This should sound like a familiar situation because I've had this happen before. Co-op players are the most dangerous thing in this game. I promise. So let's see how this works out when you're a player or any other object. So I'm going to save state. Just put a couple of them. There we go. So if the platform, or if the block is on its way down, and we're standing on a platform, and we don't have God mode on, it just kind of, you just don't get hurt. Like, nothing happens to you. Like, nothing bad happens. You just get shoved out of the way if you're in a situation like this. Now, if we were to put tiles next to it and do that again, let's see what happens. So, put the block there, put the player there. And you can see here, there we go. The game, like, it gave me a few frames of being in that block and just nothing happening. And then it just decided, oh, okay, we'll let you go. And it just shoves you through it. There's no God mode here. Nothing is preventing me from taking that damage except the fact that the game just doesn't know how to kill me in this situation. And in this case, since the platform wasn't falling yet, I couldn't get, like, hit by it or anything on the way down. I think if the platform starts falling as this happens, you will actually get hit by it. So I believe this should start falling before the block gets to me. I said it should start falling before the block gets to me. And that, interestingly enough, that killed me. So that's not foolproof. If the block is falling faster than you and the platform is already moving and you've got like tiles to either side of you like this, that could kill you apparently. So this is not guaranteed to be safe. I think this would be safe if these side tiles weren't here. Possibly one or both of them. So let's set that up again. So I triggered that. Okay, the block should catch up. No, it's not. I don't know if it's going to. No, it's not going to. I might need to slow down the falling platform. Alright, so if we had like tiles to our right or something, but not the left, and I'm standing dead center right now. We know the game prefers to throw you to the right. Can you slow down a bit? There we go. It killed me eventually. Yeah, so it really, really likes to shove you out to the right by the look of things. So if I were to load that and do the same exact thing, but to the right this time, let's see if it's any different. So again, I'm perfectly centered, and I'm going to have the right side be open instead. This is very hard to time this with frame advance. Oh my god, again? I'm not even gonna wait for the next one. Follower only, chat. Sorry everyone. It's the same bots that we had a couple hours ago. They were like 10 of them. I'm just gonna go into follower only mode for a bit. I apologize for any lurkers. I understand if you don't want to follow to chat, but you're free to keep watching. We'll undo this like in an hour or something when the bots go away. Hopefully Twitch will figure out how to get rid of these. Is that a different URL actually? Does anyone remember what the first URL was? Did they like put it in a tiny URL? Is somebody like actively modifying these bots like as we go? And it's fascinating. It's just such a fascinating system. I can't believe people actually pay enough for these bots that people keep doing it. I don't know, I guess if you're a Fortnite streamer, you might get desperate for attention. Then the bots start looking good. Alright, so we know the game likes to push us to the right. Hello, Cue Ball. Thank you for the raid. I apologize anybody in the raid who's not following. You cannot talk right now because we just had another like bot show up and start spamming our chat. But thank you for the raid. I hope whatever you were doing was fun. I hope you weren't playing Overwatch. Or if you were playing it, I hope you didn't get too many push maps. Yeah, okay, the game definitely likes to push you out to the right. And it doesn't like even try the left side in these situations. And again, no god mode. I survived that entire interaction by just getting hit by the block and the falling platform being underneath me. Completely fine, unscathed. This is probably going to vary depending on what side you're on. Your Surrect, no, it's okay. Your Surrect is safe with me and everybody in my chat and all the bots that would be spamming my chat right now. I wonder how old those bots are, because I think I have something where you can't chat on my stream unless your account is like at least a couple weeks old. They must have been sitting on these bots. I don't know how that works. I really, it's fascinating really how this kind of bot mechanics work. So if I'm on the left side and I block off the right side, I wonder what happens. Will the game actually shove me in the right direction? This is not quite related to what we were doing, but will the game shove me to the left if I block off the right side? I'm very clearly on the left side, but not super far on the left side, just a little bit, like just enough of a bias that the game should think, oh, maybe I should put the player on the left side instead of obliterating them. All right, so again, we're just waiting for the platform to start moving. There it goes. I feel like the block is going to catch up this time, so I don't have to do anything. Yeah, it picked left, so it kind of tries. The one you banned was created in 2020. Ah, fuck, that means they're stolen. Well, that'll happen, folks. Use two-factor authentication. That probably means those accounts were stolen. And then just they found their way into a bot farm. I think that's usually what happens with these. Because they get banned pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure, like, I've had streams where we had, like, spam bots, like, just show off big follows links or whatever. And, like, I could check the mod actions after the stream, and those mod actions are just, like, the account is just gone. Like, essentially, there is no name for the account that got banned. In fact, one of them's already banned. I'm looking at the mod actions right now. One of the bots is already banned from 2 hours ago. Like, the name of the bot just isn't in the mod actions feed anymore. So, like, they do get deleted eventually. You get unknown user for some of these as well. Like, unknown user shows up. So, like, these bots do get removed by Twitch. I think they see an extremely large number of streamers banning these bots. But in this case, I think that's a stolen account if it was created in 2020, because there's no reason for these bot farmers to just sit on an account for that long. They probably use these almost immediately once they get a hold of them. So that's sad. Keep an eye on your account. Don't lose it. Don't force all of your friends to remember what your new Twitch account is because you keep getting hacked. Like, be smart about these things. There are mechanisms in place to avoid this happening, unless they crack the two-factor authentication, in which case, God help you. Because that's not good if they crack two-factor. But at least for Twitch, I don't think two-factor has ever been broken, so usually you're fine if you're protected by that, unless somebody really wants your account and has your phone number for some reason. I don't know, I ain't a security expert. I think we have our explanation for the push block and the chain ball. So the next thing that happens a lot is you're on a falling platform, and then a second falling platform from your co-op goblins lands on your head. So we know that if somebody is on it, it's based on like NDID and whatnot, whether or not you get like hit by it or anything like that. I think in this situation, what's going to happen is you're always going to get hit by it. So if I set it off, and then I center myself here, I think I'm going to get hit by it. So it will be a matter of somebody else on your team being on top of it. Now I need to make sure that I'm moving while it's moving. I want to see what that interaction looks like. Oh, it's close. Yep, and I just get hit by it. I get bonked on the noggin. Now, if something was on that platform that could, like, have ID priority, which, again, we spent, like, 2 or 3 hours talking about this, but essentially, if something with a lower entity ID that could get hit by this platform is on top of it, it will not be able to hit me anymore. And I think what we're going to see here is I get shoved through this platform. And I probably don't get crushed. So this dog has a lower entity ID. I don't know if I said higher or lower, but this dog has a lower ID. So that dog is going to prevent me from getting crushed by this platform. So if I go ahead and stand here now, the dog is still touching it. So the dog is the only thing that can get hit by this falling platform. So it goes right through me. It's like I don't exist anymore. And I clip up on top of it. And I think I've seen this happen a number of times. This is not terribly uncommon. It won't happen with like Magmars because they spawn later, but like another player or like an enemy in the level can trigger this to happen, or like a skeleton could trigger it as well. I've seen that one before. And you'll just clip up on top of the platform. Again, no God mode. You can see if I have God mode on over here. I'm flickering it on and off right now. This is the spot to check if you're worried if I have God mode on. It is off right now. That appears to be that interaction. It's actually not terribly complicated. And I think, did I show all the clips with that? I know there was the firebug interaction. Was there a simpler one, or should we move on to the firebugs? Let me see what I have in here. I think that was it. If anybody has a clip related to this that they'd like me to look at, I'll do it. Otherwise, we're going to do the firebugs. But this is just another situation where falling platforms are just, you just don't get crushed by them or something falling on top of them. I'm gonna go. Alright, see ya. Hope you enjoy. Hope you learned something from this, because my god, I've been learning things from this. Alright, so let's go back to the Beck clip that we had. So sharing. Alright, so we got this bullshit here. So in slow motion, it gets pushed off the bottom of the chain into a falling platform, and then it just kind of comes back after the falling platform moves out of the way. And I think we kind of understand what's going on there, but we can use Spelunky to see exactly how this works and maybe understand why the bug didn't get detached from the chain when getting shoved down like that. And I'm not sure how far they can even get pushed, so let's go ahead and look into that. This one I saw this clip ages ago, but I don't know exactly what causes it. So we're gonna learn something here. I don't believe we need a natural falling platform anymore, but I mean we're already here. This is a nice familiar area. Yeah, we do need a chain though. Let's try to emulate the situation that happened over there. So we had a firebug. I'm gonna turn God mode back on because this one doesn't involve the player at all. We had a firebug, which should attach to the chain automatically. And then we had a push block shoved on top of it into a falling platform, like this. Push block. Alright, so that should be a good test. But let's do the control test first, which is what happens if you just... What if there just isn't a push block at all? What happens? Or what if there isn't a falling platform at all? So I'm going to make save states of this. And push it down, and let's just see what this interaction looks like. Because usually you don't pay much attention to this. So if I go over here now and watch it, it is still chained. It is still attached to that chain. Like the game, this will become an unchained firebug if it is not attached to the chain. It still thinks it's on the chain, and then it just gets crushed on that frame. So it never transitions into the unchained firebug, which if you saw when I was spawning it in here, that's this version here that's on the ground. That is a different entity that spawns in when you knocked one of these off of a chain. That one didn't even have a chance to do it, so there doesn't seem to even be a limit to how far off the bottom of the chain it could get pushed. The game just doesn't check for that. So in theory, if you were to destroy this push block before it got too far down, like with a matic or an explosion or something, I mean, you'd need a co-op player to do it most likely. The bug just kind of gets stuck. Like it moves a little bit. It would be very hard to get this to happen in a normal run, but not impossible. And it's moving downward ever so slightly. It's like it's getting one tick of downward velocity, and then it just kind of like stops. It gets zeroed back out, and it bounced too. I wonder if it's going to go all the way back up to the chain and then snap back onto it. And you can see here, it thinks it's on a chain. It actually went back down. It's interesting. I wonder if it's stuck on this tile then. So it's on entity 3937, which is this chain, the last one in the stack. So it thinks it's attached to this chain entity right here, and if I were to destroy that chain entity, which I'm terrified to do because I've crashed my game doing that like 3 times, it would turn into a regular firebug. So we could simulate that by just blowing it up. And there we go. It detaches from the chain at that point. That's the one that it thought it was attached to, the bottom chain. So this is more of a weird firebug interaction than anything to do with the falling platform. What happened was the falling platform gave us a situation where you could create this in the vanilla game without having to do a really cursed bomb cook. So if you have this situation, which isn't terribly uncommon, push block off a ledge onto a firebug on a chain. We can just shove it off. You can see here the firebug is attached to 39, 34, then 35, then 36. So it's like it's trying to stay attached to these. 37. And then it just stays on 37. It's inside of the block right now. So that's why it looked like it was behind the block, or like you couldn't even see it in that clip that I showed here. It's because it was perfectly behind the block. And it's not getting pushed to the sides. It's not getting pushed down anymore because the falling platform prevented it from getting pushed down any further. And then when the block falls past it, that's what it's probably going to snap back. Yeah, and then it snaps back up onto the chain. And I'm betting that if the falling platform was one tile further down, it wouldn't be able to snap back up onto the chain. It would get stuck in that broken AI loop. Like, I don't know why that AI loop happens. It's just an untested case where the firebug doesn't like know what direction to move in next because there isn't a chain above it. There's probably a coherent explanation for that, but I don't think we're gonna bother looking into that right now. It's also worth noting the firebug is like clipped into the push block, and it is probably pushed into the clipped into the push block, like it as a function of what the velocity of the push block is. So if that didn't make any sense, which it probably didn't, this push block is moving down at 0.29 right now. That's its downward velocity. I wonder if this firebug is 0.29 units into the push block. So let's see here. Hitbox. I'm just curious why there's this weird like dragging effect happening on it. Let's see, 0.42, and then the bottom of the push block. That looks like it. No, I'm an idiot. Hold on. This one. Yeah, it looks like that's actually what's going on here. So this is the previous, like, push block velocity. That is how much the firebug is overlapping the block. So due to some jank with how, like, entity ID order works and the firebug attempting to stay attached to this chain, the push block gets clipped into it, and then on the next frame, the firebug gets pushed down, and then the block falls further back into the collision of the firebug. And this all happens within a frame, so you don't actually get to see any of it happen. But it gets a little bit further into the firebug up until it gets to 0.4, at which point it's at terminal velocity, and then it's going to be the same every time. And we got the same looking interaction here. And then it looks like it's stuck now. Let's see if it finds its way back to the chain. No, at this point it doesn't know what to do, and I think it's just going to keep going down. And I don't know why it does this. This is just something to do with the AI. And it's not really the focus of what we're trying to figure out right now. But yeah, you could get a cursed looking firebug like this. It's just kind of floating in midair. I wonder what would happen if it went through the loop. Alright, chat, do you have any other questions that might involve me doing something in this level? Because I want to go to the Cosmic Ocean and see what happens if you push a firebug through the loop like this. I feel like this is something that you would have seen normally, but then it gets crushed by the block, so I wonder what happens if the block doesn't crush it. You know, you don't have anything else? Anyone? Final call before I get upset if you make me go back to this level, because I lose my save states once I leave this level. That's just how it works, but I need to go to Cosmic to get the loop to work properly. Alright, we're going. We're going to Cosmic. Oh, and it's a volcano level. It's perfect. Alright, we need to find a firebug or just a chain near the bottom of the level. Anything will do, really. Alright, this will do. We can use this one over here on the left. Actually, the one over further is a little bit better. Alright, so we spawn a firebug on it. See what's below it. Just a normal floor. All right, so we'll do save states and we'll watch two different scenarios here. All right, so creating save states, push the block, and let's go down and see what happens. And I believe it's going to get shoved through the boundary, but still be attached to the chain, but let's see what happens to it. So this is the teleporting border I was talking about a long time ago. Can I test lava movement? We're not doing that on this stream. We did a stream where I messed around with lava movement. And lava movement doesn't have anything to do with these falling platforms. They just have a solid collision mesh as far as the lava is concerned. Lava physics is another jank interaction that is to be saved for another day. Oh, it actually doesn't get snapped down entirely. So in this case, it looks like the firebug just kind of resisted the push block at the loop boundary. Why have I not like seen any clips of this? This feels like something that would happen really often. I'm sure there are clips of this, but I'm surprised I haven't seen any of this because I didn't know that this is what the game would do in this situation. So if I set it back to real time, I don't really need the grid anymore. You can see the firebug is kind of stuck. It's actually on the other side of the teleporting border, I think. Yeah, the firebug is on the other side of the teleporting border, so it's actually here. Like slowly creeping downward, despite still thinking that it's attached to, I think, this chain ID. Yeah, this is 868. Yeah, the firebug still thinks it's on chain 868, even though it's way up here right now. I'm really surprised that I've never seen a clip of this before. But yeah, this is apparently what happens. The bug actually got off of the push block at the loop boundary. There may be situations where it doesn't, like, get detached from the push block like that. We can try to recreate it. See if it plays out any differently this time around. So what happened here is the firebug is on the other side of the loop, and the push block is not. The firebug stops getting pushed for one game tick. And then on the next frame, the push block is also on the other side of the loop, but the firebug is like directly behind it. And so the push block kind of gets to go past it at that point. It's fallen too far, and it gets to fall past the firebug, which then goes into its broken AI state, where it just slowly sinks down to the floor. And eventually, actually it got back up that time. It didn't get shoved down far enough, but eventually it could get all the way down here. But it looks like it was moving upward when it got hit by the block, and it moved up just enough to reattach to the chain and fix its AI. So it looks like they can sometimes recover from that, but typically they would just get pushed down. So that doesn't even have anything to do with the falling platform, actually. That's just an interaction that can happen. The falling platform just allows it to happen at a normal level, because otherwise that firebug is getting crushed by the push block, unless you either destroy the push block or shove it into a falling platform. So that's that interaction. We're actually burning through most of the unanswered questions about these blocks. We still don't know exactly like why room boundaries affect them. We don't know why they skim certain items but stun others, but we have the gist of it. The thing that you would normally encounter in a run, we know why it happens now. We know why you can get clipped into the ground. We know why you sometimes get crushed and sometimes don't. It has to do with like lenient crush mechanics. And we know why you get pushed through falling platforms by other like solid active floor entities. So that makes me wonder if the metal shield can push you through a falling platform or not. Let me go look into that. We don't care about the entity IDs for this. So let me spawn in an assistant here. Which I've been playing this skin forever. Who was next on the list? Probably not going to get to all of them. Okay, we were to play Tina. Okay, Mistletoe was the next one. And let me just... I'll just go back to the main menu to clean out my game state. Gotta get Rafi anyways. Alright, so we play as Cute Kitty, and then that thing. We'll talk about the other one. Alright, he's got mode on. It's not nearly satisfying to throw him around the level. He's always watching you. He's always watching, except when he's behind that. Whatever, I'm gonna stop doing that now. Alright, so let's go back to Volcana, because it just feels like the right place to be for this. This happens far more often in volcano than ice caves. So I don't think we necessarily need natural falling platforms anymore to do the testing we've been doing here. It's just kind of nice. But I wonder if, like, this is a rare level gen situation, but it can happen. And I wonder if getting pushed into this with like a push block or a metal shield is lethal. Alright, safe state. Well, this is just horrifying, honestly. Again, I don't have God mode on. Rafi is like, his feet are in the floor a little bit. Like just a smidge. His feet are in the floor. He's stuck in this push block, but the game can't kill him. Nothing here qualifies as being able to kill Rafi. Oh, it's ND1. I don't know what ND0 is. Oh, ND0 was this tile here, probably. But he actually just is fine. Oh my. I had to move him to the right. That is so cursed. This is such a cursed interaction. Oh, this is something that I wish we had done in the glitch showcase, but I didn't know about this. And he gets shoved through it eventually. And this is really rare, but you could have this if there was like maybe a push block or something under it. This is illegal. Like, this is absolutely illegal. You should not, this should not be possible. Can you BLJ? Unfortunately not. We have not figured out a way to BLJ in this game. Your max velocity, as far as we're aware, is capped to 0.4. I hate this. How have I never seen this? I feel like surely somebody would have been, like, insane enough to actually test this. This is... I'm just wondering, like, what can happen here? What combinations are there? Well, he can't push the block here. Because he's not on the floor, I think. But he can there. He can sometimes push the block. Yeah, that makes sense. No, I do not have God mode on. Up here. It would be right here. It would say God mode. There is no God mode going on here. This right here, folks, this is vanilla Spelunky. You can do this from the comfort of your own home. Like, this, again, I'm not going to be able to answer this because this is Crush Jank. Can I swap the places? Yeah, I could try that. But I'm not going to get a coherent answer for this because this is Crush Jank. This is not just like falling platforms science. Falling platforms are just like the enabler that allowed this to happen because they have lenient crush mechanics. But there's something else going on here. Yeah, this looks pretty much the same. We are both a lower entity ID than this push block right now. But the entity ID for, like, these crush interactions doesn't seem to matter, or at least it hasn't. I can't jump either, actually. I could run over to the side, though, and get out. Now, if I were to do this with a different push block, like a natural one that has a better ID, so I could take this one. So this is a natural push block. And it would have spawned after the falling platform. So what we have here is a realistic, like, ID lineup. Now it looks the same, or similar enough that I can't really tell what the difference is. In Rafi, you can't jump. He can duck down, which pushed him out of the block a little bit. He still can't jump. This is bizarre. I don't know, like, normally you don't get to see this kind of thing. You don't get to be inside the collision of anything in this game. Usually you just get killed by it. So when you don't get killed by it for some reason, really strange things start to happen. You can throw ropes. You can throw bombs, which immediately got shoved down into that tiny little crevice there. That is just really bizarre that this would work. So let's try it with a metal shield now. And I think it's going to be the same thing with the shield. Metal shield, wear a backpack. I don't think the backpack would matter at all. Like, the backpack's not going to get crushed while it's on your back, though we could try crushing various things into the walls to see what happens. Like, we've been doing most of our testing with players, but like all this stuff that I've been showing here happens the same way with anything as far as I could tell. Like, anything with rectangular, like ordinary collision will not be crushed by these interactions. We haven't like meticulously checked every single case. I'm going to go in with the assumption that everything is going to behave roughly the same way as the player for the purposes of getting like shoved through these platforms until somebody has like a clip or some other like bizarre incident where they prove otherwise. They find like an edge case. Because again, I will be here all day and more if I have to test every single possible scenario myself. So let me set this up like this and save state again. Alright, so this was the push block scenario. Nothing terribly unique about that. And if Rafi wasn't here and it was this thing, let's see if this thing gets crushed. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. Like, it's just, this is just a forbidden power pack. We do that, and it actually blew it up. And I think that's because the falling platform fell down, like, just far enough that the power pack's origin point got shoved into the floor, and then it got destroyed. So if we do that in slow motion, it eventually just gets put over here. It gets tucked around the corner of this floor tile. The game is trying to figure out where to put it, but it hasn't met the criteria for getting crushed, which I think might be the origin point being in a tile, but I'm not sure. I'm not positive if that's what causes it. I know this is going to blow up in my face. It's for science. It'll be fine. So the platform starts falling. Yep, it goes into the floor, and then it blows up. Just like the bow, or just like the player. Like, once it gets that far down in the ground, that's the point of no return. And it will get blown up. The game will give up on figuring out where to put the entity, and it'll just destroy it. That seems to be what always happens with these. Oh, look at a cute little bag. Let's see here. So metal shield was the other thing we wanted to try, because the metal shield is an active floor. It is the only held item that is an active floor. When you pick it up, if you look at what I'm hovering over here, the little tooltip, 4940, active floor shield. It is parented to the shield in my hands. That is the thing that crushes stuff. It has weird interactions. Falling from the top of it causes things to get shoved to the left or the right, except for liquids, which can rest on top of the shield. It's this, like the front half of the shield is where the active floor is. So just a little bit in front of your player character. If it was any wider, it would probably shove your player backwards. And what that means also is that you could technically stand behind somebody who is holding the shield. Like this here. Let me undo that. If you're like right here, I think that means you have just enough room for another player to stand there. But if I turn right, like this, that player will get shoved back. But if I move a little bit and then turn right, they may not get snapped to the correct side of the shield, so they just go into the wall instead. Basically, don't be near the person with the shield, but you might be fine. You might be okay. But Metal Shield is already janky enough on its own. Let's see how it works with this interaction, because now we know these falling platforms can't crush things by themselves. They need something else solid around them to do it. So what is going to happen here, I wonder? Let me spawn some more floors in. I'll put Rafi over here as well. Alright, save state. Hello, Mock. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, the jump scare. Oh, it's spooky. Thank you for the raid, Ivy. Thank you for the jump scare. We're figuring out the falling platforms. We figured out most of it at this point, but like, if with this many people showing up here, I'll probably do like a recap after this to just show like approximately what we've discovered about these things. So stick around for this bit, but needless to say, they're weird. The falling platforms are horrible, and I'm glad I waited until I had save states to test them, because they just don't make any sense. Like no one has God mode on here, chat. Everyone who's just coming in, nobody has God mode on right now. You can just do this. You could just do this with falling platforms. Nothing in this game makes any sense with these objects. There's no cheating happening here. Like, they're absolutely unhinged, like how ludicrously weird the collision of these falling platforms is. And I'm glad that I finally had save states so that I could look into this properly. But like, Rafi here is not taking any damage. The game can't figure out how to crush him because falling platforms on their own are not capable of crushing the player. You missed it. I'll do a little bit of a recap. There'll be a VOD, though the VOD is 5 hours long. It's up to you if you want to watch it. Is follow-only mode still on? That's a good call. Thank you for that. Or anyone who's just joining, I am not one of those streamers who does follower-only mode just because I want people to follow. I have it on because I keep getting harassed by bots. It's 2 times now. I have had bots show up in my chat and start spamming, like multiple bots, and I'm switching to follower-only mode to get the bots to go away. I apologize. Anybody who wanted to speak that isn't following, you are free to do so. We don't do that around here. I don't turn on follower-only mode unless I'm having like a problem with spam in chat. It's probably just a glitch. No, it's somebody trying to get me to buy followers for some reason, or viewers, or whatever it was they were selling. I don't know. I banned them all. I think Severin banned one of them as well. But yeah, anyways, you speak again. You're unmuted. But yeah, this is just kind of like the latest thing that we figured out here, and I didn't even have any clips of this to work off of. But a crush block and a push block and a platform alone are not enough to kill you. Like, you just cannot die to this at all. The game just doesn't know how to kill you. It doesn't like shove you into the ground. You're just sort of stuck between these 2 objects. You get shoved into the block. Rafi can kind of move around. He can push the block. He can't jump. Like, he just gets stuck here. He can spawn entities like this. So the rope, you'll notice, came out behind him. The rope actually got clipped out and came out behind Rafi, even though he was facing to the right. Like, there's so many unanswered questions here that I'm not going to be able to figure out. Front foot, no, he's normal. He always looks like this. This is just like what Rafi looked like when I installed my game. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing, no skin there. Nothing out of the ordinary going on here. And then I have a power pack here because you can do the same thing with the power pack. It just, like, this looks terrifying. The power pack will only blow up when I step on this platform. So if I do that with frame advance here. So platform's doing nothing. It's going to start falling here. And eventually the power pack gives up. It can't find a spot to be. It goes into the floor. This qualifies as a crush scenario. And that is what will cause things to get destroyed by falling platforms. But if they're not in a situation where the thing they're pushing is shoved into a solid object, it just won't ever actually perform the crush. They made them function and then let the physics deal with the interactions. We discovered 2 things here, really. One of them is definitely that they function poorly, and then the physics interactions take over. And then we have this situation here, which has nothing to do with falling platforms clipping through the player, so much as that you can get clipped into the falling platform. Like, there's 2 ways this can happen. I explained that extremely poorly, so let me start over. There are 2 things that I tested today, like approximately. And I'm going to show what they both are. So this is the second thing that we tested, which is getting forced into a falling platform by another active floor entity. And the shield is an active floor entity when you pick it up. This is the scenario that we just checked here. And this will not kill you until somehow you get shoved into the floor. Like, if I step on this, then Rafi dies because there's no gap. It shoves him into the floor underneath and gives up and kills him. This is what I call a lenient crush scenario, where when he has the platform on his face, but nothing there is actually capable of killing him, the game is just trying to get him out of here. It does not want to crush him. It'll only crush him if there's absolutely nowhere that it thinks it can put him. And whatever algorithm it uses to figure out where to put him is really bad, but it sort of kind of results in interactions like this. It's not consistent at all. I don't know how it works. That's a project for a future stream. And as you can see with the power pack, it's the same thing with other objects like this. Things like the bow. And then the second interaction that we were testing here, the other super cursed interaction, is crushing objects with the falling platforms, with just the falling platform itself. So if I spawn the bow, because this is the classic, this is the thing that like started all this off. if I put a bow here, and I hang on the edge of this falling platform, and then slowly let it fall down, it doesn't break on the bow like you would expect it to. It just deletes the bow. The bow just stops existing. And that was the thing that we spent most of the stream trying to figure out, like why that happens. So let me go set up that. Let me go ahead and do my recap for everyone who's joining here. So let me set up the arena to showcase like roughly what we found here, because I was about to wrap up this segment anyways. So falling platform, and then we have a bow. I can actually spawn it one tile further down. And then we're going to use save states for this. So I'm creating a save state right now. You don't see any feedback for it, but I just did that. So like I can mess with all this. I can make a huge disaster, and then I can just reload a save state and get it back. These things are so convenient. So if you put the bow under a falling platform and do this, platform bounces off. That's probably what you would expect to happen in that situation. But if you do that same thing, but don't get off the falling platform, it gets weird. And you might be wondering, Cosine, why does that happen? And that's what I was explaining for the last like 5 hours, is why that happens. And to roughly summarize it, falling platforms can only like hit one entity at a time. And when I say hit an entity, I mean this interaction here, where they fall and they hit something, and if it's like a monster or a player, it does damage and it knocks you out for 4 hours. That is what I mean by hitting an entity. There are two things that falling platforms do. One, they hit things that are underneath them while they're falling, and two, they are active floors with solid collision, which means they try to prevent you from intersecting the same space that they occupy. And you could turn off the first thing. You could turn off the interaction of getting hit by the falling platform if an entity with a lower ID that could be hit by the falling platform is touching it, and then it falls through an entity with a higher ID. So in this case, I'm entity ID 4186. The bow is 5211. I have a lower entity ID. If I am touching this falling platform, when it gets to the bow, it cannot hit the bow. And so it is essentially incapable of like doing damage and breaking. And then as a result, yep, the IDs, it is incapable of doing damage and breaking on the bow. So instead of shattering on contact with the bow, like it's going to do here, this is the normal case, it breaks on this frame. Instead of doing that, it doesn't like collide with the bow at all. It's not capable of doing that because it is checking my character right here. And it's saying, oh, you're not underneath it. You're not going to get hit by it. And then it just stops. It just stops checking. It doesn't check any other entities. So it just goes through. Because now it is literally anything. I can put, what's Rafi's ID? Not Rafi. Rafi has a lower ID, but I could put anything that I spawned in after this underneath this platform, and it's just going to go right through it. And in this case, it looks like it didn't even try to interact with the metal shield. Like the metal shield got clipped onto the top, the bow got clipped underneath it. Whether or not something gets crushed or clips on top of the platform is something I have not been able to answer, and that has something to do with collision jank. And that's a project for a future stream. It varies. It varies depending on the height of the platform, how fast it's moving, and the hitbox of the object that the platform is colliding with. But that is why this happens. And to make matters worse, it doesn't have to be an object sitting on the ground. It could be an object in your hand, and then you, the player, could be the thing that is under the platform. So for instance, if I came into a level... Actually, let's do this in a realistic setting, because I don't think we need my setup anymore. We don't need the save states here. So let me reset my run. We don't need Rafi either, actually, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of him. So back to main menu. We'll just go in single player. Alright, go to Volcana, because Volcana is where all the fun is at. Alright, so if we go down here and grab the bow, the important thing about this bow, I have God mode turned on so I don't die here, but the important thing about this bow is it generated before I did. That means it has a lower entity ID. It generated first. So if I take this bow and I go ahead and leave this area, and Tons probably doesn't care actually because I didn't actually enter the parts of the level that are invalid. That's a ton aggro thing, don't worry about that. And now if I go find a falling platform in this level that definitely has a falling platform in it. Oh, I had God mode on, so that's completely fine. I'm gonna turn it off for the test here. Here's one. So if I were to trigger this falling platform, or if I had a hired hand or something set it up, and I was standing on the ground down there, some very unpleasant things can happen. So I'm gonna turn off God mode, and then let's pretend like a magma or a hired hand or something set that off. The interactions that you get from this are very inconsistent and weird. So I'm creating a save state right here. And let's just stand here and see what happens. So on the first frame, the falling platform is touching the bow in my hands. Remember, this bow has a lower ID than my player entity. So this bow completely owns the interaction with this falling platform. It is the only thing the platform can hit, and it is not under the platform because it was in my hands, so it gets clipped forward because of that weird interaction that happens when you have something in your hands and you're in a solid collision mesh. And then it hits the ground, and then it just breaks. And I am completely fine. Absolutely unscathed. No God mode on. And if I was at a slightly different height, like maybe I was at this height right here, I might get a different interaction. So again, if I set this off, and I stand under it like this, let's see if I die. I might die, I might not, I'm not sure yet. Each one is different. It is touching the bow on this frame. And we also survive that interaction. It is touching the bow for the entire duration of the interaction, so I get to survive it. Let's spawn one a little bit lower and see if that one happens any differently. Touching the bow. This one, for whatever reason, the platform was in a slightly different position. Yeah, it has to do with player position. The platform was at a slightly different height when it was colliding with my player, and it just barely met the criteria to shove me down instead of upwards. Again, I do not understand how it decides down or up, or to do nothing at all, but in this case it chose down. I'm in the floor right now. I'm boned. And I explode into guts and die. Save state. And right before the other one hits me too. Like, that's the gist of it. That's why this happens. That's why you see people in these runs with like wacky, chaotic interactions with these falling platforms where they just get crushed into the floor, or the platform like just passes through them and they're completely fine. It's complete and utter nonsense, like how this entity works. And now I know how it happens. And you've also got weird stuff like this too, which we've seen this one before. This is just, you're just fine. Again, I don't have God mode turned on right now. You're just completely fine in that case. That's similar to the second thing that I was showing when the raid happened, where you just kind of get pushed out of it because the game doesn't meet any of the criteria to actually crush you. So you just get shoved out instead. And then the same thing could happen with this here. Wait, that's not what I meant to spawn. This right here. The same sort of thing could happen with this too. You see how it shoved me out to the side instead of just like crushing me against the platform? That could just happen. That's just how it works for some reason. This game is wild, and falling platforms are about as stupid as I was expecting them to be. There are a lot of mysteries I didn't solve here, and I'm probably going to stop looking at the falling platforms for this segment pretty soon here, because I think we've mostly drained the supply of stuff to look into. But since we have a raid here, now is your time, chat. Does anybody have a clip of falling platform jank that they have no understanding of, that they would like to have explained to them? I will look at the clip. I will try to figure out why it happened, because I think we know what like 99% of the cases are now for falling platforms. And I explained a bunch of them over the past 5 hours, but if anybody has a specific clip or can describe a case where they had a weird falling platform interaction that just didn't make any sense and they're wondering why it happened, I'd be more than happy to explain it. Because now we have most of the answers here for why this nonsense occurs. And it's a doozy. Let's see what happens with this rock dog here. And in this case, these are bow interactions, where if you're in the same level as the bow gets prioritized, and we're just fine. We just get clipped up onto the top of it. In another universe, that might have killed me if I was at a different height and the platform hit me with like slightly different timing. So if we do this one, for instance, that would kill my rock dog and broke the bow and hit me, but it didn't actually kill me. Like, it's a little bit different every time. And you have to watch it frame by frame to know what the outcome is going to be, because it's so like ridiculously volatile. So that's why if anybody wants to see a clip or something, if you have one, go ahead and shoot. Just throw it in the chat, and I will go have a look at it and try to explain what's going on with it. Yeah, there's the thing about the room border bullshit is I don't even understand the room border thing. Like, we don't have an answer for that. Like, as if this wasn't already stupid enough, room borders change the interaction. So you'll notice I've been ledge hanging on most of these falling platforms, but let's go ahead and set up a scenario. So I have created a save state. If I ledge hang on this, I crush the bow. Load save. I said load save. Not that one. I apparently created my save states wrong. I'll run it back. Recreate this. It doesn't really matter if the bow is loaded or not. Right. Save state for real this time. Okay, we have it this time. So if I'm ledge hanging, didn't happen the same way this time. If I move the bow over here, now it gets crushed. Spawn the platform, spawn the bow, stand on it. Now it doesn't get crushed. Spawn the platform, spawn the bow, hang on it. It gets crushed again. Why is there a difference? I don't know. No, here's a fun one, chat. Spawn the platform, then spawn the bow, and then just set it off, and then just don't even ride it. Just kind of like just hang out next to it. Or just chill next to it and then jump at the last second. Bow gets crushed because I'm touching it. I don't even have to be on it. I don't have to be hanging on it. I just have to be touching it. My entity ID is lower than that bow because I spawned in the bow after myself. I just have to be touching the platform for it to say this is the only entity. This right here is the only entity that I'm able to check for collision. That's what this platform is doing right now. It is saying this is the only thing I'm allowed to touch. And it will not even try to break on another entity like this bow down here. So I could also show this, for instance. So let's get a clean bow. And then I can drop off of it. I'm touching it for a bit, and then if I pull away, suddenly it hits the bow on the frame that I pull away from it. It is just... whatever shitty programming they used for this only checks one entity for collision, checks if it can hit the entity, and then gives up. It just stops after that. It doesn't continue, it doesn't go down the line for the next entity, and that is what causes crushing interactions with falling platforms. So it's entity ID jank, folks. Act surprised, because that's what I suspected it was going into this. After all my experience with back item duping and all this other nonsense that this game does, it's entity ID jank. And if you don't know how things generate, what IDs you come into the level with, like, the outcome is going to be inconsistent. And then to make matters worse, getting crushed in this game is inconsistent, especially by something with lenient crush mechanics like this falling platform. So you may or may not just have it bounce off the bow. And then you can do what seems to be the exact same thing a second time, and it'll just destroy the bow. And it doesn't make any sense unless you really know what's going on in the game engine. And in this particular case, we still have an unanswered mystery, because what I just did here only happens at the boundary between two rooms. If I do the exact same thing that I just did, standing on the platform with the bow under it, but I'm not at a room boundary, it crushes the bow. But if I go down one level, place the platform, stand on it, it doesn't crush the bow anymore. So there's just an endless supply of rabbit holes to go down here, and there are some things I was not able to figure out in the last 5.5 hours of investigating this, and this right here is one of them. Like, it's just different depending on whether or not you're touching the side versus the top of the platform, but only if you're at the boundary between two rooms. Everywhere else it's fine. I don't know. Some things continue to go unanswered here. Let's see, there was another one I wanted to show. When I clip myself into that hole on the left side of the screen. Oh, well, you mean this hole here? Probably. I'm so scared of these chain blocks because I've crashed my game like 3 times. I'm just gonna blow it up. Can I clip into this hole right here? That is an excellent question. Let's find out. Falling platform. We need an entity with a lower ID that can touch it. We're gonna use this gold bar. So by the way, it doesn't have to be an entity that could trigger the falling platform. Literally this gold bar is all it takes. So I'm going to trigger the platform. That gold bar is now the only thing that that falling platform can interact with. Let's see what happens. Now here's the deal. I'm at the boundary between two rooms. This might hit me on the head instead of what we wanted to do here. It did not hit me on the head. And it also actually didn't push me into the ground either. I just didn't move at all. I might be able to get it to happen from a different height. So let me get out of the level boundary. Don't worry about that torch. It'll be fine. Let's try it from like over here. And have the falling platform be moving slower. So put it right above my head. I need to get another entity with a lower ID. Just grab the skull. Alright, so that skull can set it off. So I go down here. Let's see if we can get ourselves clipped into that corner. Nope, doesn't want to. Let's try a different height. I need to start using save states again, so let me, we kept the skull at the very least, so it shouldn't be too hard to set up. Let me make the hole here. Delete all this. Keep our skull. This was supposed to be a dark level, so that's why there's torches everywhere, but I lit it up for the viewing experience. Put the skull on it, create a save state. Let's see if we can get ourselves clipped into here. I'm pretty sure you can. It seems like something that you should be able to do in this game. No, that one doesn't want to do it. It doesn't want to crush my player entity either. I wonder if having the bow in my hands would actually cause it to happen. Let's try that. Let's try it with the bow in my hands instead. So I need to have a higher entity ID than this bow in order for a bow in my hands to get prioritized. I could maybe do it with the skull as well, but it'll be easier with the bow. So what we're going to do is we're going to commit die and then respawn, and that's going to give me a player character with the correct entity ID. So we'll do that. Turn God mode on while I teleport back down here. Pick up our bow. Spawn a falling platform just up here somewhere. Make more save states. Now this bow should get prioritized. So this bow is going to do the job that I was trying to get the skull to do and take priority of being touched by this falling platform. And God mode is off. So it's touching the bow. It's still touching the bow. It really doesn't want to kill my player. Do I know if it's room borders or bin borders? I don't know if this game even has bin borders close. I don't know how they program the collision engine internally, but they seem to line up with room borders. I could check a bin border if it's 4x4, which is upsetting because that means they really did just copy paste Spelunky HD when they made this game. But let's go ahead and set that one off. I want to see if I can get myself in the floor. It really, really does not want to put me in the floor for some reason here. Let me give it like fewer choices. Let's put ourselves in a pipe here. Let's really see if we can get it to shove us in there. And it prefers to shove out to the right. So let's see if we can get shoved into a right hole instead. So save states, create, activate the platform. Let's see if it'll shove us out to the right. Nope, it's just stuck on the bow the whole time. Let's see, what else can we do here? A little higher. I can actually set it off by just moving it slightly. That should cause it to detach. There we go. Maybe with a mount. I'll try a mount in a moment here. Oh, there we go. Nope, there it is. There it is, baby jail. We got baby jail. You don't need a teleporter. It shoved us into it. Alright, so we needed the falling platform up there. I wonder if it can happen here. So that one's going to favor the right side. If we were to block off the right side and do it again... That one just killed me. Didn't even try. It was just like, nah. So let's push ourselves into the wall over there. That one was willing to do it. That one was willing to shove me into the left wall. Yeah, the bow survived. How exciting. Somebody else could pick it up. Isn't this game just fabulous, chat? Isn't this just such a cool video game? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that any of this stuff happens at all. I don't know why it's like this. But here we are. Let's see, what else? What have we not tested here? I mean, I think I hit most of the key points here, but if any, we got a lot of people here. If anybody wants to see a falling platform interaction, like, now is the time. I am a certified, like, Overlunky expert. The certification is from me. I gave it to myself, but I'm a certified Overlunky expert. If you want to see a situation with the falling platforms, I could probably make it happen at this point. If anybody's curious, if there's anything I haven't thought of, anything I haven't covered. Meanwhile, I'm going to look into the bin border thing, because I know what Cloyce is talking about. So assuming that the bins are 4x4, let's see if this interaction is any different. So let me delete all these. Alright, put the bow down, set it up like that. I need a second bow with a higher ID for this particular one. And we'll have one up there. Alright, so these are seemingly identical situations, but at different heights. So I'm going to create a save state. Ledge hang, and it gets crushed. Load state, stand on the top, doesn't get crushed. This one, ledge hang. It wouldn't have gotten shoved out to the side if that floor tile wasn't there. That's a crush scenario, but the game was able to find a spot to put the bow. That's why it survived that. So that's a crush. Load the state. Stand on it. Doesn't get crushed. Oh my god, it's not the room borders. Is it the bins? Or did they put bins in this game? Because I'm upset if there's bins in this game. Why did they do this? Why did they copy Spelunky HD? That game is terrible. That game was programmed by monkeys. Why did they put it in this game? So it just so happens the rooms are 8 tiles tall, and it looks like bins are 4x4, and that actually affects this interaction. Let me add that to my notes. We may not solve the mystery of the bins, but I thought that they were not janky like they are in Spelunky HD, but we just found bin-related jank. I don't know if... does anybody know if there's any other bin-related jank in Spelunky 2? We have certified bin jank in Spelunky 2 now, and I didn't know of any, like, before this. I'm gonna write a note. Happens halfway. There we go. All right, so I've got a word for that. I've got that written down in my notes now. There's no evidence yet that they affect collision. They do. We have evidence right here, folks. This is evidence that bins affect collision in this video game. We just don't have a good answer for why. You don't trust falling platform evidence. It doesn't matter. You don't, just because you don't like it doesn't mean that it's not true, Blue Red. You have to accept it. It's right here. The proof is in the pudding, as somebody says. I don't know who says that. This crushes the bow. This does not crush the bow. However, if I do the exact same thing, but one tile higher, in fact, let's do it in the same exact spot. If I do the exact same thing, but one tile higher above the ground. Save state. This crushes the bow. This also crushes the bow. Like, that's it. You can't argue with that. QED, folks. QED. You put a QED at the end of anything you say on the internet, and it automatically becomes true. Because nobody wants to prove it wrong. Because proofs sucked, and I hated that class in college. It only works at heights that are multiples of 4 relative to whatever grid they use. Because this height right here is 99, and this one is 98. Like, this boundary right here is not, like, anywhere near a bin. Or at least as far as I could tell. Unless it has to do with the height of the player. I think we might have an answer. Okay, hold on a sec. What if it has something to do with the height of the player for this bin interaction? I think we gotta go back to this. Okay, let me catch up on chat here real quick and hydrate. I see the hydrate unknown and the follow. I didn't say anything about that. I didn't say anything for this won't age well either, but thank you for the follow and thank you for the hydrate, both of you. Well, only one of you gave me a hydrate, but I respect you both. And Kazooie B, thank you for the follow. That's the stuff. Proofs are great. Now listen, I want to be clear about something. Proofs Proofs are fantastic. To be sure that something is mathematically correct beyond any shadow of a doubt, that is great. I do not want to create the proofs. I had a class about proofs. My professor was great. I still hated that fucking class. I do not want to be the person that makes the proofs. I want somebody else to prove it for me, and then I go implement it and make a video game out of it. That is what I want to do. I am a software developer. I got a major in computer science and a minor in mathematics. I want somebody else to come up with the proofs so that I can use that for whatever it is I'm making. I love proofs. I love knowing that something is absolutely true. I just don't want to do it. Anyways, let's see. What else have we got? Could be floating point. No, please no. Not more floating point jank. We don't need more floating point jank to go on top of this already. Did Spelunky HD actually need bins, or would the game have worked without them? I assume the bins were an optimization. Like, the bins wouldn't be here if they didn't serve some purpose. What exactly that purpose is, I don't know. I might need to dig through like some notes in like the community Discord, or if anybody has like vague documentation of how the bins actually work, I would be interested in knowing that. But the gist of it seems to be that there are 4x4 blocks, and in the process of collision, the game prefers collisions within those 4x4 blocks before checking across blocks. That is my understanding of what bins do. There's very thorough document. It's for HD though. I would be reluctant to use the HD documentation as the baseline for this game because just subtle differences could have dramatic changes in how the bins work. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead and throw. I was about to say, go ahead and throw a link at me for that. I'll just save this. I'll see like how this lines up. Dude, I don't know, link about HD bins. There we go. Okay, I got that link now. Assuming my computer doesn't explode or something after this, but I have more things to worry about than losing bins. So, I don't know what it's like at Spelunky 2, and I reckon nobody has looked into it, so maybe I'm going to be the lunatic that tries to figure out how the bins work. It just seems like something that data mining would be better suited to. So I don't know if I'm going to be the one to do it or not. All I know is we absolutely have bin jank here because we have an interaction that's working differently in these two places. I mean, unless it's floating point jank, I see that's what you're talking about, but I don't think anything here has floating point precision associated with it. Like, nothing here is at a floating point precise level. As in, like, an edge on, like, interaction between two things. So, like, we have these two right here. And if I stand on this one, this is what it looks like frame by frame. Right there. That's overlap. I mean, if you're on like potato resolution, it's hard to see this. Did I get transcoding on my stream? Yeah, I did. Okay, so you could upscale the stream to whatever you need to if you need to be able to see this better if you're mobile or something, but there is a tiny little sliver right here, but that is nowhere near floating point precision. Bins impact order of collision checks. Yeah, that's why I think this is bins. I believe this is a bin interaction. That's what I'm convinced right now. But anyways, you can see here it is very clearly overlapping that. And it breaks on this frame. And then it knocks the bow to the right. It always goes to the right if it's perfectly centered. But if we do the exact same thing here, where we get on top of it, it plays out the same way. Yeah, player order is in a higher vertical bin. That's what it feels like is going on here. And then we get this, and you'll notice it's not colliding. Still not colliding. This is the active floor collision, pushing the bow. We have not touched this bow, so to speak. The active floor on top of this falling platform is pushing the bow out of the way. The falling platform entity has not hit the bow. And then it gets in the floor, and then the floor destroys the bow. Or rather, I think the bow destroys itself because it is stuck in a floor, I think is what happens there. But I don't know exactly like what the rules are for that collision. Crouching does not move your origin. If you look at the player origin here, you can see that this little point that my cursor is over, that's the origin point. It does not change. It just lops off the top point 15 units, I think, off the origin. Or off the top of the character. So you, instead of being 0.7 tiles tall, you're 0.55 is what happens with this interaction. Skin's kind of cute. Alright, anyways, let me zoom the camera back out. So what we're thinking here is that it has to do with the player relative to the falling platform, relative to the bow. Like, which of those things is this falling platform going to check first? So, if we assume that there's a bin at the 100 boundary, which is right here in the middle of this tile, let's see how that interaction plays out. So, in slow motion, where am I when I collide with this bow? Because that might answer the mystery. Should be at y equals 100. I would assume that it is. Because that feels like a good explanation for what's going on here. Oh, it's neck and neck. Alright, it hit. Where's the player? E.Y. 100.5. Wait, did I read this wrong? No, right here. No, okay, it's not neck and neck at all. This was the boundary right here. This line where I'm running my cursor, this is the vertical bin border between this bin, this 4x4 block here, which is halfway between tiles, and this 4x4 down here. It's bins. Oh god. Alright, I'm happy then. We actually got to come back to this and figure out what the answer is. The player is in the top bin. The bow is in the bottom bin, so it's not just entity ID order. It must be checking the bin first. And then within the bin, it is doing an entity ID order check. Does that sound consistent with what HD would have done? Because they really did copy this game. Didn't they say that this game was rewritten from the ground up? Who said that? Somebody said that. Like, one of the developers said that this game was rewritten from the ground up. Those words were spoken at some point by somebody. And yet, this is what we have here. That would explain everything. And that makes me wonder then. Let's see, I could use the hover pack to do some additional testing with this so that we can figure out if it is really the bin border. Because I can position myself exactly next to this thing. I can put my player wherever I want. Let's put ourselves in the top bin by a teeny tiny margin, a thousandth of a unit. And shove ourselves into this platform. And save state. And then set off the platform. I could just use anything for that. So I'm just going to use like a snake or something for that. Anything that would normally set this off I can use for this. A normal entity would try to collide with the bow in the same bin and then the bin above. Okay, so it matters what bin the falling platform is. And the falling platform's origin point is on the center of the tile, so near the bottom of the falling platform. I am in the upper bin. I'm in bin, let's just call it 100, and the bow is in bin 96 is what's happening here. Supposedly, assuming that it doesn't round weirdly, but my Y coordinate is just barely in bin 100. So if we set this off, I'm touching the platform. But let's see if it actually thinks I'm touching it. Who's it gonna check first? I wonder if this affects back item duping at all. I don't think it does. No, it doesn't, because that has to do with player equipping. Yeah, so this doesn't affect back item duping, thankfully, because that's not a collision check. That's a different type of check. So I don't think that ever makes it not work. I'm gonna ledge hang. I need to face the other way. Hold on. A reset. Redo. Oh no, whip that way. Okay, so I can't ledge hang anymore because my back is up against it. Now we can do our test. So, save states, pick out a snake or something, let's put that in slot 5. This will be our trigger for the falling platform, so I don't have to move my character entity. And then just to be sure, I am at the correct height. So let's see what's going on here. I just gotta wait for it with frame advance. I don't want to hold the button down because I'm gonna miss the critical moment and have to do all this again. So the falling platform is in bin 96 right now. It is below, again, draw a line through these tiles. That's where the bin boundary is. It is in bin 96 right now because its origin point is down there. It's going through. Okay, there's more to it than this. Unless the hover pack is doing something. It shouldn't be. The hover pack should not be doing anything because it has a higher ID than the bow. No, there's more to this than that. Or the bins are not aligned to the boundary that we think they are. Or the bins are flooring my position in some way. Alright, I'm gonna defer to the Spelunky HD gamers again. Why would this not work? I'm in bin 100. If our theory is correct, I'm in bin 100, but the falling platform still is prioritizing me over the bow right now. So it's passing through the bow. It actually broke. Yeah, the second it stopped being in contact with my character entity, it actually broke. We could try to iteratively find the bin border, and I think that's going to be the way to do this. So let me load this state. I'm going to put the snake on it as well to trigger it ahead of time. I'm going to save that as state 2. And then we can adjust the player position a little bit more until it stops working. So let's just try, like, bigger numbers. Still touching me, still touching me. It's going to stop touching me after this frame, at which point it hits the bow, because it just wasn't touching me anymore. And again, the hover pack should not matter, because the hover pack loses no matter which bin we're in right now. And we're not in a horizontal bin either, which is something I want to test. 16 is over here, and 12 is over here, unless the boundaries are not aligned the way that we think they are. But that's what we're trying to work out right now. So load state, bump myself up a little bit higher, and do it again. It's still favoring the player right now, and then the second it stops touching me, it hits the bow. Up another 10th. This won't be too long. We're almost at the height where I would normally be standing on it. We found out falling platforms. I can't recap the whole VOD again, Pigo, but we know most of the falling platform jank. And what it boils down to is entity ID order. But there's also bin mechanics here. The mechanics are very stupid. Everything about this is incredibly stupid, but I can't keep recapping it every time somebody comes in, or maybe you were in the Ivy raid. Or who? Well, that was Ivy, right? Yeah, that was an Ivy raid. If you were like sleeping in the Ivy raid and you just woke up, I apologize. I can't recap this constantly, though. That's just how it is. But I do have a VOD of this, and the basic summary. I think I'll do another like summary recap at the very end of this before I end the stream. But the gist of it is entity IDs control which things can touch the platform, and the falling platform can only touch one entity at a time for its collision check. So when the falling platform is deciding like whether or not it's allowed to hit something, it will check one entity that is touching it. And if that entity is not under it, it stops and it gives up, and that allows it to crush anything else that is touching it, because then the active floor properties of the platform take over and they can just shove it into the ground and kill you. That's the gist of it. That's the summary of how this works. Alright, so it just stopped touching me, and then it collided with the bow again. So that's a dud. Let's go up a little bit more. 0.4. What is going on in this frame? What we're trying to figure out right now is where the bin boundaries are in Spelunky 2. Or whether or not there's something else going on here that we don't understand. Alright, so this frame is still favoring the player, even though we're in the lower bin. Unless we just don't know where the bin boundary is. The bin boundary could be 99.5. It's possible that the boundaries are not actually at floating point increments and that they're offset by some value, and we don't know what that value is yet. That's what I'm trying to figure out. And then it hits it on the next frame because I'm not touching it. Let me do everybody a favor here real quick. Fucking hover pack. There we go. Alright, that's better. Luckily that's not saved with the game state. Yeah, no, that was starting to agitate me. I realized, like, okay, I don't want to listen to this anymore. I'll tell you when the platform hits the bow if I hear the sound of the impact. We lose a little bit of information, but this game is infuriatingly noisy when you just want to like test something and do science, and the game is just like, nah. Now we're gonna make a constant noise. Like, if you have done science involving the drill at any point, it's horrendous. The drill is so loud. Like, it's agony. Alright, so right here, I think we're too far up. We are not touching the platform anymore. Oh no, we were. Did we have diagonal contact? What am I testing? We're trying to figure out why sometimes it doesn't crush the bow the way you would expect it to. That's what we're trying to figure out right now. So for instance, that crushes the bow 100% of the time. This Not that. There we go. That interaction doesn't crush the bow, even though I'm touching the platform. Basically, if I'm in a different position relative to the platform, it doesn't always crush the bow. We're trying to figure out why. And we think that it's bins, and bins are essentially collision groups that this game uses to optimize the collision algorithm. Or, like, in theory, it optimizes the collision algorithm, but I don't actually know if it works or not, because it's a mess, and it clearly causes nonsense like this to occur. So far, I think this is the only confirmed instance of bins actually causing things to behave differently in Spelunky 2. At least that's what 2 people in chat told me, so I'm gonna roll with it because it means that I found something special. But there may be other jank associated with bins that we just haven't really been giving much thought to. But yeah, we are still in the same bin as the bow in this interaction here, despite being considerably above 100. Where do you reckon the bin boundary is then? Because I would be standing on it. It's got to be like right here. Optimizing collisions aren't that hard. I mean, it's not. The bins are 4x4. Like they're 4x4 in HD, and they appear to be at least 4 units tall in this game. We don't know. I think they're 4x4 wide as well. I don't know that they're 4x4, but I'm being told that by chat, and that seems to be consistent with what we're observing. Wish Jay was here. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't wish like investigating Spelunky's collision code on my worst enemies, if I'm being completely honest, because there's no way that that code is anything but an abomination. Like that code has got to be an affront to God, based on how ridiculously inconsistent like getting crushed and hit by things is in this game. Like it's wild. Like if he already knows about them, then I'd like to know that information, but I don't want to like send somebody off to do that. Like, oh my God. Just what I've seen here so far has frightened me to no end. So let's try to figure something out here. Where am I on the frame of the collision? We effectively decompiled. No, you have to basically look at assembly code, or you have to use a reverse engineering tool to sort of kind of get what the C code probably was. I think Ghidra and x64 debug are the 2 tools that people have been using to figure this out. But this game is assembly. It's compiled C++ and it's in assembly, and I think Ghidra is the thing that they use. I have not learned how to use Ghidra because my to-do list of things that are more important in my life is way longer than that. Eventually, I want to learn how to use Ghidra, but I just don't have time for it right now. And yet here I am doing this. So I don't know, maybe I'll break down and just get good and figure out how to use it and look at the code myself. But for now, I'm a scrub and I'm dependent on other people to do that. I have been inferring most of this science from in-game observations that are then confirmed in the code, which at the very least helps you know what to look for in the code if you already have an observation that makes sense. Don't look at it for code. Well, I mean, I need to figure out what's going on at some point here. The decompiled code is goofy. Yeah, it can't possibly be as bad as assembly. Look, please don't. Oh God. Whatever. You do whatever it is you're gonna do. So this is the frame of collision. My character right now. Where am I? Wait, P.Y. Oh, it is right on a boundary. It is so close. Really close. I mean, yeah, I think, isn't that just Ghidra literally guessing what the C code was based on the assembly? So depending on how optimized the game was when they compiled it, like if they ran 03 or something, it could be an absolute disaster. And if they ran it in with debug compilation where there's no optimizations, it probably comes out pretty clean, if I had to guess. Like that's probably pretty easy to reverse engineer, but if it's been optimized by the compiler, it's gonna be a mess. Also, yeah, if they have a symbol table. I mean, I know about that. If there's a symbol table, you can actually make a lot more sense out of it. Especially if the compiler had to respect the symbol table and couldn't optimize out variables. There's various things that software developers can do when they compile a program in a language like C++ into assembly. This game, I believe, has no symbol table and probably like 02 or 03 optimization. So it's essentially a disaster, and it's very hard to figure out what the code was that they wrote to get to the point that we have now, which is just a binary executable. Like I understand like how this stuff works, I just have not like figured out how to read it myself. Like I can't do the reverse engineering, but I understand like the compilation process. Yeah, no symbol table. They somehow found the entity IDs. Like there are some symbols in the like executable. They have the entity IDs. There may have just been a string table somewhere that they forgot to like remove for that, but like we know what the like type IDs are. As far as I understand, unless I'm like completely delusional, these are actually the ones that the developers used and not something that Overlunky like came up with. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I feel like I've seen that before. So like these were in the executable file somewhere. Like somebody figured out how to dig these out. But all the other enums in Overlunky, or most of them, are just kind of speculation on what these actually were. I could be wrong about that, if anybody who knows about these for sure. But I think the item IDs are actually in the game code somewhere. They did not like optimize them out. Why they didn't, I don't know. There might have been like a logging message or something that allowed it to allow those to stay in the binaries. Now, whatever the case is, what I'm trying to figure out right now is what the heck is going on here. We still don't have an answer, but what we do know is that we are within floating point precision of 100.5. That's what we do know here, and I was screwing around with this coordinate boundary earlier with a push block underneath the bow. Let's go back and do that. Now that we actually know what the heck we're doing, let's go back and do that. They aren't as plain strings, they'd be as hex. Well, I mean, everything is hex. I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's all hex, one way or the other. Why is my frame advance? Oh, there we go. Like, it's all in hex. Like, there's no plain strings. They might be ASCII, which is hexadecimal, just with 2 per character. I mean, they're probably ASCII if I had to guess. I don't know. I'd have to look. This is something even I could do. I could open it up in a hex editor and just see. There isn't ASCII, so they're not in ASCII, but they're somehow encoded. All right, I'll take your word for it. You seem to know what you're talking about. I don't know why they would do that then. I don't know. You feel free to speculate. I'm clearly out of my league here. I don't know why they would have it in the executable file, but not in ASCII, but still in a format that could be decoded by reverse engineering. At that point, I don't know why they didn't just remove them and use the entity IDs. Like anttype.itemRock is 365. They could have just used 365. And they turn it into non-ASCII. What do they turn it into? Or do you mean they like compress it as an optimization or something? Like, do they compress it into like 7-bit encoding or something? Like, if it's an ASCII string, like, I guess I don't really know at this point what they do. I'm not sure if that would actually save any time. I mean, decoding that would be less efficient, I would think, than just using more space in the compilation. To ASCII is hex. Whatever. We're getting derailed here. Let's focus on what we're trying to do here. So I'm gonna go back and do something that I did at the very beginning of this. We're gonna use a push block, because we can have a push block be at any height that we want. You could technically mess with the collision on these floor entities, but it's really cursed and I don't want to do it, so we're gonna use a push block for it, because the interaction seems to work exactly the same way for a push block. So you pick it, you set it to no gravity. I'm gonna detach it so I can mess with the numbers over here. And now we have a floating floor that we can essentially adjust up or down until we see if we get any like remotely consistent results from this. I can also adjust the floating or the falling platform's height. In fact, we're going to do that as well, because I think that's what I was doing wrong last time, and it was causing the results to be weird and inconsistent. So let's also adjust the platform in the same increments. So let's go ahead and save state. And this is our control test. Get on the platform, see what happens. As expected, it broke on this frame. Again, I will tell you what frame it broke on in case you can't hear it, but it broke on this frame. So this is what we've been observing. This is where we think that the character is in a different bin than the bow, and the bow is getting selected first. That's what we think is going on here, and it breaks. So I'm going to take both of these things and I'm going to adjust them up ever so slightly. That's going to disappear though. I'll have to do this one by commands then. So get entity. Yeah, this one's going to disappear because Overlunky doesn't see the entity and doesn't restore the entity window when I restore the state. So this is a floating entity, so I should be able to just move it upward. That detaches it though. Oh, it's going to be annoying as hell. because I think changing this value actually detaches the platform from the wall. So let's see, it's at 100 right now. So if I change it to 100.01, yeah, it starts falling immediately. We could salvage that by just standing on the platform as we do it, though. So that's fine. And then while I'm at it, I might as well just do the same thing with the push block. It'll be easier than typing in that little box. So the push block is currently at 98. So we're gonna move it to, or what am I doing? Not 98 there. The push block is entity ID 14771, and it is at 98. So we're gonna move it here for this particular test. You're loading it in Ghidra. Good luck. Let's see what happens. And it broke on the first frame of contact anyways. Now, if I were to lower myself a little bit, would that put me in the same bin? And that's what I think it's going to do. I think that's going to put me in the same bin. So I'm going to stick myself on top of the platform. I'm going to move the platform down this time along with the bow. And let's see if that moves us down one bin. This will be easier if I just type it in like this. I'll do the other one the same way as well. Okay, so we've moved it down just a tiny bit. I don't know what compiler was used. That's the tool devs would have had to figure that out. Maybe somebody else here knows. See, did I miss anything else in chat? If there's a I didn't see this message. If there's a 1 in 14 chance of something, it'll be compiled as some bitwise and operation that is apparently a faster way of dividing by 14. I mean, that makes sense. Like, really, there's no reason for the compiler to not do everything possible to make the code run faster if it's functionally identical. It just sucks if you're trying to figure out what something does based on the code afterward, and you can only look at the compiled code. Like, I respect these optimizations because some of them are ridiculously clever, but my god, it sucks if you need to figure out what it does afterward. And I have not gone down that rabbit hole yet. Again, I don't know how to use Ghidra yet. I've used x64 debug, but just as a memory viewer. I haven't actually done anything with the assembly with it. Like, I conceptually understand assembly code, but I don't want to just look at it. I would much rather have a tool that's like properly crafted for that than to just look at raw assembly and try to figure out what the hell I'm looking at, because this executable file for this game is like, it's like how many 100 megabytes is it? It's a big executable. I know a lot of it is assets, but the point is there's a ton of code in here. It is a mess. I would definitely learn Ghidra at some point. Just not today, not right now, and definitely not during this stream. Let's see what this collision does. We moved it down 1/100th of a unit, and it still broke. So that didn't quite solve the mystery of the bins right now. I mean, unless the bins also are affected by this push block, but this push block should be in the same bin as the bow, which in theory should be in the same bin as the player. But it's not, so we need to figure out why it isn't. So if we go here and bump these down by a little bit more, let's be a little more aggressive. Binary search would be the most efficient way to do this, but binary search is going to require me to type a lot, so I'm just going to do it like this. We'll kind of do clunky half binary, half decimal search for this till we find the right number. I'm trying to figure out when this platform crushes the bow. And it looks like that was it. So it's between those two values is our threshold to get a crush instead. So let's once again position ourselves. There's a couple follows. It's Connor Vegan and Mawali, thank you for the follows. Let's see here, how do we do this? Let's just try, I don't know, just 0.5. Again, there are better ways to do this, but I'm trying to make a compromise here between what is the fastest for me to type in versus what is actually the most efficient if I had planned ahead. I didn't know what I was getting myself into going into this stream, so we're just kind of improvising as we go along. That is outside of the bin. Maybe it looks for where the player was on the previous frame. You know, that's not a completely invalid idea. I think, well, let's see. I don't know exactly how, like, being overlaid works. Or if that's just like an entirely secondary check, honestly. You know, we may be looking in the wrong place for this. Now there's bins in Spelunky too. Yep. Yep, there's bins in Spelunky too. Of some sort. We don't know exactly what's going on here. I guess we have to ask the question, is there anything fundamentally different about standing on top of it instead of ledge hanging on the side? The thing about this is, it's not just the fact that I'm parented to the object, because if I ledge hang on the side of the falling platform, the bin mechanics don't seem to kick in the same way. Standing on it and hanging on the edge are both like overlay interactions, where essentially I am parented to the falling platform. But we do have the issue of not knowing, like, when the player is moved within the collision algorithm, if I'm just riding the platform down, and why that would cause it. Let's figure out what the bin boundary is with this approach and see if it's off by, like, 1 unit of falling velocity or something, because that would give us a pretty vital bit of information. But let's see. All right, so we've got a couple numbers here, so let's just keep doing it my way because this is stupid, and I'm already in too deep here. All right, so that one hit immediately, so that means that we're in different bins, supposedly. Like, again, this is what our speculation is. So let's move it down a little bit more. Different bins. Oh god, what did I just do? Windows, no. Windows, stop, please. I need to see if the stream dropped for that. Okay, I think we're fine. Okay, the capture was fine. I accidentally hit the Windows hotkey to switch desktops, which is a feature I, like, never use. And I had to remember what it was to switch it back. Thank you, Windows. Very cool. I should probably turn that off. Like, I know you could turn that off. I just haven't done it because I wonder. It was control... It was like control Windows left or something. Let me do it again. Yeah, it's control Windows key and then left or right. That's what it is. I accidentally hit Windows key instead of shift while I was, like, fat fingering stuff. No, that's just desktop. No, I switched desktops, Severin. That's a feature that Windows 10 has, and presumably 11. I think Vista had it too. I don't know if 7 had it. But yeah, it's control Windows left or right. It could be useful. It's a feature I have left on just in case I run into a situation where I want to use it, but I have never actually used it yet. But I just want it to be there. And I figured out what the hotkey was. Crisis averted. Anyways, we're checking this now. Let me double entry these just to make sure this is actually what we're testing right now. Alright, so 0.04. Different bins. Okay, so we're really close to the actual number then. Alright, and then 5... I don't remember. So I think 5 was same bin, is what our conclusion was. So it's between those two numbers. I think 5 was same bin. No, 5 was different bins, apparently. Okay, so it was... What was the number then? I'm losing my goddamn mind. Does anybody remember what this was? Let's see. 0.0... I'm just gonna have to figure out what it was again. Alright, whatever, let's just keep going. Stay the course. Alright, next. There we go. Okay, between 0.6 and 0.5. That's what we're working with here. It's somewhere in there, or this is like at a floating point precision boundary, which I wouldn't be surprised. It's useful for some use cases, not intuitive to remember. Yeah, it's always the problem, isn't it? What's in the shop? It's a trash shop. Like, it's garbage. What do you expect? Do you know who you're watching stream right now? Did you think that specialty shop would have a jetpack and a Matic in it? You're crazy. This is cosine. We don't get those here. That doesn't happen. We don't get shops that are like this. It's just a bad specialty shop. It's a given. That is how things work around here. Alright, so between 0.5 and 0.6. I should really I need to set up a little micro library to do binary search specifically for this situation, because I've had this come up before during streams and I just don't have a quick way to set this up, and this ends up being faster, but it's just terrible in its own special way. Alright, so we're still in same bin. Teleporter compass. Specialty shot for getting yourself killed. Yeah, you just teleport out without a back item, and the next teleport is just lava. Like, that's how it goes. Alright, that's same bin. Let's see. Alright, so it's between 0.6 and that, so it's about 58. I've been streaming for 6 hours. The brain rot's gonna start setting in soon. This might be the only thing we do science on today. It might end up being this. Am I locking in on the wrong number? Am I being that stupid? Am I that stupid? Am I locking in on the wrong number here? Between 5 and 6. No, this is right, isn't it? Because then as I go up to 6, we should be in different bins. I don't think I'm that delusional, right? Let's see. Let's go up. This is awful. I'm gonna rewatch this part of the VOD. I'm gonna be like, what are you doing? Why are you going up? Wilson, what are you doing, you idiot? Wonder if Twitch has fixed the issue. That's not even a Twitch issue. That's Streamlabs. That's not even Twitch. I love blaming things on Twitch, but that ain't Twitch doing that. All right. Okay, let's take a step back here. I'm gonna write something off on the side because I'm being an absolute nincompoop right now. Let's do this slightly more correctly than we were before. We have got to figure out where this is. There's no reason why this would not be deterministic, so I am doing something stupid right now. Just bear with me for a moment here, chat. All right. Let's do this, and we got a one-liner now. All right, let's be very careful and meticulous about this because this should not be taking me this long. That is going to do the offsetting now. Except I need to reload my state. That's our offset. We now have a very clear, coherent way to do this with a shitty variable name. Let's see what happens. That bounces off of the bow. 0.5 bounces off of the bow. 0.05. 0.05 does it. This issue doesn't happen in Twitch chat itself, only in the stream display. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not Twitch. There we go. Thank you. This is the kind of thing we need. Like, Twitch has plenty of issues. Twitch is a fucking abomination, but this particular thing is Streamlabs. I always like to blame things that are actually responsible for the problems that I have, as much as I love blaming Twitch for stuff. Alright, so now we do that one. So it's a bit lower. Same one. So this is the same bin, and the 0.05 was the other one. That's some good text you got right there. Have fun with that. Trying to crash Streamlabs or whatever. Alright, so now we try the midpoint. Now, did I reload the state? Reloaded to be safe. Alright, now we try the midpoint. We're not going down that. I'm just gonna ignore that. We're not going into the Streamlabs problem again. Same bin. Alright, it is between 0.05 and 0.055 and 0.06. So we go up. Same bin, we go up. That was the direction I was going in. So I wonder if it's at the boundary between 59 and 60. Same bin. Let's get a little bit closer. Same bin. eventually we're gonna hit the floating point like limit where these both round up or round down, I guess technically, and then it's not gonna do it anymore. Yeah, we're not checking between those numbers. We're checking between 0.055 and 0.06 now. Right? There's no way I messed this up this badly. I have done this stuff before. Yeah, no, this is a function name born of desperation and an inability to name things properly. I'm a software developer. You think I can name things properly? Like, we determined that 0.5 and 0.05 and 0.06 were our initial tests, and we know that the midpoint is in between them. And 0.06 was bouncing off, right? Or am I doing this in the opposite direction? Oh, they are negative, though. Okay, hold on. 0.06 crushes. 0.05 bounces. Oh, okay, no, alright, cosine is stupid. Other way, reverse. Other way. It's because it was negative. That's what's been throwing me off this whole time. Alright, that's a crush. I can't believe this is taking so long. This happened. I always do this at the end of my streams, and the brain rot just destroys me. Alright, so we don't know what this one is. Let me reset. We don't know what this one is. So let's do it now. Alright, that's a crush. No, that's not what I want to type. Alright, we got that one. So input that one. Stand on it. That's a crush. Huh? Oh, I need to load the state because I destroyed one of the entities. There we go. All right, so that's a crush. Whatever's at the bottom. All right, now we got this one. Let's go back and do this one. This one bounces, so it's in between those two values. We're finally going in the right direction. That one bounces. All right. We've third time's the charm. I'm just gonna. Yeah, bounce is what we'll call that one. That's a crush. All right, so we're just trying to lock in on this number here. Oh god, what did you just post in my chat? I'm not looking at it yet. Let's focus on one thing here. I've been embarrassing myself for far too long. We need to get this right. This is a crush situation. So we're really close to the boundary between these now. It's not important. I only read that chat message. Crush. Okay, I think I know what we do now. We start adding zeros. Eventually, this is going to snap to a floating point, like, precision limit. That's still a crush. And another zero. We're pretty close. I could get away with, like, maybe one more zero if this one doesn't do it. And then I think the coordinates are going to drop precision, because this is using float 32. That's a bounce. Okay, so that was our boundary, and that is most likely rounding. So it is basically the 0.05. So what does that mean? What does that mean to us? How fast does this platform fall? We've locked it in, and we know that it's not some arbitrary floating point value. It is 0.05, rounded to floating point precision, either up or down a little bit. I don't actually know which one this goes to. Actually, I can't even use string dot format in Lua because it's going to use doubles, which will round differently than float 32. So I don't actually know what this is rounding off to. Whatever. I don't think that's going to matter in the long run. Let me read chat now. Goofy C code. Yeah, just... I mean, I would argue that that is still easier to read than raw assembly, just not by much. Like, if you could figure out what the variables are and start swapping them out, you can sort of piece together what might be going on. Not by much, and I assume the compiler can also just optimize variables, either remove them, combine them, reuse variables probably happens a lot, like reusing registers and stuff. But it's better than raw assembly. I gotta figure it out at some point. It is something that interests me. I want to learn how to reverse engineer software. I think I have the skill set to do it, I just haven't taken the time. I haven't invested. Yeah, no, I don't want to look at that. Get that away from me. I don't want to figure out what that does. Alright, so we have our boundary. What we're trying to figure out then... Let's see, we're back at 0 right now. Why is this happening? What bin could I possibly be in at this moment? So how fast is this platform falling? I guess that's a good question to ask. 13708. Preferably I reset this before the platform breaks. I'm gonna have to respawn this little window every time. Actually, I can't even use this because it doesn't have enough precision. So there's our platform. Okay, and it's gonna hit on the next frame here. Yeah, we got a 0.05 in there. I think the bin boundary might be right here then. It might be offset. It's not through the middle of the tile, it might be here. So multiple of 4 plus 1/2 might be where the bin boundary is. That would make a lot more sense for what we're dealing with here. Let's see, I'm thinking through the numbers here. Let's see. 9. I'm just running through all the scenarios in my head. So that is where the falling platform is. The player, I'm gonna use this version. Alright, that should give us the position of the player right now. Let's see if that lines up with abs Y. Yeah, absolutely don't trust abs Y. It's documented in Overlunky as being the same thing as get position, but it isn't. It lags behind. I'm not really sure what it represents. One of those is wrong, and I think get position is returning the correct value because it's further down. Get position is where I'm actually located right now. Abs Y is showing up here, a little bit above me. Like one iteration in the past is what that is showing. So we're going to be using get position for this. Yeah, it's the player's position last frame. Like we're paused, like we're looking at like GUI frame basically. So we're between like full game ticks. I don't know when abs Y executes it or when it gets updated exactly. But it's not helpful for us here. I'm just calling that out because I think the documentation says that it's the same as get position, but it actually isn't. It's lagging behind by either a subframe or an entire frame. I don't know when the game updates it. I don't really know what it does. Understanding assembly is harder than programming. When you program it, you don't know what you're doing. Wait, that doesn't track. Understanding assembly is harder than programming in it. When you program in assembly, you don't know what you're doing, you just try something and hope it works. But I feel like that would make it harder to program in it. Or did I completely miss the joke here? Because I think a lot of assembly probably is just trying stuff and kind of getting it to work. Like super optimizing it would be very hard. I respect the people who were programming for like the NES, who basically were just writing in assembly and were able to make like passively functional video games. Those days are gone. That's not a skill I ever want. I just want to be able to understand it enough to figure out like what the intent of the code was and not write it myself. I'm not doing like embedded systems where I need to actually write hyper optimized assembly code and then probably have a computer take a pass over it and do a better job than I did anyways. Because I assume at this point you just have like an optimizer run through your assembly code and make it even better. I don't even know if people write in assembly for embedded systems anymore, if they just do it in C and have a compiler figure it out. And honestly, that's fine. That's the future. And eventually AI might take the job of software development, but until then I could probably do a better job than the AI at the very least. Or so I hope. Just gotta convince an employer about that. So, back to what we were trying to do here. I apologize. Everyone who's sitting here getting upset that we're not actually progressing here. Let's go back to what we were trying to do here. I'm trying to figure out why this interaction is inconsistent. We need to know where the bin boundary is. I think the bin boundary might be actually at 100.5. That's my suspicion for where the bin boundary is. And on the next game tick, let's see, what do we have? This thing, velocity, yeah, that's a good word. Oh, the brain rot is real. So on the next frame, we're going to be falling at, like, basically 0.1. Like, it's already almost 0.1 right now. So we're gonna, let's see, what happens with this game engine is it updates velocity and then position. So my current position and the falling platform are gonna go down by 0.1 on the next frame. So what bin am I in right now? Let me get this back up on top. So we are currently 0.1 above 100.5. I think this literally boils down to floating point precision. So it could very well be different if I'm at the adjacent boundary to a different bin. God damn it. Well, let's see how this one plays out. So what do I predict happening here? It should break. It should break because I'm in a different bin, which means the game thinks I'm still in the upper bin. Now this number is actually going to be 0.4999 and so on when I get down here, but that doesn't mean that everything that is doing arithmetic on my position sees that number. Like any arithmetic, any changes that they make to figure out what bin I'm in might be different, or the bins might be lagging behind by like 1 frame, depending on how this works when I'm on this falling platform. So what I could probably do is test that by being off to the side of the falling platform in this position and see if that's where the bin boundary is. But let's see what happens here. So if we advance, it breaks. So you can't really hear it, but it broke on that frame, and my position is 1 like floating point unit of precision like off. In fact, I wonder why that's not rounded. 100.5 can round, so this must be an accumulated error from me falling for a little bit. Because 100.5 can be represented in floating point numbers, like with 100% accuracy. So this is an accumulated error from the fall that I had here. So if I were to do this exact same thing, but if I'm hovering like that instead, let's get ourselves back in position. U dot y equals 100.5, exactly. So let's see what happens here. Let's go back to the snake scenario. So I'm going to make a save state here. Put a snake on it. Snake can do whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, back. Okay, bye-bye. Alright, see ya. I mean, I assume you're not in America if you just had lunchtime here, but you be responsible if you're at work. Don't just watch cosine streams all day. Or at least invite the rest of the office to watch them with you. So it didn't break on that frame. It broke on the next frame. I have a snake on it, though. I need to get rid of it. Australia. Oh, let's go. That makes sense. Yeah, that tracks. That would be the correct time of day for lunch. Oh, you're still in school. Okay. Well, you're gonna... whatever. It's school. Do whatever is responsible. I would tell people to stay in school, but I kind of hated school and only sort of learned things from it, so I'm probably not a good arbiter of advice for that. Just, I don't know, just do whatever is gonna probably make you succeed in life, but my god, public school was kind of ass. Alright, so I needed to do that again, but without the snake being there. Come on, fall down. Okay, so now we can start looking at positions. I don't have it selected. Alright, so we're at that position. We are still touching the player. Presumably it is in the lower bin, but the only thing that it can touch is right here. I might need to actually move the bow upwards a little bit to get a better assessment of this, because this is like so tight. Then on the next frame, we did not get a collision. The top is right there. The bottom of the player is right there. It's so tight. It is such a tight margin. Now leaving, but you're gonna lurk. All right, well, enjoy your lurk. Try to enjoy. No, you're not in school right now, but like as in your age. Oh, you don't have a job. Okay, but you have a holiday. All right, well, do whatever it is you're doing then. What day is it? Sunday. It's tomorrow in Australia, right? But it's a holiday. Like it's Monday. It's Monday evening there, I think. Tuesday? What's Tuesday? Okay, I was like, there's no way it's Tuesday there. Okay, I'm like, I know that I lose track of what day of the week it is, but today is Sunday here, and it should be tomorrow in Australia. It's Monday. This whole stream has been 6 hours of falling platforms. Look, I had to outplay the video that my stream title is based on, and we did it by a landslide. That said, the quality of my VOD is lacking because it's been 6 hours of me like just trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing. We figured out most of it. We're trying to understand bins in Spelunky 2, and unfortunately the only way that we know how to see a distinction between two bins right now is this. And boy, this sucks. So the situation that we have here is the player is touching this falling platform on this frame ever so slightly, just by a tiny little smidge. Yeah, 6 hours of forgetting what direction numbers go in. Do they go up or down? Who knows? It's a mystery. Nobody can figure this out. It's far too confusing. This is the only science we're going to be doing on this stream. I want to figure out the bins, and then I'm probably going to end stream after that. I was not expecting it to take the entire stream, but you know what? At least we've learned something from it. So, how do I solve the mystery of the bins? Because in this situation, I would have expected myself to be in bin 100, like up here. But this is still counting as a collision, and I wonder if I should increase the height of the bow, like just a tiny bit, or raise the bow off of the ground a little bit. What have we learned? We know why falling platforms crush things now. And we know why they don't crush things now. I am currently like trying to decipher an edge case, like an extremely stupid edge case that only happens in specific parts of the level where they will not crush things even though you expected them to. That is what we're trying to decipher here. And it could give some insight into future collision jank if I ever revisit that problem, which, boy, I'm not looking forward to that. So let's think about what I need to do here. We get the bow. Gosh, it's so close. It's such a tight little boundary. How can I improve this? I could move my player down, which will put me in the same bin. I just want to get off of the floating point boundary. I mean, I'm not sure if we really... I feel like we've proven it at this point. That the bin is at 100.5. That seems to be where the boundary is. Could study the game code. I'm not gonna do that. Not right now. Not in the middle of a stream. I'm so glad that I've had the volume lowered this whole time because the hover pack has been active this entire time that I've been trying to work this out. We could try to figure out horizontal bins. You know, I kind of want to figure out horizontal bins instead because it occurs to me that that's not going to be height dependent. That's just going to be where I'm standing. I should be able to figure them out especially if they're at a boundary here. Let's try to figure out a horizontal bin. Let's take a step back because this is not working. I think it's at 4x. It's 0.5 plus 4x, I think is what the algorithm is. I just don't know for sure. That's what we're trying to figure out right now. But there are horizontal bins. So let's try 16.5. This one right here, this boundary. Let's get rid of all this crap. Put it there. All right, we've eliminated this bin being relevant. We have 16.5. So if I'm on the left side, the platform should be checking the right side. Their whole numbers in HD. I don't know, we could try that too. We could see if standing on the left or the right side of the platform matters. Let's just do this for now. Let's move forward with this because my brain is not able to figure this out with falling because we are also dealing with a floating point precision boundary. So like I can't figure out if it's a bin boundary or a float boundary that is like causing this behavior to happen at this point. And that's scary. So instead we're gonna do this. We're in this bin now. Theoretically, we are in the what bin are we in? So this is 16. We're in the 12 bin in theory. And we're still getting a crush. Now, if the boundary was actually over here, at the line 16, in the middle of these two tiles, then that would put us both in the same bin. But we get a crush from this one. So, let's do that same thing, except I need to be at a different bin boundary. So we'll put the bow here on the right side, and I stand on the left side. Let me go ahead and save that. If this doesn't do it, then I'm kind of at a loss here for what is causing this, unless it has something to do with the size of my hitbox in addition to my origin. But I am to the left of the supposed 16 bin collision. Collision order goes from left to right. Okay, so that's actually a valid point. I just kind of didn't question it. Well, okay, hold on. Well, hold on a second. No. Does it depend on what bin the falling platform is in? Like, what do you mean, like, from left to right? Or do you mean it doesn't matter where the falling platform is, and it's always left to right? I want to be in the bin to the right to cause the wrong collision order to occur. Well, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get collision with the player to process before collision with the bow. We know that if they're in the same bin, it will favor the player. Bins are iterated left to right, bottom to top. But what do you mean by iterating a bin? Let me run this test first. Let's see what this one even does. Goes through. It goes through anyway, so it's still processing me before the bow. But that's HD. I guess no, it's the opposite. I'm trying to get a situation where it works the other way around. Let's swap sides. I want to reproduce the thing that happens on the ground, but I want to do it here instead. So like vertically, we know we have a situation where this doesn't break the bow. I'm trying to get that to happen like this. Despite the bow having a higher ID, I am trying to get the bow to process collision before the player. That's what we're trying to do. I think I said the opposite a moment ago. And that doesn't seem to be happening. It is always picking the player. And yet vertically, we have seen some bin-related behavior here. But horizontally, I don't know where it is. And you're saying bins are iterated from left to right, but what is it iterating? Like, who is doing what check here is the question. I may have to give up on this at some point. If there's like too many unknowns in how the bin algorithm actually works, we may not be able to come to a reasonable conclusion about this. Because I'm across the 16 boundary, and we also checked the 16.5 boundary. I could also check the floor boundary, so I could go over to this side as well. I guess I didn't try staggering myself on the other side of the 16.5 boundary. Okay, let's try that. So there's one thing I think we haven't tried yet, and it's this interaction right here. So we are past the 16.5 boundary, and the bow is all the way over here. Surely this is a separate bin, right? There's no way that we're not at separate bins right now. So who wins? Who wins the interaction? The bow got nudged. That means the active floor triggered it. So that means we didn't get a hit, I'm pretty sure, but I think I'm gonna tighten the margin a little bit on that just in case. So the bow is just a little bit to the right now, or to the left, and I'm just a little bit to the right now, but we're definitely across the boundary. Aren't the bins in weird spots horizontally in HD? Why can't anything be simple? Why is everything like this? Yeah, we're passing through it. It actually got sucked back in by the collision. This game is an abomination. Whoever programmed... Derek, you did not program this game from what I understand. It was whoever you fucking contracted it out to that threw it together. I don't know if anybody involved in the development of HD was also involved in the development of this game. I really don't... I don't follow this kind of stuff. Like, I'm not sure if anybody at Blitworks also worked on HD. I'm not sure what to expect from it. Let's just try it on this side and see if we can figure out what's going on. But I am left with more questions than answers here. It's doing the same exact thing. We're not getting a hit. We're just pushing the bow out of the way. We even saw what happens if we get a grazing hit. It actually knocks the bow out of the way and gives it knockback, but doesn't break the platform. It was a super cursed interaction that didn't make any sense. Alright, see ya. Maybe, for real. I don't know, you keep lurking and then coming back. Whatever it is you're doing, have a good one. You're probably not gonna miss much here. I get the feeling we're gonna have to back out on the bins. I hate saying I don't know and I can't figure it out, but this is not looking good. I don't understand the bins, or there's just something else going on here, because the thing I still don't understand about this interaction is, like, theoretically, I'm in the left bin, the bow is in the right bin, and the falling platform is probably in the right bin, because it's exactly at coordinate 16, assuming that they are using integers. Assuming the bins matter at all. And in this case, what I think this boils down to is the falling platform is doing one collision check. It's just saying, am I touching anybody? It gets the first thing that passes that check and then it stops. So the question here is, who's going to be first? This is Hat in Time. Clock towers beneath the sea. There you go. Knock yourself out. You probably knock yourself out. Just fall asleep to this song. It's real nice. I need to get a music command at some point. Not today, though. We gotta figure out bins first. Why do anything useful with my life when I could just debug bins? It's possible I need the platform to be in the left bin, otherwise I'll never get wrong behavior. Assuming it's in the right bin, which most algorithms that do this kind of flooring operation for floats, this would be the right bin. I would guess the 16 would be part of the right bin, the lowest boundary, and then 20 would be the next bin after that. I'm not decompiling the codes. Look, you do it if you want to figure out how the bins work. We're going to try to figure it out with what we've got here, and maybe someday in the future we'll come back to this, or maybe somebody has already figured this out already. Didn't you say you were leaving? You have no control over yourself. You just can't help it. You're as obsessed with these bins as I am, apparently. ADHD. Look, I'm not responsible for what you're doing right now. You are in control of your life, and you decide when you're going to actually leave the stream. But if you keep staying here, you're going to watch us trying to figure out bins. Yeah, trash bins. I get it. Because they're trash. It's hilarious. I get it now. I wasn't paying attention to the joke the first time. So let's see. What have we got here? I need the platform to be in the left bin, otherwise you'll never get the wrong behavior. Okay, let's think about that statement. So the platform is in the right bin. It's in the 16 bin. That's what we're speculating right now. If it's in the 16 bin and it's asking, who am I touching? Should it not pick the bow first? Like, why would it not pick the bow? Let's try this situation instead. I need to not ledge hang. Let me put myself in a better spot. Okay, I'm touching it now. I'm gonna be touching it for the whole time it's in contact. Yeah, I mean, we're doing a lot of speculation. It's almost like we should decompile the game code and figure out what's actually going on. I am definitely, undeniably in the left bin. We're not sure if the falling platform is in the left or the right bin, because the bin might be at 16.5. Yeah, cool idea. I can't believe no one else came up with it. It's favoring me. It still prefers me. The player platform collision will happen. Yeah, the player has a lower ID. You think the player touching the platform is what's doing the check? I would have expected the platform to query the player, unless you're saying that these collisions are two-way and either entity can like can just ask whether the other one is touching it. I don't know if there's an order to the collisions or not. You know what? We should probably be checking this with a realistic platform. So let's we need to be this is a good call. We need to commit die and respawn and have a platform with a lower entity ID than the player. This is the realistic situation here. Because maybe that's part of what's causing this to be so ridiculously inconsistent. I keep forgetting this is a dark level until I see that torch. Weird how the hover pack lags behind now. I think that just has to do with ID order. The hover pack shouldn't matter, but I kind of want to remove it from the equation, so let's do this without the hover pack for now. If we need to touch the platform, I'm going to actually set it up like this, so we can touch the platform if we want to, and we don't have to stand on it for our collisions. Alright, so we have platform, player, and then bow, as though the player brought the bow into the level. Here's our setup. We got our save states. I'm gonna set it off now and then tuck myself up against it. I shouldn't be able to ledge hang anyways, so I can just face it because I'm standing on the ground. I don't know why the boundary between these two tiles is super cursed looking. I don't think that has anything to do with the bins. Alright, so who wins? It's platform, player, and then bow. Looks like player wins. So the platform player interaction got picked first in whatever algorithm they used to query this. Now what if the player had a higher ID than the bow? Then the bow would definitely win. So we don't have a bin condition here. This is just the player wins because of better IDs. No shenanigans. What if we swapped sides and put the bow in the left bin? Do you think the left bin would win the fight, or is the check occurring wherever the platform is? So we've got a few things that we can check, a few combinations. So let's swap sides now. So the player is over here. The bow is definitely in the left bin. The player is definitely in the right bin. We're not actually sure where the platform is. Let's see what this one does. Who wins? And we know they're both in the same vertical bin. Yeah, the bow got pushed, which I'm gonna retest that. That usually means that the bow would have gotten like shoved out of the way, but I need to get it just barely there. Okay, so we retest that one. So who wins? Player wins. Again, lower entity ID wins. So the bins weren't a deciding factor in this. Now, if the bin boundary were 16.5 instead, that means I need to put the platform one over to the right, and it could also be offset to something completely different. Because like the level boundary starts at 2.5. So like what if the bin boundary is at 18.5? We kind of need to check them all. Oh boy. Alright, let's just move it over one and do it. Let's just do this. There are only four different spots that we need to check if these are 4x4 bins, which is what everybody's been telling me. So put that there. It's a little bit to the right. I'm touching the left side. Save state, trigger it. What happens? Who wins? We want to see this platform break on the bow. That is all we're trying to do here. We want to see the platform break on the bow to confirm that it is in fact a bin mechanic. And it goes right through, sucks it in, and then it broke because it moved out of the way of the player, which is fine. So that one was inconclusive. So let's swap sides now. Put the bow just barely over here. And again, this is a realistic situation, I think. No, it's not. The platform's the wrong ID again. Oh my god, chat, I'm dying here. Every time I move this platform, I have to also respawn my player. Ow. And then I need to respawn the bow. Get a new one. Put it right there. So platform generated, then player, then bow. That is a normal situation. That can happen. And it sucks it in. Yeah, this is... Oh god. Alright, put that one there. Alright, I already triggered the platform before I made the save state, so we just swap the sides. It just doesn't want to happen. Alright, we do it again. Platform goes here. Player has an accident. We only have to do 2 more of these. Only 2 more of these, chat. Just 2 more. We're probably about done with this. Ow. Like, if I can't figure anything out here, I need to do some homework off stream. Like, you never truly finish school. Alright, so player and then bow. Try this side first. Right there. Did that one break? Did we finally find something? Alright, hold on. Let's do this with frame advance. No, that's not. I was sitting on that one. Hello, Ted Cuddy. Frame advance. Trigger platform. How are the runs going? I am destroying my brain doing this. No, that pulled it in. No, never mind. I got excited. No, it fell down here and then it broke. That's what I saw happen. I got excited. Nothing happened. False alarm. I already don't remember if I checked this side or not. Trigger it. Put our face up against it. Sucks it in. Alright, one more. And then I'm going to draw the conclusion that I don't know enough about bins to do this. And I will have to come back to this some other day. If you have questions that are not related to bins, now is a good time to ask them. Because we're going to be ending pretty soon here. We're almost ending stream here. So if you have questions related to falling platform jank that aren't the bins, and you want me to look at a clip or something, speak now or forever hold your peace. Falling platforms, they were explained. We are currently looking at an extremely peculiar edge case involving, like, bins and falling platforms sometimes not crushing things when I would expect them to. But it just isn't making any sense. And I think it's because I don't know enough about bins to properly, like, understand how to test this. Or whether horizontal or vertical bins are different, or whether it's not bins at all. But it seems like it, because it happens at multiples of 4. It doesn't have to be bins, but it feels that way. It's like there's something to that, but we don't have confirmation. Fall down. That was the last one. We didn't see a single jank interaction horizontally. So I'm going to draw the conclusion that I just don't understand the bins well enough to be able to solve this problem right now. We don't have enough information, and I don't want to spend another hour and a half doing this, so let's wrap things up here. No jank? Well, no jank for what we observed. We were literally observing jank 100% of the time. We were actually trying to find the one scenario that isn't jank. It's just a complete reversal. Like, this is the non-jank situation right here, is this. Platform, bow. Let me snap it to the grid. Stand on it. This is the only fucking non-jank interaction we have found with the bow in that case where I had a lower ID than the bow. Literally every other situation results in that bow getting crushed when it shouldn't. And this right here, I don't know what is causing this, because if I go up one tile higher and do the exact same thing, literally the exact same thing, and stand on it, it crushes the bow. So I think that this has something to do with the bins, which is a collision mechanic that apparently is grouped into 4x4 chunks and might be influencing which entity is touching the falling platform first. And the first entity to touch the falling platform is the only one that gets checked for impact with the falling platform. That is what this all boils down to. I don't need this anymore. But we don't know for sure. I have not been able to come to a conclusive decision here because when I tried to do a height check for this, it felt inconsistent and it boiled down to a floating point margin. Like literally 1 unit of floating point precision above or below the bin boundary just by chance. And I think this is something I should figure out off stream with binary search with some proper tooling, because it's not very fun to watch and it's not very fun for me to try to figure this out like live on stream, when I may very well take a couple hours to set up a proper tool set to figure out bin collisions. I don't know. I'm going to move on from the bin collisions, so let's do a final wrap up here for the falling platform jank of all the interesting developments that we have so far. And then I'm going to go ahead and end stream. So that said, this is the last call for clips. If nobody has anything, because I think most people already submitted them, then we're just going to make do with what we got. Could it be the amount of blocks below the bow? I don't think that affects anything. It doesn't seem to. Like we see the same behavior regardless of what is below the bow. It just might get squirted out to the side instead of getting crushed. I have tried. I've tried thin floors and thick floors. It's the same exact outcome. As long as it's on a room boundary or this like 4-tile half boundary, we're getting the exact same outcome from it. Just make sure I'm not absolutely insane. So like, this is the other boundary where this has been happening. So again, platform, so player, we got player and this is the wrong bow. Player and then a bow with a higher ID. This is a crush scenario. So if I ledge hang on this, it'll crush it. However, it should be a crush scenario when you stand on the platform, but it's not. And then if we do the exact same 2 experiments with a really girthy floor like this, like there's no chance that any of these other tiles actually have any influence on this. Ledge hang, still a crush scenario. Standing on it, still not a crush scenario. But if we do the whole thing 1 tile lower down like this, this is a crush scenario. And this is a crush scenario because we're no longer at the 4-tile boundary. That's the difference here. So 4-tile boundaries are weird. We don't know why. I think it's bins. It might not be bins. It might be something else. I'm going to stop looking into this now. Let's wrap things up. I need to go have dinner. So, falling platform jank. Let's just do the rundown of everything that we've discovered so far. So I'm going to turn God mode on. I'm going to reset my run, clean everything out. I'm going to refund that other character redeem that Bumper Oyster had. We'll just keep playing as this one until the end of it. What's for dinner? I don't know. I will just figure. I'll look in the fridge and figure it out when I get there, alright? That's the bachelor life. Alright, Volcano. Why am I getting dark levels? For fuck's sake, I just started. Why is it even possible for that to happen? Alright, so, falling platform jank. Here's the rundown of things to know, things to avoid, things that constantly happen to people who are doing this. It almost always involves the bow. So let's go get the bow. I have God mode on right now, so I'm not going to die. Bow is not on this level. Next level. Nice shop. I said earlier I never get these, but apparently I do sometimes. So go grab the bow. What's the most possible dark levels in a row? It's probably like every level in a row, unless there's a limit on like when you're allowed to get dark levels. I forget if voice echoes or dark levels are like limited to 1 per world. I think one of those is, but not the other. I don't remember which one it is. Is it dark levels? Is that the one that's limited? Is voice echoes limited? I think one of them is not limited in any way. I'm looking for a falling platform that's not above a lava pit, by the way. And we did not get one, so I'm going to make a falling platform that's not above a lava pit by removing the lava pit. Alright, so here's the first thing to watch out for. You picked up the bow. The bow generated before the player. The bow has a higher or a lower entity ID than the player entity does. The bow is like 2600, the player is 5300. This is the first dangerous situation. Yeah, there would be a fucking magmar in the one tile of lava that I didn't get rid of. This is the first situation to watch out for Jank with, is this bow can absorb the collision from the falling platform without breaking it, and then allow you, the player, to get crushed into the floor and get obliterated. Or you might just clip through the falling platform and be completely fine. I'll just hap it up there. The shop just exploded. As long as none of those guys get down here, I don't really care. So this is situation number 1. We're doing our recap. If you trigger a falling platform, or a hired hand, or a magmar, or anything triggers a falling platform like this, and then you, the player, happen to be underneath this, the bow is going to absorb that hit. So you can see there, it is overlapping the bow, still overlapping the bow, still overlapping the bow, and then you clip up on top of it. Which outcome you get for this clipping interaction seems to vary dramatically based on the height of the falling platform and just where you are, like, relative to it. But generally speaking, these are the two outcomes. You either clip on top of the platform and are fine. I had Godmode on, so let me rerun that one. But either you do that and you're completely fine, or if the falling platform is higher, it seems like there are different outcomes that you can get. So if it's here, for instance, and it falls down, that one kills you. That just crushes you in the ground. It just happens to be that the platform is at a height that clips you into the floor and just obliterates you. So that you have to just watch out for that kind of thing. That is how the instant kill happens. And all this like hot garbage can happen while you're on a mount too. It doesn't matter. You can have a back item, you can have a mount, you can have a cape. That just changes like when it sort of randomly decides to happen. So if I like get on a mount like this, if we fully stack ourselves with random garbage, and then go ahead and stand under this. And again, this is the level where I picked up the bow, so it has a lower ID. And then I set it to start falling. I think it'll do right now. I said start falling. There it goes. Let's see what happens here. So it is being favored by the bow. It'll only blow up the jetpack if it crushes the jetpack. It's still being favored by the bow, but it finally decided to push the rock dog into the floor. The rock dog dies on the next frame. Now I'm in the floor. I didn't actually die. I almost did, but the platform hit me and broke, and that allowed me to snap out of the floor probably 1 frame before it would have killed me. I'm not going to show every single thing. What happens if you jump in that frame? You just get pushed down. I don't think it would do anything. I am not going to go through every single permutation of like mounts and back items and movements that could happen. I'm just going to kind of show the gist of it because I will be here all day if I show every permutation. So here's what it looks like a little bit higher, just to see if this one is a bit different. Well, let's check a few of each. So again, the bow is absorbing all the contact. Yeah, I need to hydrate. Thank you for that. So the bow is still in contact. It has priority. Nothing else can get hit by the platform, but everything else can get pushed by the platform. So the rock dog was in the ground. Rock dog dies. I'm in the floor. I think I just got hit. So I get knocked back up into the air. And I'm fine. I think this outcome is going to vary depending on the ID of like the cape or the rock dog. So I'm going to do one more situation here. Let's see here. Cape and then rock dog. I think that's what we just did. So let's try rock dog and then cape. Let's see if that changes it. It might not. I'm not entirely sure. And I believe maybe the order for the bow is going to matter as well. But we're going to test like one more, and we'll also do a different height. I'm just showing a few of the possible outcomes for this. So bow has priority. That one killed me. Like, that combination of entity ID orders just murdered me instead. It looked almost the same, but then if I had a jetpack, the jetpack would have exploded. The arrow is the only thing that survived. Again, it's so volatile, it's so inconsistent that you really just don't know what the outcome is going to be. You just kind of got to avoid the situation entirely. And we're not currently at a bin boundary, I believe, so that shouldn't be affecting this in any way. So, other developments. You can get crushed into a corner like this. So again, this bow is going to eat the entire collision interaction. So if I put the falling platform like up here, it may hit me. And in this case, it didn't shove me through. If I have a falling platform from a little bit higher, and I trigger it. Huh, I guess only the height change is what sets it off. That'll shove me into baby jail. So it just kind of depends. You have... Oh, that's a pretty good number of radians. I don't know if you're going to be able to burn those off. Like, given the increments that you can spend them in. Well, good luck with that. I respect it. Maybe there will be a way to do it. Maybe I'll add a redeem or something that'll let you burn off, like, an exact number. I'll add a small money hole. A small donation of the money hole so you could do that. By the way, we're in baby jail now. Again, no God mode. We do not have God mode on right now. That's what it looks like when you have the bow. And the bow has a lower ID. Now, if you were to leave this level, if you weren't satisfied killing yourself there and you left this level, now the bow is going to have a higher ID because I brought it into the level with me. And that is going to change how these falling platforms interact with me. So if I were to set off this falling platform now and then stand under it, it'll touch the bow for a little bit. And then it'll hit me. Or maybe the arrow actually didn't even damage me. Oh, I had God mode on. It'll hit me. It'll touch the bow for a little bit, but once it comes in contact with the player has a lower entity ID than the bow, so I get hit by it. That's what it looks like if you don't have God mode turned on. So like it behaves differently depending on the relative ID orders for these things. Those are the bow interactions. It's probably most dangerous while you're holding the bow because you would rather get hit by the platform than have it just crush you and obliterate you or randomly not kill you. I would rather just have the consistency of getting hit by the platform and getting stunned for 4 hours instead. Now, other funny shenanigans that could happen with these platforms. I'm going to show the no gold shenanigan that AOK, I think, was the one who had a clip for because it was extremely stupid and upsetting. So let me see if I could find the room where it happened. It's not anywhere over here. Okay, there isn't one in this level. Let me try to find another. I've got mode back on in case it wasn't obvious. Where's that horrible falling platform room? Like, surely that would be here. Nobody likes this room. How do I get like 7 volcano levels that literally do not have the room where you have to wait for the 2 falling platforms? This only happens when I stream this game. And I'm not speedrunning. These are the best volcanoes I've ever seen in my life. Okay, this one kind of sucks. Oh, it's a voice echoes level. Is there not one here? There it is. All right, this is the one. All right, so here's a hypothetical situation because there was a funny clip of this. So you got a gold bar right there, and you have the room above with falling platforms in it, which I forget what the height was. I think they were either 8 or 9. I think they were at 8, so we'll put them there. So this is a fun interaction that could happen. This is another situation where touching the falling platform causes it to pass through a solid object. So we had a clip about this. So if we were to set this off and ride this platform down, it doesn't knock the gold bar out of the way, and if you were to not move out of the way, you'd collect the gold, which this is relevant for no gold, because normally what happens in this situation is that the gold bar would actually get knocked out of the way. It happens with pots and pacifists too. Yeah, I would imagine. We can show with a pot here. It doesn't matter as much with pots, I would assume. They're not going to break, hopefully. But again, platform at the same height. Drop it onto a pot. I don't even have to be on it. Oh, it actually did break. Well, the pots are tall, so maybe that's not the correct way to test this. I think we're talking about 2 different things, actually. The gold bar works because it's short. Putting that platform too high. No, I was able to reproduce the gold bar scenario. The pot is a different scenario. But I don't have to be on it for it to get consumed. And the reason why the falling platform is not knocking the gold bar out of the way is because it is touching this platform right here for 1 tick. So if I do the exact same thing, but I delete that falling platform and then trigger this and let it drop down, it'll knock the gold bar out of the way. This is a diagonal collision where this falling platform is taking collision priority over the gold bar, so it can't hit the gold bar and it cannot knock it out of the way. That's the situation that we're talking about there. You're gonna go for real now, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Or why you always jump off right before it hits the ground. Yeah, you should jump off. Just play it safe. Don't trust the jank. So this is a situation where it would just not, it just wouldn't like knock a gold bar out of the way or something. And then the next funny situation with these falling platforms, push blocks. So if your co-op team is up here and you're just running around down here having a good time playing co-op as one does, and then one of your goblins decides to drop a push block on you, if you're on the right side of this block, on mode off, you're dead. You get obliterated by the push block. If you're on the left side of the block, you're fine. You just get shoved out of the block. Stop being mildly entertaining. Sorry, I can't help it. Can't control myself sometimes. If you're dead center on the block, like this, you just kind of get shoved out to the right. It prefers right by default. And again, I do not have God mode on for any of these interactions. This is just the game being Spelunky 2. This is just Spelunky 2 things that are happening right now. So this one here, if I center myself on it, now you get pushed into it. Also shoved out to the right. And then if we put ourselves in a little stovepipe like this, not really a stovepipe, we die. It doesn't always send you down diagonally. It varies. It's inconsistent, but if the platform is isolated out in the middle of the open, you're just completely fine. Like, just nothing bad happens. So, your results may vary. See if there's anything else here I can check. I mean, I think I hit most of the key points there. I can show the spike ball interaction as well, because this one happens a lot. I don't know how there's no spike balls in this entire level. But if you've got a spike ball on the ceiling there like that, and a falling platform, and you jump on it, I have 2 health, I'm gonna die. You know, help, just give myself like 99. And you jump on it, you don't get crushed, you just kind of get shoved to the side, or even shoved through it, depending on how it's set up. So if there's like floor on either side of it, it'll just shove you straight down, but it will not crush you, because you're not capable of being crushed in that interaction. So that's what that looks like. And then the last little tidbit of jank that I want to show here before I end stream was that you can also just kind of push things into these. So if you have a push block, for instance, or a shield is funnier, you cannot actually get crushed into a falling platform by itself. It just will not happen. So if I were to take something here like a caveman, he just will not get crushed by this shield. It will not do it. It's not capable of crushing him, because the game doesn't see the like necessary requirements for crushing to happen. So if I delete this ceiling and the ball and the thing that's about to land on my head, you'll see here he's stuck. He can run out of it, but he's stuck in there if I just hold the shield up to him like that. I'm an idiot. And then you can do the same thing with like power packs and stuff too. Anything that explodes, really. It's fine. It just doesn't care. It'll clip in sometimes. If you're moving really fast, it looks like it can just clip behind you. It's a weird game. It's a weird interaction. But ultimately, these are just not eligible to crush things. It's the strangest thing, and it seems so unintuitive. But this is just how this game works for some reason. You can see here, I can actually get it to do a little jitter. I don't understand the collision engine. I don't know why this happens right here. What feedback loop is causing the game to do this? It's a fight between 4 collisions. This push block, the falling platform, the floor, and then the other floor right here. These 4 entities are trying to figure out what in the world to do with this power pack. And if I move it a little bit more, it goes down to being stuck in these 2. This one is probably also participating. And then if I go ahead and stand on this and set it off, it explodes, because at that point it was no longer eligible to like have a safe spot. It got shoved into the ground and it blew up. So that's kind of the gist of the falling platform jank. I know like why it's happening now, and it ultimately boils down to falling platforms having what I've been referring to as lenient crush mechanics, where falling platforms do not want to crush you. They absolutely don't want to crush you. They'll do it if the game cannot figure out where to put you, but they will try really hard to find a spot to put an object that is inside the falling platform. They're not very good at it, but they try. They really try to find a spot to put you, to the sides, underneath, above, diagonally. They just do give up eventually, and that's why you get situations, again, where you can crush the bow, because I'm crushing the bow straight down in that situation. And the game, whatever the collision algorithm is, can't figure out where to put the bow. But if the bow was like a little bit off to the side like this, it might survive or it might slip out. If it's over here like this, it should just slip out. And it just gets like nudged a little bit, so it can escape in that situation. But if it's dead center or even kind of close to center, it might not be able to figure out where to put it. So like an attempt is made, and it's also the fact that the bow is very tall, because for instance this object here, this rock, it just kind of gets hit by the platform, which I need to spawn the rock after me. There, it shouldn't get hit, but it shouldn't get hit at all. There we go. The platform cannot crush the rock because the rock is too short to actually like be in contact with the platform and get shoved into the floor, so it essentially just does nothing. And then if I don't touch the platform, it gets hit normally. That's the falling platform, Jank. Any questions? Any last thoughts? Any concerns for my own mental well-being? Because I probably lost several brain cells as a result of what I've learned here today, and then we still don't even know why the bin mechanics happen, or whether it's bin mechanics that cause this inconsistent interaction itself to also happen inconsistently. Because Spelunky is a game about inconsistency. Nothing in this game behaves the way you think it is. Like, if you're hard stuck in dwelling all the time, everything sort of starts coming together. And then you play the game a little bit more and you go back to realizing that nothing in this game actually works the same way every time you encounter it. And falling platforms are just one of those interactions. It doesn't make any sense. The moral of the story here really is just don't get hit by the falling platforms. And I don't think anybody needed to know that, because you already knew that getting hit by falling platforms sucks. It stuns you for 4 hours. You usually die to a skeleton or something afterward. So really, this just reinforces what we knew already. Do not get hit by the falling platforms. And if there's no more questions, then I'll go ahead and end stream there. I hope this was interesting to people. We only did this one thing for the entire stream, but I feel satisfied for the most part. I might off-stream look into some of the weird edge cases that we didn't have a coherent explanation for, but at the very least I was able to go through every clip I saw and say exactly why it happened. Falling platforms are silly.